And we'll have the two teams. So Barbados, their team today, Achilles Brown, Zion Brathwaite, Joshua Dawn, Micah Greenidge, Kyle Jordan, Joshua Morris, Zishan Motara, Jatario Prescott, Nathan Seeley, Raniko Smith, and Saurav Wawil. So Nathan Seeley is the skipper, returning from the previous editions. So he's continuing in that role for Barbados. And I have here in the commentary box with me Kenroy Martin, who is playing for Leewards. Kenroy.
Well, good morning to the viewers. And the Leeward Islands team starts with Nathan Edwards, Tyanek Honoree, Divanod Singh, Michael Palmer, Israel Morton, Carlton Pluck. We go down to Joel Andrews, Matthew Miller, Mika Mackenzie, Yannick Watley, Brent Joseph, and Michael Tong.
Yeah, we've seen a few familiar names, not just in the squad itself, but also names that remind us of some players from yesteryear. Tong, we know that there was Gavin Tong who played for the West Indies. We're seeing Morton here, of course. We remember Renako Morton. Yes. Rest in peace. And a few others. So we'll probably have to do some investigation to find out if there is any relation there. But Barbados, they have won the toss. They have elected to bowl. They don't have some of the bowlers that they had in the previous edition. Some of the more experienced bowlers have, graduated beyond the under-19 level. We had people like Roberts and Springer and so on. Have some new bowlers today. They're going to have to come up trumps for them in this first session.
Yes, I'm thinking that they have won the toss and elected to bowl. They would like to really get in front of in front of the game and really started a positive start with getting early wickets with the overnight moisture that the rain has brought with it. They should be able to extract that as well. But the thing is, as you mentioned before, would they have the firepower to do so?
Yes, and we saw in the previous game, which was played on an adjacent strip, not the strip that we're playing on today, that it started off a little bit slower on day one, but on day two, it was coming through just a bit better. How do you see this pitch playing today based on the conditions?
Well, I'm looking forward for a good wicket, a good batting strip, really. The overnight moisture might have some effect very early in the innings, but I think this strip should be a very good batting strip, so we should have some runs on it. But Arnes will have a reputation to give the bowlers what they put in. And once you could bowl and once you get the ball in the right areas, you tend to get results.
Yeah, we have also seen so that has been the case always at Arnesville, but we have seen it especially in the World Cup, where the spinners have gotten a lot of bounce, a lot of turn on this relayed square. We were mentioning in the previous game that we expect that the pitch will get a little bit quicker as it settles over time. It was just relayed just prior to the World Cup. So what do you think they will get out of it in terms of pace in particular? Because we know that there will be bounce.
Yes.
There'll be turn for the spinners and some help for them, because that has always been the case at Arnesville. But how do you think it will play in terms of pace today?
Well, you mentioned it. You mentioned it was a relayed surface. It's basically just getting back to where it used to be. And really, the paces would get bounced, as you mentioned. The pace probably would come a little later in the inning as the wicket gets a little bit harder. But the bounce would always be there for the pacers. The sideways movements would be there as well. So, good wicket for batting, good wicket for bowling. Once you put the effort in, once you know how to apply the basics, then you should get results from both segments of the cricket game.
All right, so there you have it for viewers. We'll be back very shortly with live action, where Barbados under 19 are taking on the Leewards under 19 in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 men's competition. We'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back to the Arnesville playing field. We are about to have live action. Barbados won the toss. They have elected to bowl. The opening bowler is Raniko Smith. And the two openers for the Leewards are Devanand Singh and Brent Joseph. Devanand Singh and Brent Joseph. Joseph will be on strike to the first delivery. There are 3 slips, a gully, man at cover, shortish mid-off, mid-on, and man at fine leg, square leg as well. That's this one. A bit slower off the pitch, but a good line, a good length around the top of off. Joseph seemed to be a little early into that shot, collapsing after he played it. Smith did play last year for them. He was not the opening bowler. I think he was first change. So he does have some experience at this level. Joseph and Singh, it will be their first year at the regional level under 19. This one is a full delivery. Challenging the batsman to play. And Smith, I think he could bowl a bit quicker, but he's just trying to get his line and length. We have seen him bowl a bit faster than he's bowling there. So just trying to get things on in the right areas at the beginning, Kenroy.
Yeah, it seems to be like he has a plan, really. His 2 first deliveries are pretty full and really targeting the stumps. It has 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, and a short extra cover. There's a man at square leg, there's a man at mid-on, and a fine leg. So he seems to have worked things out already and wants to put the ball full and try to get some early wickets here for his team.
This one, as you said, put it full, bowl it short, and that was pulled away by Joseph. So deviation from what he has shown in the first 2 deliveries. It was pulled a bit uppishly, but didn't carry to the man there at square leg. So it wasn't timed as Joseph wanted to time it. Probably luckily for him in the end.
Yeah, Smith, a big lad, really, walks back to us here on the commentator's booth. His size to the others on the field are pretty much non-comparison. Number 17 on his back, a big lad he is. So he should be able to extract some pace from this wicket and bounce as well. He has just bowled 3 deliveries, just really getting into his stride here at Arnesville.
Yes, and it brings Devanand Singh into strike for the first time. This one is a bit shorter. Changes length for some reason. He's looking to bowl a bit shorter now. But that one was down the leg side. We saw that in the previous game. The middle of the pitch didn't have a lot of pace in it, especially at the beginning of the day. But when it dried out a little bit later, came through just a little bit better. So maybe he's looking to just catch these openers a little sleepy, in the first exchanges.
Yeah, legs not moving. He could get them into some trouble. He have 3 slips, slip through that button pad, hit those stumps, hit those pads, get an LBW, hit an outside edge for late movements. Look at those things.
This one is edging just short of the man there at second slip. But it was a lovely delivery there from Smith, leaving the batsman off the pitch. Singh was forward a bit tentatively. But I think in the end he was deceived as well by a little bit of extra bounce from Smith.
Yes, a good delivery just on the 4th stump and really caused him to come forward, hitting the outer portion of the bat and falling short at the man at second slip. But a good delivery there by Smith.
So he's back to that line, that length that he wants to be. I think the occasional short ball may just be to push the batsman back. But that was a very good delivery there. Very close to picking up the first scalp for Barbados.
It's probably just waiting to use that short delivery as he should.
This one is played nicely to the man at mid-on. So Singh now off the mark as well. And brings to an end the first over. And the score, Leeward Islands, they are 2 without loss. Both openers have a solitary run.
Yes, a pretty good over there by Smith for the Barbadians, starting things off nicely for them here at Annisville. The sun is out in all its glory, really. We had some rain during the days before, but doesn't seem to have any clouds around today. But a good over there by Smith to start things off for the Barbadians.
So tall bowler down at the other end. Just wait to see if we can get his number. Yes, Prescott opening the bowling with Smith. Jatario Prescott, number 16. Bowling to Singh. This one is wide, but left him off the pitch. So getting some movement there. And his first delivery is a tall lad, slimly built, but lanky and tall. Not as powerfully built as Smith, but he's also a big lad.
Yeah, he has the make of a fast bowler, really. As you said, tall, lanky, has the height also. That one just pitched and really bounced and had some sideways movement as well.
This one lifting. Ooh, defeats the keeper there, Morris. He has to be careful because the wind blows as we are sitting here from our left to right, but as you are viewing, it will be from your right to left. And it's usually quite a strong wind here at Arnesville. And that one, after it passed the batsman, it just moved away from Morris.
There's two similar deliveries there from the young fast bowler. Prescott hitting just on the foot stump, getting some bounce as well, and the wicketkeeper didn't glove that as he ought to, and they picked up a bye.
This one stuck in it down to fine like for a single. So another single there, single in this case to Brent Joseph. But what we have seen here so far from Prescott is that he has a little bit of pace. He's getting the ball to bounce nicely. As we mentioned, he has the height that we'll tend to see from fast bowlers. We all remember, of course, Suleiman Ben. He was quite tall, but it was a left-arm spinner. Oh, this one is a wayward delivery. And that one will go down to the boundary for 4 byes. Bit harsh on the keeper for that to be byes, but he really stood no chance of getting that one in.
Yeah, that one pitched for down the leg side and really continued going down the leg side. Big swinger, big in swinger that was, and the keeper had no chance of getting to that delivery, and it flew into the boundary for four byes. Unfortunately, it has to go to the keeper's name, but it's the name of the game.
This one is a better delivery there. Again, getting a lot of bounce. Both batsmen playing with lowish hands, which is something that probably they should not be doing to this specific bowler, based on what we have seen from him so far. He's getting a lot of bounce, a lot of lift off the pitch. Prescott, so maybe it might be time to just make a little adjustment to your pick-up and backlift.
Yeah, good observation there, Alanson. Really getting some bounce and also some pace out of the wicket as well. So they need to watch it a little bit more close and have some more free hands so that the ball doesn't carry to the man at slip.
All right, I think that occasion Prescott just getting carried away with the bounce that he's getting. That one was very short. I think he's fortunate not to have been wide in on that occasion. At the end of over number 2, the score is now 8 without loss.
Yeah, good start here for Barbados, good start here for the Leewards as well. So good competition between bat and ball here at Annisville for the first 2 overs of this West Indies under 19 Rising Stars. 2 days encounter between the Leeward Islands and Barbados. 2 teams who normally produce exceptional players have done that over the years for West Indies. Barbados has produced some exceptional fast bowlers and batters. Leeward Islands the same. So they would love to see their youngsters go through this tournament and producing some good results. Much better than they did in the years before.
Absolutely. So Smith will continue. We have our two umpires, umpire Afron Byam here from St. Vincent and Grenadines, making his regional umpiring debut. He's standing umpire at the moment. This one is full driven, but straight to the man at mid-off. That one just going back to that full length that he had in that first over. And also at square leg, we have umpire Robert Foster in this game.
Singh not really getting his timing there on that delivery. It was pitched up. He seems to be bowling a heavy ball as well. That is Smith. So he has to be very careful with those deliveries that are pitched up. They may just slip through that baton pad and hit those three stumps behind there. Has to be very careful. He's a big man, number 17 on his back. So he's just looking to keep that ball just about on the off stump.
This one again, Joseph plays it out to the man at mid-on. What we have seen so far from Joseph is that he's not making a big front foot movement. He has a pretty short stride. Maybe because he's anticipating a short ball, because maybe that is his technique. But against a bowler like Smith, he has to be very careful with that type of short stride because of what you mentioned before. Smith is getting a little bit of each way movement so far with the new ball. So he has to be very careful there, make sure that he's compact in his stroke play and his defense. This one is a bit quicker, fuller, leaving the batsman. Well watched. He could have essayed a drive at that one, but may have been a very naughty shot so early in the innings.
Good decision to leave that one alone. It was pitched forward outside the off stump. It hit the wicket, took off with more bounce and pace as well. He continues to be full, that is Smith, in comparison to his compatriot Prescott, who hits the deck. He's bowling the ball full, so he has to be very careful, as you say, compact in your defense and be very good at judging deliveries which are on your stumps and those which are outside of your off stump as well.
Again, another lovely delivery from Smith. Wide of the crease, angling in and leaving him off the pitch. That's a very good delivery.
Yes, just on the foot stump there, pitching, as you said, came in and just left him at the last moment. Good judgment on his behalf, and it went into the keeper's glove. And the applause comes from his captain, Seeley, who's at slip, second slip. And the other players around really saying well bowled. So that was an excellent delivery by him there. And they're hoping that he continues to come down that path for them.
I'm going to get back to you, Kenroy. Notice that the first slip is quite wide of the wicket keeper, and the bowler is getting the ball to move away on most deliveries. Do you think that is a wise move? To have that's such a big gap between the keeper and the first slip?
Well, there have to be some sort of discussion between both of them, leaving that gap. Just trying to cover ground basically on the right hand. The keeper would have to do all that work, but who knows? He's taking the ball away from the batter. 3 slips are there. The wicket keeper would have to do the work on his right hand there. So hopefully he knows what he has to do.
That's a wicked delivery there from Smith. That was a beauty. That one.
That pitch just on the off stump bounced and really cut the man in half. That was Singh. And into the keeper's glove to bring over number 3 to an end. An exceptional delivery there by Smith to finish over number 3.
Yes, just to say that the reason why I brought up the point about the slip being so wide is that if he's moving the ball away, the edge is likely to be a thinner edge as opposed to be a thicker one.
Yes.
And it's likely to go finer. Maybe if they want to cover some more space, then they probably could get some more space between the slips as opposed to between the keeper and the first slip. I think that the edge is likely to go between, well, from the keeper to about second, thereabouts, more so than to the third slip because of how he's bowling. Oh my, This one there wided this time. I think that was probably less wide than the first one that he got away with.
It bounced in front of the keeper, making it very difficult for him to get to that delivery. And it was down the leg side. Unfortunately, he couldn't get his glove to it. And it goes into the fence for four byes again there. Goes down to the keeper's name, but no fault of his.
Yes, and you could see the Prescott. It's first time playing at this level. He's a bit raw, as we can see. At times, just falling on the way with his head, so it's pushing it down the leg side. So he needs to try to make sure that his left arm remains in his action for as long as possible to give him that rudder. That case, he did that on that delivery. So he pulled down his left arm, got it to be straight on the stump. But sometimes it's almost because of his height, where he's leaning a bit too much to his left, falling away just a bit and pushing it down the leg side.
Yes, and it could be that he's looking for that extra pace as well. When he does that, his body collapses and his head takes on a different dimension than his body. So he has to be careful, keep his technique intact, and really execute as he's supposed to. That was a pretty good delivery by him there.
This one, it's a lifting delivery outside the off stump. He's getting out of bounce, tall lad. I would say my estimate would be that he's about 6'5". Haven't stood next to him. He's about 80 yards from where I am, 90 yards, but I'd say he's about there or thereabouts. That's a good height for a young man.
Yes, tall lad he is, slimly built. Seems to hit the deck very hard. Runs in from about 15 yards or so.
It's a good delivery. That's well.
Trouble.
Oh, that's trouble here.
Trouble.
Oh my, and a direct hit would have gotten him. Oh my goodness. Smith. That was actually Singh, Davenant Singh. He pushed it into the offside, but it was very, very close to the man at extra cover, and he just took off. And I don't know, there was no response from Joseph, his batting partner, and he still continued down the wicket, and he really was just left hanging and just hoping that the throw would miss.
Well, fortunate for him, the throw missed those 3 stumps there, backed up very well by the man at square leg, and he lived to survive.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a good delivery. Moving in, jogging back there. But in our opinion, doing a bit too much to be out. But he's testing the batsman now. Is Prescott after bowling a few wide-ish deliveries, but he's honing in now on the stumps.
Yes, a good delivery by him. Did a little bit too much when it comes to height. Came back, dragged back at the batter and struck him just above the stumps level, really. A good shout by him, but it did a little bit too much, for my opinion. Not how says the umpire.
And this one coming in a similar delivery, and that's another hesitation.
Trouble again. Oh, my word. Communication.
If that one had struck, he would have been out.
Indeed, he would have been out. Those 2 opportunities go up begging there for the Barbadians. Not taking advantage of those opportunities, they might come back to haunt you a little later on. This game, cricket has a way of turning things on you. 2 really clear opportunities to get these batters out, and missed all 3 stumps.
Yeah, you feel like they had square leg Warrell with the shy.
Oh.
That's a top class delivery there from Prescott. I will say now you're bowling, mate.
Top delivery there by Prescott. Hitting just on the off stump, bounce, drag back into the batter, into the keeper's glove. Had no idea what to do there. And an excellent finish to him, to his over number 4 coming to end. Barbados versus the Leeward Islands here at Annisville. Really good start here to this game. Good fast bowling. Really testing the batters. They are now 14 without loss, Barbados. 14 without loss, Leeward Islands, sorry. The Barbados winning the toss, electing to bowl. And they have done a good job so far. Really good. This is today's encounter between these 2 teams here at Annisville, newly laid pitched.
Smith again. This one comes off the inner portion of the bat. Slight misfield there by Warrior at square leg, gives them a single. You'll be disappointed with that one, as Singh was able to get off the mark, off strike, with that delivery.
There's some good bowling here by these two fast bowlers. Different in contrast. Smith, he pitches the ball up while Prescott hits the deck. Both of them are getting some sideways movement from the new ball and really causing some problems for Joseph and Singh here for the Leeward Islands pretty early in this innings.
Yeah, the two batsmen for the Leewards would definitely want to make sure that they weather the storm. This one is driven. Again, not much of a front foot movement by Joseph, but he gets it in the gap, gets two comfortable runs. But as we observed earlier, that he's not really pressing forward onto that front foot when he's driving. He's more driving with his hands, which can be dangerous against what we have seen so far from Smith. Gets one to just nibble just a bit and move away from him.
Yeah, full delivery there by Smith. He came on his front foot, as you said, not fully forward, but get in the middle of the bat, stroking it through covers, picking up 2 runs. And 2 runs to the Leeward Islands. That takes them up now to 17 without loss in over number 5. Good start to this today's encounter between these two teams here at Arnisville.
This one is shorter by Smith, saying, I'm not going to give you 2 drives in a row.
Well, he just remind him that his name is fast and he's a bowler. You understand? And there's in the middle of the wicket, there's moisture in it. So I'm telling you, don't come on the front foot too early. I still have something in my armory.
Joseph, another very popular name in Leeward Islands cricket over the years.
A name that is synonymous to cricket.
Yes, absolutely. Dave Joseph,
Sylvester
Bouncing Joseph, Sylvester Joseph.
Yeah.
That's another good delivery. And what we see also from Joseph, those deliveries that are leaving him, he doesn't have a back and across movement. And to the ball that is lifting and moving away from you. That is something that can get you in a better position to get behind that delivery, as opposed to or getting closer to the line of it, as opposed to having to stretch with your hands.
Well, what he does, he just picks up the line and pulls his bat over and it passes through. Stumps are still a lot amount exposed, as you said. That's not a big movement outside off stumps, so he doesn't cover his stumps fully. So he has to be careful with that delivery dragging back. But there's some bounce in the wicket, so he's probably just judging that as well.
This is a nice looking shot here by Joseph. It will go challenge the boundary. He needs to run. I don't know why he's jogging. He really gave up an extra run there. He really should have been running for that one.
Well, he felt it in the middle, thought it would have been 4, but the overnight rain and so on this outfield, he wouldn't have the ball tearing off the outfield and running into the fence. It would be a little bit slow. So he would be advised to run his runs until that ball crosses that white rope that is called the boundary. As you said, he gave up an extra run there, and 1 run could be very vital in this today encounter between these two teams. Keenly contested games. You know, these little mistakes could come back to haunt you. You know, run the first one hard, look for the others. Don't forget that.
It's a good full delivery there, testing him. Decided to leave. So far he seems to know where his off stump is, Joseph. At the end of the over, it's 19 without loss. After 5 overs, Leeward Islands under 19 at the crease.
Yeah, good 5 overs here at Arnisville between these two teams. Good battle between bat and ball here at Arnisville. The wicket is really nice. It has bounce, it has pace. The batters just adjusting themselves, need some time on this wicket. They have to be very careful. The two fast bowlers hitting good errors now and again, straying down the leg side, that wide delivery outside the awesome. But a good contest between bat and ball so far between these two teams.
Definitely. And we'll have so far the impressive Prescott continuing. He did score 50 in the first game as well.
Prescott.
Yes, at number 10.
Wow. Have some good all-round ability then.
It's a good delivery. That one just on the off stump. And so he seems to be settling a bit now into his work.
Yes, that's a good delivery on the off stump on the fourth stump. The coaches would love to see that on a regular basis, hitting that area, that uncertain area for the batters, whether to play or whether to leave. And with his height and the bounce he's extracting from the wicket, he could cause some trouble here for these batters. They're not too comfortable with him on that line.
Well, what we've seen so far is that there's a bit of a difference in the technique of the two opening batsmen.
Yes.
I mentioned that Joseph doesn't really make that back and across move, but we have seen that repeatedly from Singh. Even that, not that last delivery, but the one before that he defended off the back foot. His back foot was on a off stump, so he made that movement across, got right in behind the delivery, and played it comfortably.
Yes, different techniques, different approach, different styles. Works for the individuals.
So when he leaves that one alone outside the off stump, so he's finding a good line and a good length after some challenges in his initial deliveries.
Well, we know the Leeward Islands batters are flamboyant. Some flamboyance with them. We have not seen that from any of these batters so far. They have been very patient. They have been picking their deliveries when the ball is in the air. They play their shot. They're not looking to overcompensate. But they are doing a pretty good job here early in the innings.
This one is down the leg side again, taken by Morris on this occasion. And he just might be breathing a sigh of relief there. Morris, the wicketkeeper.
Well, he got that one into his glove. Fortunately for him, he would not go as 4 byes again. So he moved across, took it on the leg side. This time had some bounce and pace on it. And a good take by him, wicketkeeper Morris. Seeing the number 5, that's Joshua Dawn. I think this is what his 3rd tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
At least,
yeah,
for sure. Not less than that, for sure. Son is wide again down the leg side, so just seemed to have lost either his left arm or his wrist position there. Those couple deliveries, things that he could work on. Of course, these are young bowlers, young players, and these are things that you want those who would work with them in the future to get them to improve on, because he does have a lot of positive attributes about him as a bowler.
Yeah, those are the things that you would see coming out when you are put to the test. Really, your technique, the way you execute, and so on, and that has been shown here.
That's another good delivery. So he's getting that ball to jog back into the batsman, causing some discomfort there for Singh. And that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, the score is now 19 without loss.
Yeah, 19 good runs here scored by these batters. Yeah, about 8 extra runs down the leg side byes. Unfortunately, strayed from the fast bowlers. But something that we're noticing here, Alan, so is that every last delivery is an exceptional delivery from the fast bowlers. So far, it has cut the batsman in two. It has caused the batsman some problems. Each bowler, every last delivery in every over have been an exceptional delivery from these fast bowlers.
Yes, indeed. And you mentioned something about the batsmanship from the Leeward Islands. They tend to have some belligerent batsmen, but I think that you will see more of that at number 3 and 4 from Palmer and Jewel Andrew, 2 aggressive batsmen.
Well, you would know them better than I would. Saw them before, but some good, as I said, good contest between these bat and ball here at Arnisville, Barbados and the Leeward Islands.
This one, a lot of movement, but starting a little bit too wide on that occasion from Smith. He'd want to get those deliveries with his angle coming in to pitch just on or just outside off stump, and they will be a big challenge for both batsmen.
Yes, I agree with you there. Just getting a little closer to that off stump, and he's getting that away movement really 3 slips in place. There's a gully, there's an extra cover, and there's a square cover as well. There's a man at square leg, a fine leg, and the mid-on. So that tells you that the bowler should be aiming for just off stump, just outside off stump, 4th stump area, based on the field set.
So one is left outside the off stump. A bit of outward movement again by Smith. So he's maintaining that approach. 6-3 field.
So he started rather full. He continues to be full. Just a little bit too wide with the new ball. He needs to challenge the bat a little bit more. Cause Joseph and Singh to play after those deliveries, bringing the slip into play. And maybe he could get some positive results if he gets a little bit closer to that off stump with that a little away movement that he's getting with the new ball.
This one leaves it alone, flirting with just a little bit, but he's maintaining that line outside the off stump. Unlike what we're seeing from Prescott, he has been able to maintain that by and large. Maybe just one delivery down the leg side when he went short.
Yes, his level of consistency is pretty good. That is something I was going to mention prior. As you get a little bit older, your consistency becomes better, your line and length becomes better, you understand your craft a little bit better. So we've seen the difference in the bowlers here, that is Smith and Prescott. Smith is more consistently bowling, but he's just too far outside the off stump, while Prescott strays here and there.
This one again, just a little too far outside the off stump, left alone by the young batsman there, Brent Joseph.
I think that Smith should come just a little bit closer to the umpire there. He's bowling a little wide off the crease, and the ball continues to go further to the slips. I think he should come just a little bit closer to that stump and see what happens for him here, and that would give him a better angle bowling to Joseph.
Agreed. Maybe he's one of those bowlers who are not comfortable doing that because he probably doesn't feel that he gets off the pitch quickly enough in his follow through. Because I know that's one reason why some bowlers tend to stay a bit wider to avoid being warned. That's a good line. Nice shot there from Joseph. Looks a bit disappointed that he didn't find the gap. It's a nice looking drive.
He looks rather comfortable on the front foot, Joseph, when the ball is pitched up to him. The only problem is there, that little away movement could cause him some problems if the ball is pitched in the area and he doesn't get out and cover that front foot delivery, that delivery that goes away. It may carry to the slips. But he looks rather comfortable driving the ball through the offside. So probably one of his favorite shots.
It's a very good delivery there from Smith. And well played by Joseph. So that's good cricket from both the bowler and the batsman. And he kept that one out. That's the end of over number 7. And the score is 19 without loss here at the Hardingsville playing field. As I will have some comments just to wrap up the stint here from Kenroy Martin.
Well, a good start here between these two teams at Hardingsville playing field between bat and ball, as mentioned before. 7 overs have been bowled and really good competition between these two teams. Good start. We haven't seen any flamboyance from the batters, and we have seen some good consistent bowling from Smith and some inconsistency from his Prescott, but a good competition, a good contest between bat and ball here as I take my leave and welcome the one and only Keswick Williams.
So it's another good delivery there from Prescott, defended off the back foot by Singh, Devon and Singh. Prescott continues to impress as we welcome Keswick to the commentary box. Good morning to you, Keswick.
Good morning to you, Alanson. Really nice sunshine today. Hoping the rain stay away and we can get a full day of cricket. Pretty sure you'd want to see that as well.
Firmly agree with you. This one, not timed as he would have wanted to. It was there for the shot, but I think he's probably just thinking about that shorter delivery that he has received, especially the one that has jagged back. And he didn't really commit on the front foot on that occasion. 3 slips on a gully, a man at cover. There's a man at mid-off, shortish mid-off. There's a mid-on, there's a backward square leg. It's a bit deepish. And a fine leg. Turns this one straight to the man at backward square leg, Worrell. And it's a no ball. So, infringing on that front line, Prescott. So he drives, but doesn't time it again. Straight to the man at mid-on. Wasn't a half volley. He was trying to drive in that one a little bit on the up.
I must say I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing this morning from both opening seamers from the Barbados team. They're showing a lot more consistency than what we saw in the last game here. Lines, lengths are good. Seaming around the ball as well, so this is something that is really good. Prescott is doing a fine job. Just 20 without loss of 7 overs, and I don't think we'll see both bowlers.
That's a wicked delivery. Yorker flows him. Well, that's a very good delivery there from Prescott. Just changing his length a little bit. He has been on the shorter side and also just back of a length, but surprising seeing there with that Yorker delivery.
Yeah, this is something that is always good for a fast bowler who have a really good Yorker. That one swung as well. Yes. So this is something that I'm pretty sure that the captain would love. They're not really scoring. And I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing here, Alanson. This is something that we wanted to see in the last game. Now we are seeing it. We have seen good cricket from both teams, I must admit.
Driven, but right back to the bowler who does the feeling of his own bowling.
He reminds me a little bit of Shamar Holder when he's at the delivery stage. Still think he needs to probably hold that front arm a little bit, but with time this will come. But the asset that he has is that he moves the ball, and this is something that you want from these youngsters.
This one is outside the off stump. It's the end of over number 8, 20 without loss, and both sides in the opening bouts here just giving a jab or 2, and both teams I think will be satisfied with the start so far. 20 without loss. Bowling well are the Barbados seamers, but also the Leeward Islands will be pleased that they have not yet lost a wicket, and both openers are really fighting it out there. We're going to have a change in bowling. Captain Nathan Seeley, who loves to bowl at Arnersville, is bringing himself on in the 9th over. Quickly on to the bowling mark. Seeley Maybe should have given, I don't know what's the state with Smith, but I don't, maybe could have given him a few more overs. So Sealy coming on quite early. He's going to have a short leg, a man at slip. Guy just backward of point, cover point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket, and a man at deep square leg.
Are you surprised by any means here that skipper Sealy brought himself on? I mean, bowling spin in the ninth over. The last game we were here, Leewards versus Jamaica, we saw a change of bowling from the Jamaica's captain Barnes, and he brought on Michael Clark, who basically is a medium bowler, but then at the other end he immediately brought on Redwood, who is a leg spinner. So Redwood came on the 11th or so over, but now we're seeing Barbados, who's basically better in terms of their seamers today, and they brought on a spinner in the ninth over. Are you surprised by it?
I'm not surprised because of what Sealy has done in past games here and returning as skipper. That's what I've seen from him. But I won't say that I'm pleased by the move. Quick single here. Slight misfield, but they're able to get through in the end. And single taken comfortably in the end on that occasion.
A bit better with their running. You see that in the early stage of the game when they could have gotten a 3 straight down the run. They decided to take 2, but that's a lot better now. And this is what you want from these youngsters, to be able to call running the first one hard, put feelers under pressure. But as you mentioned, it's not something that I agree with. And if your seamers isn't doing well,
you would understand.
You would understand that.
But they both have been bowling well.
They both have been bowling well. They're seaming the ball around. They're hitting good areas. The batters aren't really scoring. So you would want your seamers to at least get 5 overs each with the new ball. I fully understand that he's a wicket taker, but then you need to get your seamers into the game. 3 and 4 overs would not, do justice, I think. And they're doing well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't necessarily agree with it because they were bowling well. If it was that they were all over the shop and they were not threatening the batsmen, then I could have understood. But they would have other ideas. We'll see how things work out. Singh there coming forward looks to have a good technique. Got young Singh. At the end of over number 9, it's now 21 without loss in the Leeward Islands. Prescott will continue from the backward end.
Kind of hoping that it was a change of ends. That's why I didn't really go too deep, but Prescott is still coming at from the backway end. Backway looking a little bit hazy today. Alan?
Sahara dust is around.
Sahara dust?
Yeah.
I was getting a little bit scared there.
This one he's looking to pull. It's a naughty shot. He should be out. And he goes. That's a very poor shot there from Joseph. The ball was very wide off stump and really would have done better if attacking that delivery to play a cut shot.
I tell you what, it's a poor shot, yes. But the fact that Prescott was hitting the area consistently and he just tried to do something different and not showing enough patience there. Brent Joseph, he's gone.
Yeah, he was looking to pull that one. Really, may have been better served to cut the delivery. And if that was the plan from the Barbados team and the Barbados bowling, then it was well executed to get that one wide of off stump. So he'd have to tug it around.
Yeah, because he was consistently hitting that line and length just around the line of off stump, moving it back into to both batters here for the Leeward Islands. And then decide to go short outside the line of the fourth stump. Couldn't do much with it. It got big on him. Could only meet the man there at silly mid-on. First wicket for Barbados. And it's the same seamer again.
Of course. So Prescott in the wickets early. Brent Joseph is replaced by the imposing figure of Michael Palmer. Returning, maybe I think for his probably his third or fourth edition of the CWI Rising Stars under 19 competition. Was in the opening position previously, opening with Malik Walsh in the last edition, but they have given the youngsters the opportunity to open in their first edition, and he has gone down to that pivotal number 3 spot. They will be asking a lot of him here because Prescott is in the midst of a good spell. Short leg now comes in place as well.
Immediately back on target. Something that we have seen for, well, all morning.
Yeah, that one straight. Mid on leg line. He does have now a 5-4 feel, so can feel a bit more comfortable bowling as straight as possible. But you don't want to definitely challenge his stumps as well to the new batsman. Still 2 slips on a gully in place as well. Drive, but a bit slow in his footwork there, Palmer. Just coming to the crease, getting the inner portion of the bat. Feet not quite moving as freely as yet. So there's another good delivery. Punchy looking drive from Palmer. Strong bottom hand in that shot. 21 for 1 in over number 10. Dario Prescott 1 for 8 in his 5th over. Bowling an impressive spell here. Incisive as well so far. Not a good Yorker from him. We saw that from him in his previous over. So looking to make further inroads. I like the look of this young man so far, Kesrick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's moving the ball. He's consistently hitting that line and length. Actually, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine in Barbados last night. We had a conversation for about half an hour or so, and he was telling me about Prescott. I said, listen, look at this youngster. He's tall. He has everything to become a fast bowler. He moves the ball. He bowls a good York, and I'm seeing that now. So he wasn't lying at all.
That's a short delivery. It's pulling straight to the man at deep backward square. And that's another wicket for Prescott. He's continuing to take wickets here. Palmer probably looking for something a little fuller based on what he has been exposed to so far. Tested there with the short delivery. Going after it, but not timing it well. And he was caught there by, it looks like, Sorav Wawil on the backward square leg boundary.
Listen, you have to like what you just saw there, because immediately it was a setup. As soon as Palmer came to the wicket, there was a short leg introduced and a deep square leg immediately. And most of his deliveries were on top the line of our stump, and then one delivery, a bumper, straight down to the guy at deep square leg. Really well done. Good plans. And this is what you want to see from these youngsters. Planning and executing these plans. Well done to Barbados. They have picked up their 2nd wicket.
Yes, and I thought that the captain, Andrew, would have been walking to the crease, but it seems like it would be Tianik Honori Tianik Honore comes out at number 4 for the Leeward Islands. And that's another big wicket there, important scalp being picked up by Jatario Prescott. And that's the end of over number 10 as well. And it's 21 for 2. So 2 quick wickets here by Prescott in that previous over. I mean, they have just rocked back the Leeward Islands, who would have been pleased with their start. Captain Seeley going to be continuing with his left arm orthodox spin. And he'll be bowling to Singh. Very full delivery, wide, tempter. Looking to have him play and stretch to drive that one. But not lured into that one was Singh. Not a full delivery, almost back to the bowler. He was looking to play a naughty shot there. He was looking to turn that one through mid-wicket instead of going with the spin. Through the offside.
This is something that I've expected from the Barbados team. I think out of all the Caribbean countries, Barbados probably play the most cricket. I've played cricket there in Barbados as well, and the level of cricket in Barbados is really good. And these youngsters, they're always around the test players in Barbados, so they will learn a lot from them. So you can see the plans and the fact that they're executing their plans is something that is really commendable.
And what you've seen so far, I can mention this now. Generally at the under 19 level, decision making is highly coach focused. But one thing I could tell you based on what we're seeing from Seeley is that he is the captain of the team.
And that's what you want. That's what you want from your skipper, understanding the game, especially at this level. If they can understand the game here, making that transition to the West Indies Academy or West Indies A team would be a lot easier. And then from there, making that transition into international cricket. And that's what you want, especially from these sort of tournaments. But it's the end of the over, another good over. It's 21 for 2.
Yeah, that would be the role that Seeley would want to play for the time being. While the ball is new, just to build up some pressure while the fast bowlers take wickets at the other end. And once the ball becomes a little bit older, then he will get into his own in terms of wicket taking as well. So another over will be bowled here by Prescott. Of course, you can't get the ball from him now after he has just taken 2 wickets. So I don't think any captain will be in the right mind to ask him to take a rest at this point. So he's coming back for his 6th over. Jatario Prescott, 2 for 8 so far in his 5. He has dismissed both batsmen. Brent Joseph, the opener, Michael Palmer, who came in at number 3. He'll be bowling now to Tianik Honore. This one is whipping it off the pad. Quick single, but they should be comfortable in the end. They're young, they're fast. And so Honore is off the mark. But that one was threatening the stumps again. Just having a little conversation with umpire Foster is Prescott. He has bowled no ball so far. He's just probably asking him, where am I on that front crease? So Singh up on his toes defends that one. As we mentioned, he has a slightly different technique from what we saw from Joseph. He does get back on a cross and tries to get behind the line of the delivery. Played that one well with the short leg under his nose.
What I actually like about Prescott is his approach to the crease. Really nice, tall, strong action. Looks a little bit like Shamar Holder out of Barbados. The only thing that I think he can probably, get better is his release point. Looks to me a little bit like he's coming along the side of the ball, which is going to help him really in terms of moving the ball inward. So that will help him, but he wants to control that race. He wants to be in control of that.
So he's punching backward of square on the offside. They should have time for two, as Motaro does the fielding. Throw comes in from Smith. So 2 more runs to Honore, who is more of an attacking batsman than Singh. So once he's there, he will try to get the scoreboard moving along. But I'm sure that would be an opportunity for taking another wicket for Prescott.
Just at release point here, he's somewhat like running down the side of the ball, which is going to always get it to come back into the right-hander. No problem with that, but you want him to control it. You want him to be able to outswing the ball, but with him running down the side of the ball, more often than not, the ball will come into the right-hander. So if he can keep that wrist a little stronger behind the ball, then he can get some outward movement.
It's another very good over there from Prescott. It's 25 for 2 after 12. Prescott has 2 for 12. He has dismissed both batsmen so far. Seeley will continue. This one is driven uppishly and he's caught. Oh my, that was a naughty shot there from Singh. Driving straight to the man at extra cover, who took it comfortably right in his midriff. And he really has just given it away. After being there, doing all the hard work, he'll be extremely disappointed with that, with young Singh. And Devanan Singh, he has been dismissed now for only 4. And he faced all of 4 deliveries for those 4 runs. And really could have, just continued to fight that fight, as we might say. And the skipper, Andrew, now is coming to the crease to replace Devanan Singh. At this point, with the dismissal, we'll take a short drinks break, and after this, we'll be back with live action for you.
So good morning, welcome back to the Ansville playing field where we have the Leewards Island. They're taking on Barbados, and what's supposed to be set for a poise day. The Barbados cricket team really making some inroads here at the Ansville playing field into the Leeward Island batting. Just before the drinks break, they got the wicket, and that Nathan Sealy bowled there, and the Leeward Islands, well, they need some rebuilding at this time as a new batsman, Joel Andrew, comes to the crease to do battle. And say good morning to the people of the Leeward Islands. Just got a new West Indies player who played for St. Kitts, first Kittian to come out of St. Kitts to play for the West Indies. So we have bright prospects here for St. Kitts. And Barbados now really with their flying fish being their iconic thing, as really showing some momentum here. And Andrew really battled a long time for the Leewards. Is really showing some forward strides here. But Nathan Sealy brought himself on just a couple of overs ago, and he's now proven left arm orthodox spinner, really showing why he brought himself on to the attack way, as the fellow commentators commented earlier on in the previous game with the Windwards. We saw the Jamaican Redwood came on, and he was able to get 6 of the Windward Island scalps, and he did very well in that game. But now it is Barbados now who is showing that there is still some porches in the track. It's a different track this time though. But this one is closely cut, but can't pass the man at backward point. And a good Sunday morning here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Not the calm, not the brightest of days you will get here, because in the backdrop we notice that Grenadine island of Bequia is a bit hazy, as there is some Saharan dust. There's Joel Andrew, and he is a senior player for the Leeward Island team, well, one of the youngest of the Leeward Island players for the senior men team. So he will look to do a lot of rebuilding, and that's why he was placed in the middle order, Mr. Williams, Joel Andrew.
Well, he definitely is one of those players that we're looking at in terms of scoring runs in this tournament. We know what he can do. He usually show that as well. So he's one of those players that will be looking at to probably rebuild this innings here for the Leeward Islands. But Smith is back. Looks like the little Joel Garner.
Yeah, and he's now changing the end in which Prescott was operating from, and that we're not seeing that breeze today, but something about Prescott work it from that end, that Grenadine end. But there's that still breeze that is blowing across the ground here. So let's see how he will operate from this end. Yeah, and you were commenting, Williams, on the bowling action of Prescott. And you did very well. You did justice to his action, and it will be interesting to see him operating to a left-hand batsman, to see how he will naturally get the angle across the batsman, and on a breezy day, you will have to have 2-3 slips for him to a left-hand batsman, but to that right hand, there will be a constant down the leg side angle. How do you believe that he should operate where conditions are more windy?
That's according to the ground that he's playing at, especially where the wind is blowing from. If it's blowing in a direction where he actually bring the ball in and the wind is going across, he still wouldn't have a problem because he naturally brings the ball in. But if the wind is blowing probably away from a right-hander, that will help him to kind of shape the ball away or hold its line because he naturally brings back the ball. To a left-hander now, that's where he would get some problem. That means he cannot really shape it back. He will just go away from the left-hander all the time.
So Smith really getting a good start to this over from that Grenadine end.
Because it's something that I usually see from left-arm bowlers coming from over the wicket to a right-hander. They tend to take it away all the time, but to bring it back, it seems a bit difficult. But as soon as a left-hand batter go at the top, they take it away from a left-hand batter. And it's literally the same way of movement, the seam movement, but it's just always harder to bring it back to the right-hander from over the wicket for a left-hander. And left-hander that can do that, like the Faruqi, the Trent Bolt, and those guys, you see how much success, the Starks, you see how much success they get over their career, coming from over the wicket, going into a right-hander that they can seam it back into a right-hander. You see the success that they have gained over the years playing cricket. And there are players that is wanted around the world. As long as you can seam it back into or swing it back into a right-hander from over the wicket for a left-hand seamer, you're doing well.
So the middle order now for the Leeward Islands has been openly exposed. As a coach, what will be the message now to rebuild this innings? Well, rebuilding will be important, but what would you say to the batsman at the crease there? Lunch, after lunch?
Well, you have someone like your stalwart at the crease in Joel Andrews, so you'd want him to get to lunch and then assess conditions and see where they're at, and then he could start to do what he usually do probably in the second session. You don't want him to do anything rash now. We're edging closer to lunch, probably about 45 minutes or so to lunch. You'd want him to get through this period so that after lunch he can come out, assess conditions, and then pile up some runs for his team. He is the main man. That's the reason why he's in the middle. That's the end of another over here. It's 25 for 3.
As we see, this one played very late. It's Nathan Joel Andrew. He, Keswick, as a cricketer who've played on the international scale, sometimes you have to read the ball naturally from the batsman's hand. You have to read it from off the track. Is there anything that a coach will tell you as to how to, because they are mystery spinners, as we used to say. I'm not too sure if they are still mysteries, but what do you do as a batsman? Do you read off the track, or is there mystery?
I tell you what, you're asking the wrong person that question. I'm usually with ball in hand. And listen, when you can't read, just sweep.
Sweep.
When you can't pick it, sweep it.
Okay.
That's what my coach used to tell me. Because when you're batting against the Sunil Narayans, the Rashid Khan, sometimes you hear it before you see it.
Right. But this is just conventional leg break bowling. He's bowling. He's bowling off spin, which would be a leg break to the right hander.
I'll give you a story though. I was playing for Talawan. I was batting with Sangakkara, the legendary Sangakkara. Probably give you that in the next over. But it's the end of another over. It's 25 for 3. I think I can give you that story now. So I was batting with Kumar Sangakkara and Sohail Tanvir was bowling. He was playing for Guyana at the time. And it was 1 over left in the innings. And Sangakkara walked down to me and tell me every single delivery that Sohail Tanvir is going to bowl. And he did exactly that. And the shot that he said he's going to play, he did exactly that. He said, listen, he's going to come now because he bowled a slow ball, 2 slow balls couple deliveries ago. He's not going to bowl another one now. He's going to go Yorker, and I'm going to ramp him down to fine leg for 4. Exactly that. He said, okay, he's going to come wide the next delivery. I'm going to walk across, and I'm going to hit him straight down the ground for 6. He did exactly that. And that just shows
So taking the inner portion of the bat, squat it down to fine leg. So that comes with experience.
It comes with experience. I can remember another time we were having a meeting, and everybody was having problem batting Sunil Narayan. And the guy summarized it so simple. He said, listen, when he's going to bowl the Duzra, he fixed the ball in his hands. But when he's bowling the normal off break, he doesn't fix it. He just walks up with it in his hands, just like that. Simple as that.
Interesting.
Simple as that. And it comes with experience, understanding players and looking at their every move. So I guess Kumar Sangakkara plays so many years with Sohail Tanvir. Obviously, he will know whenever he's looking to bowl a slow ball, a Yorker, a length, or whatever. I don't know how he knows. I don't know. Because you're asking the wrong guy that when it comes to batting. If you ask me how to bowl the slow balls and the cutters and the Yorkers and the bumpers, then I'll say I have a thing or two to say. I'm not the best, but I have a thing or two to say.
Well, Smith now really comfortable from this Grenadine end, as we say good morning to the people of Barbados. I know you have a lot of people in Barbados, Kesrick. You frequent to Barbados. Just must say good morning to Liz Hoyt, a very good friend of mine, police officer, and she's watching from Barbados. But you would have been very comfortable with the Barbados team. You have gelled with some of these young men. What bring picking questions? What are some of the questions they will be asking you as an experienced player?
Being around these youngsters it's not about you asking them questions. The truth is that they ask you more questions than anything else, and that's a good delivery again from Smith, operating around the lines of the off stump. But I'm very impressed with one youngster on this Barbados team. And he'll talk your ears off with questions, and that is something that I actually like. It's Achilles Brown. He asks so much question. He wants to improve so much that he will sit and ask questions all the time, and all to improve himself. And that is really commendable of him. I mean, last year he was in the US playing with Fort Lauderdale Lions for the minor league. Not a short delivery outside the line of the off stump. Joel Andrews going at that one. Still haven't scored as yet. Still haven't gotten off the mark as yet. But yeah, this is what you want from these youngsters, especially Zashan Matara. Had a conversation with his father. He picked up 7 wickets in a first-class game in Jamaica against Jamaica. I think that's early this year. I was there doing some commentary, and I was very impressed with his lines and lengths and the reps that he put on the ball. And these are the sort of youngsters you want around. Youngsters who are willing to learn, open up for information. This is what you want from these young players, the rising stars.
So Andrews after 14 deliveries, after now off the mark. So I like the approach that the captain for the Barbados team, Nathan Seeley, is taking. He have not looked to exploit the field. He have kept his slips in, and he's have more of a defensive field, putting that added pressure onto the Leeward Island batsmen, and with his bowlers, his fast bowlers, really picking up the wickets here and there. It is still good thinking.
Yeah, they're doing a fine job, and I'm very impressed with what they're doing in terms of their line and their consistency. Something that we were really looking for in that Windies Jamaica game couple days ago.
Or maybe it's because of first game. Let's not be too mean. Because this team would have played an other playing field side here, so they would have already picked up their areas of slacks. And coming into this game, as the end over comes to an end, over number 16, it's 27 for free.
Something that we're trying to breed in the Caribbean are fast bowlers. Gone are the days when you had really good fast bowlers in the West Indies. And we could have pinpointed every single island, and you could have gone to every island in the Caribbean, and you could have find a tearaway fast bowler. From the Joel Garner days, the Andy Roberts days, the Winston Davis out of Windwards, the Colin Craft out of Guyana. Trying to steal a quick one there, but no run.
Well, I don't think that should be an option.
But yeah, every single country back in the day had a tearaway fast bowler that you could have count on. The Ian Allen, the Nixon McLean from St. Vincent, the Hungry Walsh from I think he's from Leeward Islands. So I know a little bit of history. I did some commentary with Passat out of Guyana in Trinidad, and
massive heave, and this one is a welcome boundary here by Andrew. Just after he have cleared his mark of a single, he now gets a boundary for the welcome boundary for the Leeward Islands.
I didn't really timed it well. I got enough on it.
Most of the inner portion of the bat with because they were spinning away from him.
Really just
able to sweep, as you said, bring out the sweep.
Yeah, really just bisect the man at short mid wicket and mid on there. But yeah, I've learned a lot doing commentary with Passat from Guyana in Trinidad. Every time Aaron comes, I call him the historian, because he's packed with so much knowledge. Because he has been around for a long time. That's well played. Normally, you don't see a young player cut the ball and go into the ball like that. Would it get to the boundary? Yes, it did. Got enough legs. Normally, you will see youngsters cut the ball, but they pull away from the ball. He stayed there and go into the shot. That's what you want to see.
That
good technique.
Transition of weight goes forward, and importantly, that also because the outfield is a bit damp from overnight showers, and that would have slowed down the quality of that shot.
He's one of those players I have to say there if the Leeward Island want to get to a good total, because I'm pretty sure that they want to get to a proper total and play some good cricket, and Joel Andrews is the man to do that. But it's the end of the over. It's 35 for 3. I was having a conversation with someone from CWI. Yes, this is 2 days cricket, but what I'm happy for is what they want to achieve out of this today. At the end of the day, what they're not really looking for is teams looking for a win all the time. What they're looking for is them to play that brand of cricket that brand of 4-day cricket, that brand of 3-day cricket in this 2-day format. So if one team can bat for the entire day and show that, listen, we have temperament, we understand the game, that's what they want instead of teams looking to win. Remember, this tournament was supposed to be a 3-day tournament, but because of the weather that we had here in St. Vincent a couple of weeks ago, Hurricane Beryl.
Were you affected, Mr. Williams, by Beryl?
I wasn't affected, but I have a few family members in the Grenadines that was
Solidarity.
affected badly. But we are standing strong here in St. Vincent. I always say one thing, and I heard Nixon McLean mention it in an interview as well, and it is so true. 2 things that bring Vincentian together, you can count on it. It's cricket and a disaster.
Interesting. What about funerals?
Oh, I tell you what.
There's a lot of people gather at a funeral.
I tell you what.
Yeah.
You always meet your old auntie at a funeral or your old uncle.
Vincentian love a funeral.
It's a sad time, but I can tell you what. You would always meet that old uncle at a funeral or that old auntie
who give you some generational background.
Definitely.
Don't make cricketers. They will give you history on cricket.
Definitely.
Yes. As Smith is really doing well from this since he came back. He have not given more than 3 runs from this end. When he started at end, he was just 6 runs, and then now he's none for 9. Much better control with that gentle breeze that is blowing in his back. He's approaching very well.
And that's what you want. You don't want them to get bored. You want them to maintain that good line and length that will bring them success. So far, so good from Smith. That's Ranika Smith out of Barbados. Still waiting to see Zashan Mutara operate.
A top edge eluding the first slip fielder coming down to us here into the boundary. A welcome 4, but well, you can see just a little scare a while ago there with that delivery.
Yeah, a quick one from Smith. Really good bumper. Could only find the edge to top edge of. Top edge of bat of Yannick. Yannick. Henry.
So this one is a bit offline. One of the rare deliveries you'll find there from Smith in this spell.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's really good. If you're gonna say it's rare, this is something that we want to hear. When a delivery is being bowled, it's a rare delivery, which means that they're on target, which means that they're doing well.
Yeah, something of interest and observation. The wicket keeper for the Barbados team is carrying some dreadlock. Is it a style now that is coming into cricket, Mr. Williams? Not a lot of cricketers you would have seen with dreadlock, as we would call it here in the Caribbean.
I remember 2 cricketers worldwide that used to have a bit of dreadlocks. I think he's from South Africa, and another one from, I think it was from Kenya. I can't remember the name.
But interestingly, the wicket keeper is a Morris, Joshua Morris.
Connections there, Morris?
No. I don't believe.
I know you're a man that's well traveled, so I know you have family all over the place.
But I could remember Andrew Simon out of Australia. He started some dreadlock They never really got far.
Never. I can tell you that.
And,
I think it was a half and half.
yeah. We are now seeing Chris Gill in the legend game now carrying long dreadlock as the over comes to an end. It's 41 for 3 after 18 overs here at the Arnoldville playing field.
But what a player he was, though, Andrew Simons. What a player he was. I mean,
Exceptional
really
player.
exceptional player. God rest his soul. Fine player.
Also, we're now seeing right out of Barbados, Kyle Mayers. He's carrying some dreadlock as well.
I think that one is more of a fashion.
Yeah.
It's more of a fashion statement from Kyle. Dapper Mears, that is.
But even in local cricket here in St. Vincent, I remember there's a player, Reginald Jeffrey. He has very long, and he started out as a pace bowler, and I don't know if it is because of the length of the locks he now reduced to a medium pace bowler.
I think he's getting held back.
Yeah.
That one is more of a culture.
So
But a lot of guys use it now as a fashion statement, I would say.
been a message there by the wicket keeper, just giving the bowler some encouragement somewhat as to don't give up, don't be impatient, don't lose that line. Good stroke. And what I like about this batsman, Honorary, he had loose deliveries he could have put away, but it appears the message to him is to occupy that crease, and that is what you're doing. He's doing there. He's presenting that full face of the bat at the point of connection, where we've seen batsmen would have played across the line or trying to flick against the spin. We have not really seen. Oh, this one is that one ricocheted into the shot, like
Pretty
feeler there.
hope he's good.
Yeah, the concussion
That
protocol.
feeler there is that Achilles Brown. Have to go to that.
Right into that helmet there, into his face area.
I think he's good, but still have to run through
Concussions.
the protocol. Physio from Barbados running out and that one kept low as well. Looks like he's okay, but
Yeah,
still
just
have to
on
go
the
through
face, just on the
brim of the helmet.
brim of the helmet. He reacted very well, and as we see, the protocols have been done there. What are some of the questions the physio would ask out there, for the viewers?
I've never really got hit on my helmet, but I'm pretty sure they would ask if you're doing okay. They'll ask you 2 questions, not back to back. They ask questions, but they ask it twice to make sure that you're answering it the same way. Probably ask how much fingers you're holding up. Some physios try to trick you. They put up 2 and then they chop another one to make sure that your thought process is clear.
And do you give the umpire declare that he's okay? Or
Yeah, you do give the umpire declare that he's okay, and umpires say, okay, he's fine, let's move on, let's play. But I've never really got hit in my helmet, Morris.
Right.
Probably hit a few guys on the helmet.
I think this is one of the better things that have been introduced into the game with the concussion protocol. Yeah, some will argue it slows down the game, but for the safety of the players, it is very pivotal that you check, because a lot of players has to deal with a lot of different issues, mental issues, and as we have cricket continuing here, Honorary and Andrew, continuing battle here. 9 apiece from 21-22 deliveries respectively. And they're really trying to rebuild this innings from 25 for 3. They are now 41 for 3. Some 16 runs partnership. They're doing very well so far. Shot selection is okay. Now, we are seeing the ball keeping a bit low now. I'm not sure if the wicket would have dried out. It's already an hour and a half into The day's play just over an hour and a half, and it has been exposed to the sun. So we're seeing that low nature just from that area there. So they would want to do a lot. After the 19th over, the Leeward Islands here 41 for 3. 41 for 3. We made mention of the Barbados, Keswick. What is the best place in Barbados you like to stay? I know you toured the island comprehensively, but you would have been comfortable in an area.
I really,
Don't upset the people of St. Michael's.
I mean, I love St. Michael's, but I prefer. I don't know. Like there's so much place in Barbados that I like.
Yeah, but you have to. There's something that stands out. Or you don't want to upset anyone.
It's not about upsetting anyone. It's me being honest. I
Okay.
like everywhere in Barbados equally the same. But if I have to choose somewhere, it would have to be Oyston
Oh, on a Friday night.
on a Friday night. The fish fest there. It has to be Oyston.
Okay. Well,
But we have been waiting for a while for this, and Saxon Matares with ball in hand.
so Smith now takes a rest and introduces Zashon.
Played for CCC in the Regional 40 tournament. Gained a bit of success early success, I would say, in the Regional 40 tournament against Jamaica. His approach to the creases is really good still.
And right away that sweeper comes into play. So
Always room for improvement for this youngster, but so far so good.
leg spin bowler. Like to see a leg spin operate here. And still a defensive field somewhat, Mr. Williams. Just a sweeper. There's a deep mid wicket and then long off. So those are just free feelers. No man from the mid wicket area to somewhat of a from the keeper to mid wicket. There is no man there, so he is strongly backing himself to bowl that just milling off area.
He's one of those multi-talented athletes as well. He also plays squash for Barbados. Represented Barbados in squash in Guyana in the under 11 category.
So that one seems to be the wrong one that he brings back into the right hander. That one caught Yannick a bit off. And so a very fast over, quickly 42 for 3 after 20 overs. Just Prescott 2 wickets for 12 from his 6 and Seeley 1 for 9 so far. They have been doing very well, the Barbados bowlers. Barbados have breeded a lot of cricketers over the years, Williams, and many would have come through the Barbados team and I believe to play for the Barbados national team, and any national team within the West Indies would be pride. And these youngsters who have etched their names now, these are the next generation of senior players for Barbados. So they want to really do well because many would have been, many are knocking on the door for the Barbados team. I remember one time there was an interview with Mahendra Dhoni, Singh Dhoni. Oh, this one is squatted past through the keeper, what we call somewhat of a scissors cut.
There's nothing keepers can do to that one.
Yeah. And in the interview, I think one of the reporter asked Dhoni about some of the challenges that he have. He said, "You're talking about challenges. I have a country of over some millions of people, and I have to only pick 11 men." You know, so it's pushed down the ground. So I think there will be a lot of cricketers in Barbados, and the coaching staff, they have to pick just an 11-man team to play here today. This one is backward of square.
Tell you what, selectors have the hardest job to do, because no matter what you do, you'll always disappoint someone.
Yeah.
Now West Indies is looking down the road where the captain and the coach will select a West Indies team.
I honestly believe that the West Indies team is one of the hardest teams to select from, and I will say this because the islands are not it's not a nation by itself. Like you would say an England, where you will have all the players come together. It's a case where you have to scout players, and as you rightly said, if you do not pick a Keswick Williams, there will be question as to, okay, why not? You know? But the technicality in it is that because the islands are separated, it puts more pressure in that way. I know you may not agree, Mr. Williams, as he overcomes to an end, it's 46 for free.
Tell you what, my job is to sit here and talk, and that's what I'm doing, and I enjoy doing it. Selectors have a job to do, so you allow them to do their jobs. What I do know is that it doesn't matter what they do, how good they do it, somebody would be disappointed. At the end of the day, as a player, the most you can do is just go back to the drawing boards and as we say here in Vinci, come again.
Come again. So Batara continues. There's also this debate as well. The captain doesn't move from slip. Is it because he finds that to be the less active area, or? But there are some captains who they will parade the mid-off area. They like to be in the action. This one is driven sweetly out. They only could get about one, I believe. They will settle for one. They don't want to risk anything here. What's your take on a captain being out first? It's a position, yes, but is it a lazy man position?
It's one of those positions that makes you look like the boss. I would say.
You command from there.
It's really a position that makes you look like I'm the boss. So I think the youngsters are adapting that. That's a good shot. That's a really good shot. Might not pick up 4. Looks like 4 from where I'm sitting, but hard to really decide that for the umpires. We don't have the use of 1,000 cameras here, but it's a really good shot. Present the full face of the bat.
Yeah, I think he will
over the
verify
man at
with
extra
his
cover.
third umpire. Yeah. Yeah.
We may have to look at that again. Camera crew at here in St. Vincent, ITFX. Good job there.
Well, this time it's gone. What a catch at first slip. And boy, that guy Tong held on that one. What a catch it is there. And the Leeward Island 49 for 4. They are in some bother.
Told you about this youngster, Zishan Mutara out of Barbados. I saw him in the regional 40 tournament, first class tournament against Jamaica. And at this level, I really think he would create some problems. His approach to the crease is good. Good flight. Spins the ball, put good revs on the ball, and good catch by the skipper. And I told you, it looks like a boss position. And he takes that catch like a boss as well.
He control it there. Interesting. Good catch there. Whoa. Sorry, that's Don. That's number 5, Joshua Don, who took that catch. They all look alike, Kesrick. Interestingly, so the Leeward Islands losing their 4th wicket, 49.
Sealy is now a leg slip. Don, who is best friend of Zishan Matara, just took the catch. That's Zishan Matara best friend, Joshua Don. They train together. Good to see both of them in the team.
Nathan Sealy is at leg slip. The captain now placed himself there. So they're anticipating that ball coming into the left-hander. He also have a googly, so I do not foresee him bowling much of a googly to the left-hander, unless it will be more of a surprise delivery. What a catch! What a catch! His first delivery swept it down to square leg. The man was placed there strategically, and he was able to find the fielder right there. And boy, Mortaza, he's on a hat trick.
Tell you what, people. We're seeing a youngster make a name for himself at this level. Played first class cricket this year for CCC and did a wonderful job with the ball, and he's very handy with the bat as well. So at that level, first class level, he's an average batter, but at this under 19 level, he would be a good batter. And you would expect that the Barbados team may probably be just a touch above the other teams in terms of the experience, because of the players that we have in Barbados. The most test players here in the Caribbean is really from Barbados. So these guys learn a lot from them. He's on a hat trick now. Just as I expected. Good approach, good revs on the ball, good areas, good line, good lengths. But he's on a hat trick. Nathan.
So, 2 slips for the hat trick. Oh my goodness me. He's gotten a hat trick here at Islandsville playing field. The batsman came in and all he did was put his pad in front of the wicket and offered to Murtaza a hat trick. What madness is this from the Leeward Islands? My goodness me. Did he just kick that away? But the question would have been a bit of height from my vantage point. And I think if we were privileged to what you call the review system, it would have been a case of.
I mean, Morris, that's outside the line of off stump. I want to see that again because I don't want to. I'm happy that he picked up the hat check. I mean, you would want to be happy for the youngster, but I want to see that replay one more time because to me, from looking from here, to me it looks like it pitched outside the line of off stump. I think you have to. The height there as well is something that you have to. It is a googly, but the height there is something that you have to discuss as well.
But I would say with you, Kesrick, he did not offer a shot, and that's what the umpire took into consideration there. Yes, give it it's a judgment call at the time, but my goodness me, why didn't the batsman bring down his bat at least? Put some doubt in the umpire's mind. So I think that is the problem. That is the thing. That is why he was able to adjudge LBW. However, end of the over, all the excitement, 49 for 6. So Henry is there. He's watching all that is happening.
Still want to see that replay. Probably after this delivery from Seeley, we'll have a chance to look at it again. It was smart thinking from
Murtaza to
Zishan Matara.
Yeah.
Looked like it was a lot quicker as well. It's smart, your hat trick delivery, you want it to be the best delivery that you can bowl. But what I like is his thinking. Not really hitting him in terms of the last wicket. That's all up on the umpire and the decision. But the fact that he decided to bowl a googly, that one is really smart.
And I think that is what caught the batsman off guard because he wasn't expecting a googly. That ball pitched outside, but it was a googly that came back.
I'm going to ask you a question. You being a leg spinner yourself, playing local cricket here, played VPL as well, what would you have done to be hat trick? Right hand is at the crease.
Yeah, to be honest, I would have bought a conventional leg break. I would not have opted for a googly. I would be honest. I would have gone.
I'll tell you what. Zishan Matara did the right thing. A faster one. That's what he did. It was a bit faster. It was a googly as well, but it was a bit faster, and he picked up a wicket. I'm happy that he picked up a hat trick as well. The 50 comes up. It's 50 for 6. That was the end of the over. Zishan Matara with ball in hand again. Had a conversation with his father when he did well in Jamaica. And his coach here now, who's here with them. Can't remember the coach name, but did some work with him in Barbados as well. Sherwin Campbell is here. And that's Dexter Toppin. Dexter Toppin do some work with him as well. I've worked with Dexter Toppin as well.
Few spectators in today.
What I like about the Barbados under 19 team especially is the support system from the parents. They usually travel here for the month to just watch their kids play cricket. And this, I think, is what you want from all these teams. Everybody, parents may not be in the same position financially, but the fact that these Barbados under 19 players have their parents in the stand to give them that support, whether it's a week, 2 weeks, or for the entire month, that's the sort of support that you want from the parents going on for this entire tournament. That one was a little bit loose outside the line of fifth stumper, so a little quicker as well, a little flatter. Skipper Seeley just removing himself from second slip, putting himself at short mid wicket. So far, Morris, this is his third over. And I would always mention, you've been a leg spinner yourself. What do you like about him so far?
Yeah, he has showed great control, and that's the thing. One of the things I would tell, this is disaster. What's going on here? Had he picked that up cleanly, it would have been, well, not cleanly, but a better throw would have caused more problems there. As the end over comes to an end, it's 50 for 6. If you just turn on your TV in the Leewards, 50 for 6. Yeah, but just to come back to your question, Mortaza has been bowling very well, and as you ask, once you're in a zone or in a channel where you're getting that ball and you're getting wickets, Keswick, you feel you can bowl the whole day. Every ball seems that it could drop in the channel where you want it to be, that on a good length, So what I really like is the consistency. Yes, there is the odd ball that may squirt off where he don't want it to, but 90% of his deliveries, 95% of his deliveries has been in the right area. Hence the reason why he has been awarded an hat-trick here. Oh, this one again. Second time it's in the ball. Giving that scissors cut to the keeper. And they come back for 2.
I mean, it always spells trouble for a batting unit when you have someone like a Zishan Matara and then the skipper Nathan Seeley in your bowling attack. And then you have someone of Jatario Prescott and Renacia Smith who's opening the bowling. I mean, you always would have team on the back foot, when you have these sort of bowlers in your lineup, because Nathan Seeley is a type of bowler that keeps it really tight and he picks up wickets here and there. But then Zishan Matar will come in and then he'll start to pick up wickets. The fast bowlers at the top, because of their consistency, they usually pick up 1 or 2 wickets in that first hour or so of play. So they're well on their way here, Barbados. Just need to continue with that form. The last game didn't really end up with any result here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium. We're hoping for that today. Well, at the end of this game, which will be tomorrow. Also something that the guys from CWI who are here, they're really hoping for is not teams to really push all the time for win. It's about playing that brand of cricket. So if a team can show that they can bat for the entire day, this is more pleasing than a team looking for a win. But if you play good cricket, obviously you might, outplay a team and win a game. But that's the end of another over. End of another Nathan Seeley over. Good one again. The score is 52 for 6.
A good session for Barbados, starting in the morning, winning the toss. And crucial as much. The toss is always a crucial juncture in your game, and you will want to win the toss. And when you win the toss and seeing that your bowlers are putting you in a good state, it makes the work of the captain much easier as Mortaza continues. Here, this one is cut in. Henry missed that one. And, very economical, and that's the other thing too. Not only the bowlers are taking wicket, they are stifling the run flow. So even though, for example, the left arm spinner who is operating from the other end, he's really not getting the wicket, but he's also been very economical there for Barbados. That is important. So crucial enough, the Windward Islands has to come up with a strategy. The Leeward Islands, has to come up with a strategy of how to maneuver this economical bowling spell from the Barbados bowlers.
Well, first of all, Morris, they have been very limited in terms of scoring off the spin. So they would have to find a way to score. That's the first step. Or even before that, they have to find a way how to not lose wickets.
So Sealy moving himself from second slip gone to mid-wicket position. I suspect there will be a googly coming here sometime soon in this last delivery.
You could be right.
And there you go. So
One just
slider.
continuing with the angle. That's one was a slider. But it's the end of another over. Quick over as well. So it's 52 for 6.
So Sealy to continue from this end. 9 overs for 16. Just over 1 point. If so, very economical. We made mention of Hurricane Beryl would have devastated some of these islands. And have you visited any of the affected areas in the Grenadines, like Union Island? I know you have a lot of folks in Union Island. Very iconic person you are here in St. Vincent. Would have those in Canouan, Myro, Palm Island, Petit St. Vincent. They would want to see you.
Morris, I have a few family down there, and they have been affected badly. Definitely like to go down and see the condition of the island. But from what I've been hearing from other personnel who went down, it's a sad situation, and I'm a very emotional person, so I prefer to sort of look on from a distance and give a support, or continue to give my support in the best way possible.
I want to say good morning to the Alexanders down there in Clifton. And those who've been badly affected. Some persons are still grappling with their losses, and not only in the Grenadines, but Carriacou, neighboring Petit Martinique, Grenada. All islands have been affected badly. So as the over comes to an end, the Leeward Islands not affected by a hurricane here, but at the end of the lunch, the first session here, it's lunch here in the under-19 West Indies under-19 cricket tournament. It's 52 for 6. The Leeward Islands, they are batting. Miller is on 2 from 13 deliveries. Henry really very watchful. Some 13 from 51 deliveries, and it was the wind of Mortaza with his leg spin creating a hat trick for Barbados. He's gotten 3 wickets from his spell. A very late spell he came on with and was able to get a hat trick. And Prescott, he's gotten 2, and Smith 1. And the Leeward Islands, they are 52 for 6 going into lunch after 27 overs. We will take a short break, and we will be back for the post-lunch session.
Yes, good afternoon, and it's welcome back to the Arnoldville playing field here, where we have the Leeward Islands on the 19 taking on the Barbados on the 19 team in the CWI Rising Stars on the 19 men's competition. And the score, the Leewards, they have been reduced to 52 for 6 before lunch. Hat-trick by Zishan Motara. He has figures of 4 overs, 3 for 4. And he will be continuing as we resume just after lunch. You'll be bowling to Tianik Honore, who has really just seen a lot of wickets fall at the other end while he's been batting there. And it's a good afternoon to Kenroy Martin.
Good afternoon, Alanson, and good afternoon to the viewers of this West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are geared and ready for an exciting afternoon of cricket here between Leewards and Barbados. Barbados the upper hand so far, really reducing the Leeward Islands to 52 for 6.
So shorter delivery, cutaway. Slight misfield. The run on the misfield. All is well that ends well. So that's a single to Honore. He is now on 14. And it brings Matthew Miller onto strike, who so far has shown a fairly good defense. 2 slips in place. Joshua Dawn, Nathan Seeley, skipper. Short leg. Man, a shortish mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, extra cover point, a backward point in place as well. Swanee just defends it up the pitch. And Motara, he has looked impressive, Kenroy.
Yes, he has. From the introduction of Motara into the bowling, he has caused some problems, pitched the ball in the right areas, really consistently bowling, and he has really put the pressure on the batters from the Leewards.
It's a loud appeal, but doesn't seem to have come off anything. As we look at the replay here, just seeing this one just bouncing. Seemed to have come off the tie pad.
Yeah, just clipping the tie pad there into the keeper's glove. But he has been very effective so far, picking up a hat trick. You know, good bowling here for him. Consistently bowling on that line, just on the middle and off stump. He has not gotten a lot of turn, but his consistency has helped him.
Yes, and he's already played first-class cricket, as we mentioned earlier. Has played for the CCC in the regional 4-day competition. This one, they're about... Just wait on the signal from umpire Foster. No signal, so seem to have gotten some bat onto it. Leeward Islands now, in response to what has happened before lunch, they really do need a partnership here.
Yeah, they need to bat at least the first hour or so of this session. Try not to lose a wicket. It doesn't matter how long you bat. Just bat and really take some time out of the game, because if the Leeward Islands are to lose these 4 wickets within the next hour, they're really going to be chasing the 8 ball.
Well, that's the end of the over. So after 28 overs, the score was Leeward Islands on the 19, 54 for 6.
Yeah. If it was me, the Barbadians, the coaches, I would have really run after these last 4 batters, trying to get them out before the hour or so, and give myself the whole afternoon to bat. You know, pile up as much as possible, give myself a day to really get full points from this game.
Well, it seems as if that is the plan. The towering figure, skyscraper of a young man, Prescott, will be coming into the attack. Change of ends for him. He bowled from the Beckway end previously. He's now at the former E.T. Joshua Airport end. And he will be bowling now to Miller, who is on strike. And he was also quite consistent in his first spell. Got the ball to move, got some lift. And you can say that, you know, he looks a good prospect, Prescott.
Yes, it does. Let us see what he does in his second spell here. It's critically important to know that fast bowlers could come back and bowl. How well he bowls here depends on probably the lunge that he had.
So there's a no ball, so some rhythm issues for him there. He had no ball before in his previous spell, so starts off with one here. Needs to adjust to the other end. At Arnesville here, we usually have a fairly stiff breeze, but it doesn't look as though it's as menacing today. Pretty calm day in terms of the wind. You could see on your screen, if you get that shot down to Beckway, you'll see that the coconut trees are quite still. They're not blowing in the wind. So the wind should not be upsetting his rhythm, as it can do at times when it's very strong. Full and driven.
Seems to be attacking the stumps a little bit more. From the first two deliveries, looking to be a little bit fuller. He was a bit short and outside on the fourth stump in his first spell. The ball was a bit newer, expected, but he looks to be a little bit fuller in this spell.
Yes, and what we have also seen from Miller, batting at number 8 so far, is that he has a fairly good technique. For number 8 batsman. It's a full toss. And we wait on the signal. Yes, on no ball. So he's struggling a little bit here at the new end. Maybe he had a bit too much for lunch.
Tell you, the lunch probably affected him. As I said it before. He probably dependent on what he had for lunch. If he had a little bit too much or a little too less, who knows? But something is not right with him. He has bowled 2 no balls so far and a full toss.
Well, maybe it was that good that he's still thinking about it.
Probably needs to get back into the kitchen era.
So on his pads, stifle the peel as it goes down to the deep backward square leg era. And we can see from his action, he tends to get that ball to nip back in. At times, can follow it just a little bit and also push his wrist to get it down the leg side. So he has to make sure that he starts it just outside the off stump so that it's still threatening the stumps when it comes in. We also saw from him a good Yorker, that he has the ability to bowl a good Yorker, which swings in as well because of his wrist position. So he's showing some good attributes so far, Prescott.
Well, the variety that he has been showing as well. Hits a good length, bowls a Yorker, swings the ball. So he has a lot of things going for him. Just need to get it right.
This one is wide and it's left alone by Tianik Honore, who so far has really held things together. At least the things that are left to be held together for the Leeward Islands. He has shown good discipline with the bat.
Yeah, he's been very patient. 14 from 54. You want that from your batters, really, in this format. Somebody to hold the innings together. He seems to be that sort of person. Very good temperament. He's been there for the Leeward Islands, just battling, looking at things happening at the other end.
So on another stifled appeal. But again, with that action, it's always tending down towards the leg side as a complete one run. The field, there's one slip, there's a gully, there's a man at backward point, there's a cover point, well, extra cover actually, a mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, and a man down at deep fine. So I think here there's still a threat from him of that short delivery, which he used to good effect to take up his 2 wickets so far. He has 2 wickets for 15. So airy drive there from young Miller. Looking a bit over-ambitious there on that occasion.
Something just crossed my mind. He has 2 for 15 from 6.5 overs. There's one slip, a gully, a backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg, fine leg. Leeward Islands, 58 for 6. Come on, skipper, give him some more support.
From leg with you. So it's a good delivery. Looking for the single, not there. Yeah, it's something that we saw in the previous competitions that there is a bit of a more defensive mindset from the skippers and the think tanks of the teams. So even as you mentioned, it's 58 for 6. They are really truly on top, especially with those wickets that fell in quick succession before lunch. But you really do not see that necessarily reflected in the field placement. In fact, the field is a lot more defensive now than it was before they had those flurry of wickets.
Yeah, you're allowing the batters to get easy runs. The field is open. You have your mean fast bowler bowling. You're 56 for 6. You need to at least create that pressure on the batter so that he knows that you're still there. Don't allow him to just score freely and really bring back the game into the Leeward's hands. You know, you have things already. You have a coach who used to say, once you have a man down, make him vomit green.
So you're going to put his face right down in the grass.
That's it. Knock him out. Take care of things here. You can't allow the opposition to come back and score some points on you there.
Yes, and I must assure those who are listening, who might be a bit alarmed at the commentary, that we're speaking metaphorically.
Indeed.
So another good delivery there from Mutara. That one had a bit more air on it. But speaking with, well, I'll get back to that after this delivery. Speaking with one of the cricket consultants in the Cricket West Indies setup, and he was saying that, you know, Mutara looks good. He has a lot of discipline and control. But if he wants to turn the ball just a bit more, he needs to get the arm just a little bit lower. His bowling arm, so that he can get that ball to turn away just a bit more from the right-hander. But so far, at only 17 or so years old, he's showing that he has the control, he has the confidence, and we want to see how he will develop from here on. It's well played there by Honore.
That's the thing about the youngsters. He has very good control, as you can see. But then you have to be able to deceive the batter. You have to be able to think beyond just bowling leg breaks and googlies.
This one is pulled in the air, but behind square. Comfortable shot from Honore and well executed in the end. That one was the first bad delivery that he has bowled in his spell, and it was duly dispatched by Honore, who was playing a fighting innings here for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, short delivery there bowled by Honore, and he really dealt with that accordingly. Short delivery, pulled it to square leg, vacant square leg era, and he got four good looking runs for him, as he's been very patient for the Leeward Islands so far in this innings. A better delivery there, back on line. That brings you over to an end. At the end of over number 30 it is. Joseph Smith, he bowled 7 overs. 15 runs, he got no wicket. Prasad, he got just about Monok is 10 for 3. Pretty good spell for him. The Barbadian bowlers have been very disciplined, hitting a line, a few down the leg side. Yes, understandable at this age. But they have really done a pretty good job here in the first session of play. We are now just after the lunch. 2 overs have been bowled. And battling for Leeward Islands is Matthew Miller and Tanique Honore. They are doing battle here. Honore is on 19 from 61 deliveries and Miller 3 from 23. As a lanky fast bowler from Barbados, Prescott continues to bowl here for them from the commentator's end.
It's only short. Naughty shot there from Miller. There's no need for him to do that. He is the one who is playing the supporting role. And I think that is what Honore is telling him. Leave that one alone. Stay here with me and bat.
Well, a good delivery outside the house. He's been bowling that line and length. Just a little impatient there is the batter. Having a go at that one. And really, I spoke of the slip and some more pressure to be added to the batters from Leeward Islands. Hopefully this keeper would get that right.
This one is punching it straight. Quick single. Safely there in the end. Quick between the wickets, these two. So after, a bit of a jittery start in his first over since he came back after lunch, it seems as if Prescott now is finding his feet. Maybe the lunch has settled down now.
Yeah, just a little heavier than usual, probably. Probably worked that off in the first over, getting himself back together. Number 16 is on his back.
Yeah. This one's wide and goes for this one. It's a half-hearted shot. I think he kind of pulled out in the end, but it's tempting him out there with that cut shot.
Yeah, good
Really
decision.
nervous that I'm not seeing another slip in place. I think that before long we may see an edge going through that vacant area.
Yeah, and he's bowling consistently outside the off stump, just about the fourth, fifth stump. So you give him that support. He's not bowling short deliveries. You have a deep square leg, you have a fine leg, you have a mid wicket and a mid on. I really think he should have an extra man in the slip. Actually, probably man at short extra cover as well to create that pressure on the batter. He has now placed somebody just behind point or behind a deep square cover, deep cover square cover, sorry. For those two shots that were played recently are attempted to be played.
Yes, and Nori getting in behind that one. So seems to have some time to play each delivery. And by that we mean that he seems to be in position early before the ball gets to him. Doesn't seem to be rushed. This one, he gets the cut out, but not timed well. The bottom half of the bat. Didn't really get back and across. He stood where he was in his stance and was all arms.
The wicket is not a quick wicket per se where the ball is hustled through. It has a sort of tennis bounce on it. So you have to be very careful as to how you play those horizontal shots.
This time he cuts just, oh my goodness, that was so close. I think he was looking to go square, but in the end he just went through, as you mentioned, because of the pace of the wicket. That was well in front of square. In fact, he hit it over mid-off.
Well, fortune favor the brave. He went for it. Hit high on the bat. He eluded the man at mid-off, and he went into the fence for 4. Bounce again there by Prescott. Very uncomfortable, but he lives to fight another day. 4 runs to him, 4 runs to the Leeward Islands. And that brings you over to an end. So, Leewards continue to fight here. They are now moved on to 67 for 6. 67 for 6. And Barbados have to be rather careful with this partnership. You have to be careful. The runs are coming. You have to try and tighten up things. Try and get a wicket or 2 here to get yourself really back into this game and take control again. As the chief wicket taker continues to bowl from the backway end.
So, Miller on strike, facing up to Motara.
Flatter trajectory, really flat.
Yeah, he
Not
didn't
much.
give that one any air at all.
Not much at all.
So a naughty shot there from Miller. They were slipping place, looking to run that run down through the third man here.
And also with his consistency as well, just on the off stump, he should be having a man at gully as well, or a second slip, bowling leg spin.
This one is driven. Misfield there by the man at extra cover. Gets the stare from the captain. With that tip out of Hans Akimbo.
Rightfully.
Releases the pressure there that probably was building on Miller. Brings the top order batsman back into strike on Nori. Ooh. That was a naughty shot there from Nori. No need to play that one defensively. Well away from the wicket.
Yeah, it wasn't threatening the wicket, wasn't threatening his stumps. He should have just shoulder arms and left it to go into the keeper's glove. Not too sure if he's picking him.
This one is Fuller, driven easily down to long off for a single. So that one was a full toss on that occasion. So we have seen one long hop, one full toss from him.
And the runs keep coming rather easily for the batters, making things a little bit more easier for them in the middle. As things continue to roll on here, Tannersville. It's a loud appeal, that outsells the umpire. It was a short delivery, probably pitched outside leg and sliding down, not too sure. We'll see the replay, but not outsells the umpire.
Yeah, 69 for 6 after 32 overs. You're going to see the replay now. And no, this one was a full toss before. But on that delivery where there was the appeal, he seemed to be sliding down leg side with that one. It was a bit quicker. It was flatter. Didn't turn at all, so I would have continued with that angle to beat leg stump. So a good decision there from umpire Foster.
See another change there in the field. Extra man being brought over. So there's a fine leg, deep square, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, short extra cover, well cover, square cover. This one is outside the off stump, tennis bounce, not timed. Remember, just reminding you that Barbados won the toss and opted to bowl this morning. They have done exceptionally well so far. Just need to finish the job that they have started.
And I'll get back to you after this delivery, Kenroy, with how do you think he's trying to get him out here? What's the plan? But after this delivery...
Not too sure.
He's doing well not to fall over to those deliveries on Nori, because they keep coming in with his arm, and he has kept his footing. Play them back now to the man at mid wicket. Based on the field setting, you think that the short ball has something to do with the plan, but we haven't seen a short ball yet. Maybe he's just caging it and waiting until the batsman has forgotten that he has it.
Well,
again missing the leg stump
yeah,
because of his angle.
Yeah, just sliding into the pads of the batter there, striking him somewhere between his thigh pad and the pad, that little space. Rather painful error to be struck by a fast bowler. Just to go back on what you were saying prior. There's a deep square leg, there's a fine leg, there's a man at slip, man at backward point. I'm not too sure what he's trying to do because he's protecting both sides of the field. So he's bowling rather straight, probably looking for him to make that mistake or get him LBW or bowl down. Not too sure.
This one he plays it nicely. High left elbow. Defending in the approved manner.
Still would love to see that extra slip and cause the batter to make the mistake. Not wait on him to really do it. Push him to do it. Cause him to make that mistake.
We have an extra fielder at deep mid on.
Pretty brisk as well.
Yes. So on his shot, his late decision to pull that one, almost striking him. It was almost as if he pulled out and then he saw it wasn't there and then he still went again. Well, very late decision to pull.
That tennis bounce that the wicket is giving, he was in two minds whether to pull, whether to pull out of the shot, whether to leave it, and he ended up really pulling, and the ball went through to the wicket keeper. Slow bounce, but the wicket keeper took it just about waist height. What could have gone wrong there? Miscuing, deep square leg. As you said, they're probably keeping it in the armory.
Oh, that's a poor shot. He's out caught behind Anori. Judge out there by umpire Byam. But that was a poor shot. There was no feet after that short delivery. He was just looking to push that ball through the offside, but he didn't move at all from his stance. And it seems that the plan has worked out here for the Barbados team. They gave him that short delivery, had it in his mind, and when the ball came a bit fuller, he was in no position. And that's the end of a fighting innings from Honore, but his team would have wanted him to get a lot more. And it's the 7th wicket down for the Leeward Islands team. He'll be replaced at the wicket by Israel Morton.
Well, good news for Barbados. They have picked up wicket number 7. Really poor shot being played there. Just edging to the wicket keeper. Easy catch. Wicket number 7 has gone. 69 for 7. 33 overs been bowled here at Arnisville. Leeward really in a pickle here. Struggling. Barbados consistently bowling at the wicket, at the batsman, and picking up wickets as they go on. The number 1 in the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament here, played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Barbados looking to get some points out of this game, rather win it. They have started positively.
So Matara will continue his bowling to Miller. Field remains more or less the same as it was in the previous over. Hearing the encouragement coming from the Barbados supporters here. Have some traveling supporters, I suspect relatives, maybe parents of some of the players.
Yes, I went across there. The moms are there. Dad, grandfather. Have a entourage of Barbadian spectators, relatives of the players. Driven nicely down to mid-off for another single. Score moves up now to 70 for 7.
Yes, and Morton will be on strike for the first time. Diminutive character. Right-handed batsman. Perhaps he's a spin bowler himself. We'll wait to see if and when he's introduced for the Leeward Islands when they come out to field. But now he has his work cut out against Zishan Mutara, who has figures of 3 for 13 off 7.3 overs. This one wide and turning further away.
Carries a familiar name that plays that is associated to cricket in the Leeward Islands. Renaka Morton,
Yes.
former West Indies batsman. Played with him in under 19 cricket as well. Good delivery there, bouncing.
I tell you what, Kenroy, I see several names on both sides that have some very interesting names, so I'm going to do some investigations at tea time.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you as to who is related to who.
Yeah. Joseph. The
Greenwich.
Martins, Greenwich. Clarks. Those are the names.
Tong.
Really?
Yeah, so several of them.
Tong,
Several
fast
of them.
bowler from the Leeward Islands.
Of course. So 70 for 7 after 34 overs. The Leeward Islands are, and the Barbados team are very pleased with their position. The Leeward Islands, they are really begging and crying for a partnership to get them to at least a reasonable score from here on. How many do you think they'll be trying to get from here on, Kenroy?
Well, probably try to get to that 3-figure. Critically important to get to that. But at 70 for 7, I'm not too sure. With fast bowler here, Prescott, doing a good job. And the leg spinner who has already picked up 4 wickets so far. Doesn't seem likely that they would get to that. But it's dependent on the batters.
It's a nice drive from Miller. And in fact, he has looked organized at the crease. He's played 1 or 2 injudicious shots when he has lost his patience. But technically, he seems to have what it takes to make some runs. If he can hold his head there and plan how to get some runs with the rest of the low order.
Well, he has to come up with some sort of plan to get some runs from these bowlers. They're bowling tightly for Barbados.
So when he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. So Prescott is really, back into his work after an indeterminate start after lunch.
Yes, that food has settled. has done its work. Energy is now back. Hitting that line just outside the off stump, hitting the keeper's glove as well. Could hear it from here. See, that second slip has been implemented that we asked for.
This one is pushing it, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. Yeah, so I think that they're hearing you. Kenroy, they have some type of communication link with you, and the call for the slip has been heard. I would even have another slip in, actually, at 70 for 7.
Yeah, keep the pressure on the batter. Let him think. Let him make that mistake. Push him to do that.
This one is a quick single. And in the end, they're comfortable. But what you also want them to do is to develop habits that they will have to use at the higher levels when they get to play more competitive cricket, perhaps at regional level or even beyond for those who will make it to the international level. Then these are the type of positions that you have to know what to do in terms of your tactics. And really and truly, it should be an all-out attacking period for you. You don't want the team to get back into the game with a good partnership and get to 20, 30, 50 runs more than they should have gotten.
Yes, you squeeze the life out of them when you get the opportunity to do that. This one is played back by Morton, fielded by the man at mid-on.
Yeah, the first time he's facing the pace.
Well, short in stature. Not to show off his age, but compared to Prescott,
It's David and Goliath.
yeah, he's rather small. Rather small.
This one is wide. I think he was probably looking for that Yorker, searching for that Yorker that he bowled on a few occasions before in the game. So he has figures now of 3 for 21 off 10. And the Leeward Islands, they are 71 for 7.
Right, Honorary, top scoring so far with 24 from 73 deliveries. Had a long knock. Unfortunately, he went to a ill-advised shot, out caught wicket keeper. So Israel Morton and Matthew Miller doing battle here for the Leeward Islands. Barbados really felt that they were treated out of a win last year, being double champions. They fell short to Jamaica the last tournament. They're hoping to get things right this year. I was told that there are 3 players who came from the under-15 tournament, have never won a championship, and they're looking to do it. That is inclusive of skipper Seeley. This is his last year in this tournament. So they're really looking to do the job this year. Another good delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove.
I'm sure the other 5 teams would want to have a say in that. But so far, they have looked impressive, the Barbados team. This one is driven, but straight. Oh, it was a good attempt. It looks like the fielder there was Prescott himself. For a little moment in time, I thought he had hit it straight to him and that he was going to get there comfortably, but in the end, he had to put in a dive and wasn't able to complete the catch.
Well, Prescott, not one of the smoothest mover on the field. It took a little time to get there. Went one-handed to his right, fell short, unfortunately. 2 more runs to the batter. But a chance taken there by the batter. Trying to go over the top. He'll advise, really, he should be playing a little bit more circumspect.
So fortunately for the Leeward Islands, that one didn't go to hand. And it would have been the important wicket of Miller, who is the senior partner so far in this partnership.
Some good tight bowling here. 3 for 15. Continues to bowl.
This one is
lifted.
It's a proper shot there by the man Miller. He was looking for that one, I think, on some previous occasions, but that one he went straight down the ground, dead straight, and hit it for 4. It's a lovely shot there, high elbow, and a very good shot there from Miller to Mutar.
One of the better shots you have seen so far in the innings. It was flighted, and he crashed into it and lifted over the bowler's head. No man move into the boundary for 4. Very safe shot as well. Well played there by Miller.
So at the end of the over, the Leeward Islands, they are 77 for 7 after 36 overs. I will be replaced in the commentary box by Casnell Morris, and he will join you, Ken Roy, for a half an hour or so.
Well, welcome the man from the Leeward side, specifically Spring Village. How are you doing, Mr. Morris? Good afternoon and welcome.
Well, good afternoon to you, Mr. Martins. Good to see you back at the Adamsville playing field. Good to see you in general. I haven't seen you since the storm.
Well, the storm has passed, so I'm still here giving thanks.
Okay.
Enjoying the battle here between Leewards and Barbados. Barbados looking to really be double champions this year. They want it badly, as I was told. Prescott continues here to battle on. Second spell for the day. Leeward 78 for 7. Nice cool conditions he's operating in. Played again to the man at mid-on. Diving stopped. So how was the lunch, Mr. Morris?
Oh, the catering company was exceptional. I cater. I as a matter of fact, I had to make 2 wrongs in the lunch.
I wrong the boat or the kitchen.
Just 2 wrongs in the kitchen. I couldn't left such delicacies to go waste in these precious times. So big up to the caterers.
Well done to you, Mr. Morris. Seems to have a lot of gas in your tank.
No, I thought for once I would have left the commentary box and see you back around 3. That would have been around tea time as well. Yes, but it's good going here from Barbados, and they has to give themselves enough time in the game. See how quickly they can skittle out these Leeward Island batsmen, as well as the Leewards. They have to really see how much runs they can get. We see 135 from the Windies in the last game, not on this wicket, but 135 can pose at least some threat. They have the experience of Nathan Edwards in their lineup, the left arm seamer for the Leewards, and he did very well the last season. So it depends on how much. 100 could be a psychological total, but what amount of runs you get after the 100 will determine thereafter.
Well, Prescott continues. Good delivery, just squeezing out to the man at second slip, who dove onto his right and just pushing it further away. They pick up another single. So really, he's off the mark there. From 7 deliveries, Miller, he's on 14 from 45 deliveries. Very patient. Morton, renowned name in the Leeward Islands, Renako Morton. So his soul rest in peace. Former under 19 player, West Indies senior team, played with him as well. Lee was just edging up to that total. They are 80 for 7. The sun comes out in all his glory here at Annisville. Oh, missed opportunity there. Reacted late. Pitched up delivery, drove back. That left hand came up late, and an opportunity go up again here.
Well, that brings you over to an end of the over. It's 80 for 7. The Leeward Islands.
Wow. So here at Annisville, just after lunch, they have lost 1 wicket. They are 80 for 7. Martin is on 1 from 7, and Miller is 14 from 45. Just reminding you this morning, the toss was won by Barbados, and they sent the Leeward Islanders into to bat just after lunch. They are now 80 for 7 as we see a change in bowling. We'll give you the name in a bit. Number 25 for Barbados. That is
Saran Worrell.
Yes. Worrell will be taking up the attack from the Beckway end as he marks his run up.
A good spell nonetheless there by Motara. He's gotten 3 for 19 from his 9 overs. I understand that today is his birthday as well, so it's a good day to have a hat trick, and he will feel very elated about his work out there today.
Yeah, excellent bowling by him. Created the pressure, kept the pressure on, and did a fine job. Worrell, first delivery down the leg side, swept. It is running close to that boundary. They have crossed for 1, they are back for 2. So 2 runs to start Worrell's spell here. Not what the skipper would need here. Ill-directed delivery down the leg side. Dealt with accordingly. 82 for 7. Good time to be introduced. This one again. Just down the leg side.
Surav Worrell.
Is he bowling off spin or leg spin?
Well, it appears to me as if it's off spin.
Based on the field set?
Yes, conventional off spin bowling. But I believe what he's getting a bit off with is he's not getting the angles. So now we see a better field change. The man had extra cover. It's now placed to mid wicket.
Yeah, some protection being added on the onside. Coming into a catching position there at short mid wicket. Sorry, mid on really.
Well,
Full face. Cheeky single being taken there. Good running, good calling by these batters.
yeah, in the back of the comebacks, I was really highlighting the way that these lower order batsmen for the Leeward Island, has been occupying the crease. But the problem is the wicket column keep going. We saw Yannick Tianic. He got 50 odd deliveries before he got out. Now you're seeing Miller 47 deliveries, and that's what you want. But the thing is, it is about their shot selection. They do have temperament. They do have the patience. Yes, as the over comes to an end, over number 38, 83 for 7 the Leeward Islands.
Yes, good cricket here by Barbados, keeping the pressure on, not giving away much. As you see, there will be a change in bowling again from this northern end here, our commentator's end. Captain Seeley will take up the attack, looking to wrap up things here at Tannersville in this first innings of this West Indies Rising Star Under-19 tournament, played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles. That's who we are. 83 for 7. Leeward Islands been sent in here by the Barbadians. Had a good morning session, 2 hours plus. Barbados continuing to do so. Their bowlers have been very consistent, kept the pressure on the batters for the Leeward Islands. They kept losing wickets, and that's why they're here now at 83 for 7.
So Seeley comes back to replace Prescott.
Very attacking field been set here. 1 slip, clear cover, 2 men short extra cover, mid off, cover point, mid on. Good start there.
It would be interesting to know what's the plan, because they have two guys catching position there.
Well, it's just to keep it on the off stump, into trying to get to play that big shot over cover. Just chipping it to the man at short extra cover. That's what it's looking like. Or just peeling off the edge to the slips.
Well, and in that case, so the man at deep mid wicket that we have on the deep boundary here, to me, in that case, if based on what you have just analyzed there, if you're asking him to go for cover, then that man at deep mid wicket is somewhat in a no position, we could say.
Yeah, probably could bring him into an extra slip gully in that era. Straighter delivery this time. Just coming down on it. Playing it to the man at mid wicket. Sealy, campaigner, veteran campaigner in this Barbadian side, leading the team. That one just falling short of the man, that extra cover. Another cheeky single being taken here by these batters. One more to the Leeward Islands total. Good tight cricket. Breeze not really blowing across the ground as accustomed to. Still.
Not the kind of breeze that will tear the shirts, but that gentle breeze.
Yeah, I prefer to have this breeze than the breeze of that passed recently. Terrifying.
And they will come to an end. It's 84 for 7. Were you affected, Martin, in any way? You lost the sheep pen roof?
No, it was just that time, went to the Union Island as well and the Grenadine Islands.
Okay.
Saw the devastation. It was nice. It was difficult to deal with. It's called life. You have to rebuild, start again.
Very resilient you are. You would have met many metaphoric storms in your life yourself.
Tell me about it. Still standing.
Well, the Leeward Islands are showing some resilience here, still with their batting. So a better start, these first two deliveries for the second over here by Worrell. Good line deliveries. And always have these interesting fields, Barbados. But I understand in cricket, something's not conventional anymore, or orthodoxies anymore. Is some of the unorthodox position and field position you normally get that creates wicket.
Well, yeah, you have to be creative. You have to use imagination. So this one is edging to the man at backward point. He's in trouble. He's out, run out. Communication between these two. A good delivery, hitting the outer portion of the bat. The man at backward point stopped it halfway, then recovered. He was halfway down the track and he was left in no man's land. His partner did not reply and he goes run out. Martin run out. Excellent piece of fielding by the man at backward point as well.
Well, I think it's a two-edged sword in terms of the non-striker. The non-striker saw how quickly the fielder approached that ball, and it did not really pass him. It's just that he slid, and the batsman really tearing down the track. There was no run there. Absolutely no run.
Yeah, he didn't have a response from his partner. And he was left stranded halfway down the track. And the Leeward Islands have lost wicket number 8 through the run-out route. They are now 84 for 8. 84 for 8 through the run-out route and really putting themselves even in more trouble here at Annisvale. This has been the first innings of this 2 days encounter.
Well, I wonder if he was impacted by the down communication that are within the country now. Some areas are still down with communication. Clearly, he was impacted this time.
Probably digital, not
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Those companies. Warren continues as we have Watley comes to join Miller, facing his first delivery. There's a slip. Backward point, short extra cover. Nicely played to the man at short extra cover. Brings the Worrell over to an end. A successful over for Barbados. Leeward Islands 84 for 8. 84 for 8. Things looking rather brown here for the Leeward Islanders. cool conditions here at Annisville. The sun is not out in all its glory. Some grey clouds around.
Yeah, it's not the stinging hot sun we're accustomed to here at Annisville. We're not even feeling the ricochet of the heat from the glass. So it clearly tells you it's not that stinging hot. But it's a cloudy day, very overcast, well, not overcast, but hazy condition to see. As Sealy continues, getting the inner portion, squeeze through for one, home safely.
Really, as you pointed out prior, the man at deep mid wicket, really, with that line and length being bowled there by Sealy, the captain, I think that's a fielder who's been wasted at this time. Leewards, 84 for 8. There's a man in the countryside waited for what I'm not too sure. He could have been utilized at
at square leg or even at square leg. You bring it and still add that pressure and force the batsman to play across the line, bringing the covers, the point into play, because he's going to turn the ball across the right-hander. And more likely what you want is the batsman. Let him go out there. Nothing's wrong with that.
Create the pressure.
But create a risk as well.
Flatter delivery there by Sealy. Just squeezed out. To the man at mid wicket again. As he continues to bowl here for his team. 85 for 8. This one is in the air. Full toss. He's out caught. 40 got it. But covering ground there. He's having a wonderful birthday, isn't he?
Yes, Mortara is doing everything that Barbados is asking of him. He's taking wickets, he's taking catch. And boy, isn't the Leeward Islands under some pressure. And there you go. That salute to his little few audience who's there. During the lunch interval, I saw some fans from Barbados came into the stadium having their individual posters on their back, printed on their shirt back. So Mortara is one of those who have fans here. So you have just given them that hot salute and a little bow. A great show he's putting on here.
And a good running catch here, running back and taking a catch side on. Good catch by him after bowling. Excellent spell. Getting a hatchet as well. Waiting his spell. CD picking up a wicket number 2 it is for him. Not too sure.
Yep.
Yes, number 2. And Leeward Islands have fallen even further into trouble. 85 for 9. We are down here, as we say, 9-10 jack.
Well, it brings Micah Mackenzie to the crease. I think that delivery was a bit full. Look at it.
Full toss. I thought he had it.
Yeah, he ended up with his foot making somewhat of an X. And that losing his balance at the point of contact would not have allowed him to get enough onto the bat and was able to get it to Mortara for about the present again.
But the gifts are coming. Gifts are coming.
He will welcome them.
Yes, and he's taking them. He's making use of them as well. Sealy continues to bowl. Flatter delivery outside the off stump. It's a good line to be bowling. That should have been lined up on the stumps. Would have been a interesting delivery to a number 11. Again, real good delivery outside the off stump. Sealy keeping the pressure here. 85 for 9. Mackenzie, he himself is a leg spinner. Saw him in the tournament last year. He's there with Miller. And that brings over number 41 to an end here at Annisville. Honorary was the top scorer at 24, Miller 15, Andrews 14. And the top of the bowlers is Prescott. He had 3 for 23 here at Annisville. Leeward Islands been sent into bat. They are now 85 for 9. So 2 overs of what Lee was that? What? And here comes Matura back. Warrell, who bowled those 2 overs, and Matura comes back into the attack, looking for wicket number 4. here today. Picked up 3 scalps already.
Well, he can do no wrong. He's about the boy. Things are going his way. And now the gentle breeze is into the tail, the last wicket. So I believe he will be more comfortable having Mackenzie on that end. Miller has been there for some 51 deliveries. So he would not want to expose Mackenzie to Motara. Do you believe in shielding batsmen in cricket, Martin? You have been a prolific left-hander up in the top order for St. Vincent and Grenadines.
It depends. It depends on the situation, you know. And they're going close of play, the day, and so on. But those things have basically gone out of the window when it comes to cricket, modern cricket. Anybody with a bat in their hand, they're saying a tail ender could bat better than a front line batter. Could he survive better than a front line batter with technique and everything? Those are things that you take into consideration. You rather have your batter in tomorrow than facing in 3 or 4 balls and nicking it to the keeper.
I see. but now it's a change of field in contrast to what we had for Miller. There was a widespread field. Now the crouching of the field for Mackenzie. And
less of the batter.
So Motara will be satisfied to bowl 3 balls at Mackenzie. It will be interesting to see if he give him one of the googly.
Well, he should be able to negotiate. He's a leg spinner as well.
It doesn't say that you can pick it, you know. It doesn't say that at all. That one is beaten.
Pitches and spin, actually. We have not seen a lot of that from him. It was a little slower delivery, pitched and turned, and the keeper took it just above chest height there.
Excellent.
Good delivery.
Oh,
this one is ill-directed, down the leg side. It's running close to the fence. When they get there, no, he just pulls it up inside. They pick up 2 more. And waiting for the signal from the umpire. Bye signal by the umpire. So 2 byes brings the over to an end. And Leeward Islands 688 for 9. 88 for 9. So Smith 7 overs. He got 15 runs. Didn't pick up a wicket. Prescott 11 overs, 55 runs, 23 runs. And the list goes on for the Barbadians. Just that little bit of ill discipline has affected their bowling in this innings, unfortunately. But they have done exceptionally well as a bowling team, the Barbadians. Captain Seeley continues, looking for wicket number 10 for his team. Miller is on strike. This one is a stifled appeal. The pitch down the leg side.
Not only that, they would have had an opportunity of a single, but decided not to early.
So is he shielding?
Well,
or he's taking charge of?
Clearly. What is the preferred terminology there? So you must get 2. Or if it doesn't reach to the boundary, it goes very close, well, they will settle for 2. What is the preferred term you will use? Taking charge or shielding?
Well, he himself, he thinks he's a better batter, so he would take the majority of the deliveries. It's not a situation where you could shield him. It's the first innings. He's looking to take the majority of the deliveries. So that's the situation here. And lovely shot for him.
They would like to reach up to the psychological 100 score.
Huh?
They would like to reach to the 100 score psychologically. It plays on the mind.
Yes, it's 90 for 9.
All right.
Getting that other 10 runs is very important. In this tournament, we know there are not really big scores being made. And 100 runs could be a total that you fight with here. Oh, that's a good delivery. Missed it completely, really. And up goes of jetted finger. Seeley has picked up wicket number 10. And Leeward Islands are all out for 90. They won't get to that 100. 90, all out. And really an excellent bowling spell here by Seeley, by Mutara, And also the fast bowlers have brought the Leeward innings to an end. At this point, it's 90 for 10, 42.4 overs bowled. Mackenzie left not out without scoring, and it would give you the rundown of what went on so far in the innings. This morning, Barbados winning the toss and sending the Leeward Islanders into bat. They have dismissed them for 90. And I think the chief scorer is Honoré with 24.
Yes, and for the bowling, it was Sealy who got free. Motara who really caused the injection of the pain to the Leeward Islands. He also got free. So it was a 3 wicket apiece, and also Prescott. So it's a 3 wicket piece sharing there. The run-out route, where one went to the run-out route, and Smith, who didn't really get any to say. And the Leeward Islands really struggling with their batting, was able to reach 90 all out. Barbados fantastic with their bowling.
Well, just to let you know what went on, we had Joseph. He got 7. We had Singh. He got 4. Palmer, he was bowled for a duck. Got for a duck. Honoré, he got 24. He was a chief scorer. Andrew, he got 14. Edwards, he got a duck as well. Pluck, he got a duck as well. And Matthew Miller, he got 18. Morton, he got 5. And Watley, he got a duck as well. That gives you a total of 90. Bowling for Barbados, you had Smith 7 overs, 3 maidens, 15 runs, no wicket. Prescott, he bowled 11 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, 3 wicket. Nathan Sealy, 12.4 overs, 5 maidens, 20 runs, 3 wickets. And Matara, he bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs, 3 wickets. Worrell, he bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 runs, no wicket. And at the end of all of that, Leeward Islands have been bowled out for 90. That's a summary here at Arnisville. They are all out for 90. Barbados will have their first bat at the crease here at Arnisville. The first time they need to get 91 to claim first innings point here.
Yes, and what the Leeward Islands has to realize is that they can also restrict the Barbadian team, even though they are the defending champions. You cannot allow Barbados to come out with free-flowing arms and just allow runs to go freely by. They have to take their catches, they have to do their fielding, they have to make sure that every opportunity is taken care of. Nathan Edwards will be one of the main bowlers here for the Leeward Islands, as well as Mackenzie, who is the leg spinner. We've seen where spin dominated in the 2 games we have seen so far. Well, this Barbados innings and also the Windward Island game with Jamaica. Clearly, there is something there for spinners, but you cannot allow Barbados to get away so easily.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Barbados bowling out the Leewards for 90. They would have the turn at the crease to bat. They have a day and basically 2 sessions remaining. A lot of time. They need to get to at least 90 odd this afternoon and really put the pressure on the Leeward Islands. So here at this juncture, we will take a break and we'll bring you back to Arnisville, where we have cricket continuing here. The West Indies under 19 Rising Stars, where Barbados will start their innings looking for a target of 90 on this the first day of this 2 days encounter between Barbados and the Leeward Islands.
So welcome back to the Adamsville playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we have the West Indies under 19 Rising Star tournament, where we have the Leeward Islands playing Barbados. Barbados won the toss earlier on in the day, and they sent the Leeward Islands to bat. The Leeward Islands kettled out for 90 runs. Just a 3-wicket piece for the Barbados bowlers, which is Prescott and Sealy, and also the boy Motara. And they did the destruction here for the Leeward Islands in St. Vincent. But it's the Barbados' turn to the crease, and the Leeward Islands will be looking to get as little as possible from the Barbados to rest them there. I'm in the luxury of company with the esteemed Kesrick Williams, my fellow colleague, friend, and brother in the same area. Kesrick, welcome back post lunch. First time seeing you after lunch. I think you're still serving lunch.
Morris, I enjoy lunch, and I must say good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the listeners out there. Good to see some youngsters here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines doing the business here. Barbados with their supporters in the stands, the moms, the dads, the cousins, the uncles, traveling all the way from Barbados to support their kids. Opening here for Barbados today is Achilles Brong and Kyle Jordan.
And to do this,
Edwards is with ball in hand from Leewards. Played for West Indies under 19 as well. Had a good showing in the last game at Cyan Hill. He would want to start that again to give the Leeward Islands a start. Probably get an early breakthrough. Let's see what he can do. Immediately, full and straight. I really would like to see if he has that gift of seaming back the ball or bringing back the ball to the right-hander. Because a lot of fast bowlers around the world, left-hand fast bowlers with such talent, really create problems around the world whenever they go and play. As I mentioned this morning, guys like the Faruqi and the Trent Bolt, and how much you would miss him in world cricket because he has just retired. So I really, really would want to see if he can bring back that ball to the right-hander.
Yes, because haven't seen him over a couple of series. He does bring that ball back. And it will be trouble if he starts to bring that tail, especially he tails it very late. That's it. That's the weaponry he uses, where he's pitching that ball up full. Yes, it is good. He's looking for the natural swing. But I think when that ball bruises its side and they start to shine it, he tails it back naturally. So that is a good weapon he has in his artillery, and he should be able to use it to weaponize and demonize the Barbados batsmen.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. He was actually selected in that Pakistan under 19 league tournament that they had their first ever under 19 T20 league tournament. And I actually think they won the tournament as well. Have to really dig deep and research and find out if it's his team that won the tournament. But he was the only West Indian selected for that Pakistan tournament.
Kyle Jordan, very watchful. 3 balls so far into the innings. He's played very well for Barbados over the... this one is tailed in, taking the outer portion of the bat and it's caught it out to the middle region. Barbados is off the mark. Kyle is off the mark. And they off the mark with 2 runs. So the Leeward Islands are operating with 3 slips, a gully, some of a point, mid-off, mid-on, wide-ish, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. What's the batting should be like for Barbados now? get over the 91st and foremost, yes, and bat the way through for the rest of the day?
That should always be the mindset. Being able to bat long, and that really would be fitted into what West Indies cricket really want for these youngsters. You got to be careful what you're doing there, Kyle, because he has that one that comes back. You got to be careful, but it's the first over done. Is it? Would you say it's a good left, or would you say you're not sure?
I think it's good judgment.
Good
Excellent
leave.
judgment, yes. Because that would have had to come back. And again, it comes with the wind. There's no wind. That is just natural ball angling back to the right-hander because the ball is new. But if there was wind with that, he would have been in serious trouble.
The reason why I ask that is because I don't really want to comment too much on the batting. It's not something that really, resonates with me over my career. But I can handle the bat. I mean,
What's your top score, Kesrick?
oh,
in
Morris,
your
come
career?
on, you.
12?
I've done well throughout my career at school.
No. Don't do me that.
Well, you
I'm not
asked
talking about school.
You never
Kes.
asked about stages. You asked about
Okay,
batting.
in your international career. 12.
I've scored some runs against New Zealand.
Okay, nice.
And I think it was the time when what's his name just came on the scene. I can't remember his name. Fast bowler from New Zealand. He had just came on the scene that year.
Lucky Ferguson?
Lucky Ferguson. Yeah, he felt how the middle of my bat felt,
Oh.
So I scored about 21 not out or so.
Really?
Yeah.
I wasn't watching TV that time.
And I don't think so. We're listening to the radio. So I had a fair chance when it comes to batting, but
Woo! Oh, look at that short pitch delivery, and the Leeward Islands making force inroad. Palmer with genuine pace, that of the fiery storms. Boy, and the Barbados batsman Brown could not handle that one, and all he could have done was just push it off him to the first slip.
well, it's the island of Curly Ambrose, the Andy Roberts, and the Benjamins. And now the Alzarian, we are seeing some good heat here from Michael Palmer. Did it come off the arm guard? And he's showing it as well. Not the right thing to do, Achilles. I mean, you're my good friend, but not the right thing to do. But he's gone. Achilles Brown. It's a good delivery. Don't be sad, young man. It's a good delivery. I mean, it's a kind of a hard decision as well.
It was fast. It was
Not
very,
really
very
supposed to be
fast.
showing, that the ball hit on your arm guard. But it was a quick delivery.
Very. Caught him by surprise.
Looks pretty strong. Good, strong action.
Oh, no. Clear off the glove, man. That was clear.
It's a good catch.
Yeah.
First in roll here.
My goodness, and it's his first delivery. Surprised him. He took off that one. And remember that Prescott and Smith operated from this end, and they got the ball in the right channel, and they did very well, Williams. Something you will be happy to see.
Definitely, as a fast bowler myself, I love to see a fast bowler attack. I mean, as you know, cricket is changing now. It's not really a fast bowler's game. Back in the day with the Curtly Ambrose, the Courtney Walsh and these guys, Joshua Dunn just came to the crease, and you want to see he's coming on really well to the bat. Good pace.
As much
Looks a strong lad.
it tells you how hard Palmer is hitting that bat, because we're a good distance away back. There's a stump, there's a mic down on the ground, yes, but we could hear naturally that ball ricocheting into the bat very hard.
But I'll tell you what, we're in the right position We're in the commentary box.
Oh,
He's
he's
operating
really
in the
good.
middle of the pitch. So you know that he's getting something. Just can't get carried away with it too much. That's the third delivery he has bowled, and all living in the middle of the pitch.
But not only that, the batsman has been playing them on the top of his toes, which is something you would like to see, and that as a pace bowler into a rhythm. That's where you will feel happy most. But he has to be very watchful,
Definitely.
Joshua Dawn. And Barbados 2 for 1. Good cricket here.
That one is a little light. Looks like whenever he comes in the middle of the pitch, he puts that extra effort in. A lot of young fast bowlers these days, you find that's an issue. They in the middle of the pitches when they have their pace, but when it's up closer, when it's pitched up a bit more, it's a bit light. You want that same energy going forward.
Whoa, a no ball. A no ball this time, but an excellent delivery. That tail right back between the batsman and his bat. A gate was open there, but fortunately for him, it's a no ball, which brings a extra to the total here for Joshua. And, he's one of those bowlers, those who are doing analysts and analytical work will have to look at, and he has something to him. And this one down the leg side, it should be cut off. If we watch his approach to the crease, slips. Oh, he's got him! He's got him! Palmer strike 2 in 1 over. Barbados, they're not flying fishes here, but they are under pressure. Boy, isn't the Leeward Island racking up some pace here? Palmer doing it.
Well, that's what we want to see here as commentators, and that's what West Indies cricket wants to see. From the fast bowling point of view, you want to see a fast bowler create that opportunity for a wicket early in rolls. Good pace, good lifting delivery, just outside the line of off stump. Not a lot of movement, just enough. Batter making the mistake here.
I do
It's
not
gone.
want to be too critical, Kesrick, and making it sound as if I'm being critical of the batsman. But he never seemed comfortable from the first 2 deliveries that he got lifted. There was a third delivery that left him, and he was shuffling at the bat. But this one now, again, that delivery was leaving him, and then he was fishing right there. And here we go. As we see this, very slow. Look at his stance, good. But the foot movement is very economical. Look at where his foot movement is. And there he's pushing that bat. He's no way towards that bat to play a conventional shot.
I'm
This is
looking
a
at
delivery.
Michael Palmer. Still could do a little bit more work, but with what I'm seeing here, if he's doing this well in terms of hitting those lines and lengths, with this sort of pace, making those simple corrections with his fast bowling, he can be someone that we're looking at.
Well, end of the over. There was so much excitement in that over that it brings Nathan to continue his spell. He will want to get into the party here. And no ball, signal umpire Afram Bayam. So 4 for 2. A position that Barbados would have never want to see themselves in. Williams, it brings Zion Brathwaite to the crease. Brathwaite, a very synonymous name in Barbados. And I'm not sure if he has the pedigree any temperament like Craig, but if it does, it will be needed now. So inside edge onto down to fine leg. Now brings Bratwith on strike. So excellent going here by the Leeward Islands. They has to keep this momentum going. They cannot get too complacent because this is the only thing that could curtail or restrict the run flow for Barbados. And if they want to get some forcing in points, obviously Barbados already get some bowling points, getting out them for all 10 wickets. So Nathan reminds me a bit of Trent Bolt, where he angles that ball wide off. I believe that he's looking to set up the batsmen, where he pitched them wide and look to bring back one straight Yakalin Kezer. So it will be interesting to see how he bowls the rest 4 deliveries here. My goodness me. The Leeward Islands with the tails up. That's what I'm talking about. Where you're looking to angle that ball across the batsman and then swing that one back in to the right-hander. But Bratwith at this time was equal to the task and understand what Nathan is doing. So it's very fundamental for him to... The Leeward Islands starting to knock on the door of the middle order for Barbados. I know there's a lot of persons in Barbados, especially the senior guys, who will be arguing about cricket here that they're watching. Some of them will not be pleased with the approach so far of the Barbados batting. But I want to tell you, it's just good bowling. Palmer really rack up the innings of the batsmen and did not let them settle at all. Good seam up delivery, first up. He gave to Brown, and then another one was given, and he was able to get 2 quick wickets for the Leeward Islands. So Nathan will want to join this wicket-taking delivery as this one goes wide of fine leg. So Bratwith is off the mark. Brings Barbados 6 for 2, a position they would have never thought they would have been in after lunch.
Pretty sure that Leewards is very happy being in this position. Who wouldn't be happy, Morris? At any format of cricket, you would be happy being in this position. Barbados have some rethinking to do. Rebuilding as well. It's the end of another good over. Score is 7 for 2.
And Williams, just to say, even though Palmer may have taken these 2 wickets, Nathan just have to continue focus on what he's asked to do. He cannot get too jealous of the fact that it's only Palmer taking wickets and then he gets the ball to be spraying all over the place. He has to be consistent. And as a pace bowler yourself, you would have seen other bowlers taking wickets. Sometimes you bowl a ball and, you know, a catch is dropped. How do you deal with that psychologically?
It's just a matter of just going back to your mark and get ready again. I mean, you can't study, you know, what has happened. You know, the main thing is being able to keep knocking along that line of length that will bring you success. That's the most important thing. Yes, you would feel bad by it, but you can't let it kill your spirit too much. But something that I'm still waiting to see is fast bowling in this tournament. Both opening bowlers go past 10 overs. That is something I'm still waiting to see. At this ground, I haven't seen the two opening bowlers bowl past 10 overs. There's always a change of bowling early. So a fast bowler sometimes bowl 3 overs, sometimes bowl 4. So I want to see that spell. But I think it's a spell. I want to see that broken today. So far, we are seeing 2 good fast bowlers. Both teams, I would say, show some quality today in terms of their fast bowling department.
See some serious appeal there from Brent Joseph at first slip. And Matthew Miller, very excited. Every time the ball passes the batsman, it doesn't even have to be close to the bat. They appeal. They have to be very careful.
It's just excitement, Morris.
So it's squatted out to point, out to cover area, and it goes to the boundary now. Somewhat of a no ball as well. So
Well, it was a good shot. Drive and drive well.
yeah, I think that
If you look
delivery.
at that shot, he slightly opened the face of the bat as well.
Ratchet was one of the mainstay for Barbados in the season prior. He opened the batting, and he really anchored some of the innings for Barbados. Hence the reason why they were able to, not only him, but hence the reason why they were able to be the champion. But he has showed some anchorage in the batting and really holding up to that name of a Bradway.
Tell you what, I like his number, Morris. It's a number 19 on his back.
That's an anonymous number to you.
I like that number. It's very close to me.
Your international number, 19. Kes
Actually, my
19.
league number.
Yeah. You started out with a different number though.
It was always number 19.
Okay.
It was always number 19.
You had a 69?
No, that was 60. That
60.
was international cricket.
Right.
That
A
was
60.
my international number 60, but
Right.
my league number is
But your league
19,
number, okay.
wherever I travel.
Okay, I get you. Before that's a good shot. This one again, another a misfield, but I would give him that because of an awkward bounce. It took an awkward bounce just before it reaches him.
What Palmer needs to remember is that he can't get carried away. Short stuff. Needs to be smart. Needs to use the new ball a lot better than that. He picked up 2 wickets early, and it was 2 good deliveries. One surprise Brown, and the other one took the edge.
So they have now put Yannick Henry at point. And Israel Morton replaced him at gully. So Morton Henry right away comes into the heat of the action. He's one of the best fielders that they have on the team. Mackenzie. It's very good. See, a lot of chattering out there with him. You've been a bowler sometime. Well, most of your time. What are some of the things you will be going up to the batsman to say?
Lovely shot.
With my voice, Morris, I don't think I scare anyone.
I don't believe another no
I
ball.
just go about my business. Try execute the plans that coaches and captain asked me to execute, but that's another new ball here from.
But junior career,
Palmer.
would you have gotten in any exchange of words with anybody, like petty bantering.
That's a cheeky question, Morris.
No, I'm just asking for the viewers. I may know personally, but
I had a few battles.
yeah, lost a one.
I've won a lot of battles.
Crucial ones, you lost.
Crucial ones.
Okay.
Playing at the highest level, we lose more than you win, though.
Because a viewer was asking us, do you ever come to an end? I'll ask you, do you ever come in at end of the over is 17 for 2. 17 for 2. So Nathan to continue. We'll be interesting to see if he comes around the wicket and asks the ball to swing away from the right-hander. But he's going to continue from over using the natural angle. So I will keep my promise to the viewer. They were asking, what's the theory? Or how did you come up with the theory of the notebook? Oh, it's a good call. Straight one, but had some batting to that one. It's a hint too straight. Please keep your commitment to the viewers.
If I was given $1 for every time someone asks me that question,
you'll be a rich man.
I'll be a rich man. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never really planned a celebration, Morris. It's just that the more that I enjoy my cricket, I think it's the more happy I am, and it's the better I will do. So it's just a thing. Like whenever I get a wicket, I don't know. Things just come to me.
Yeah, but a notebook. How did you come up with that? It was like you write down the name.
Yeah, it was literally just writing down names of persons that I get out in my notebook. That was it. That's it.
Right, but then you start to put them in your pocket.
Well, you have to put the notebook somewhere. You cannot bowl with the notebook.
Right.
You have to put it in your pocket to keep it safe.
Interesting.
Because you cannot bowl with a notebook in your hand.
But I remember the notebook came back to haunt you.
It did a few times.
Okay.
I had a few battles where I've lost my notebook.
They got torn apart.
Got burnt.
Okay.
By my good friend Chadwick Walton.
I didn't want to call names, you know.
But I'll give you a story probably after this over how that whole issue, that whole situation started with myself and Chadwick Walton.
But I normally follow you on social media, and I realize that every post you make, some Indian poster will remind you that Kohli is your king. Virat Kohli, that is.
I have over 1,000 messages in my inbox from Indians or from fans around the world just saying Kohli is your daddy.
How do you deal with these things?
I just say, well, I have a good father.
Yeah.
I have a very popular father.
Very
popular. And a good father as well.
Okay.
But a lot of people don't seem to realize the score with me and Kohli is still 2-1.
Okay. So this
me
one
and Chadwick is equal now. 3-all.
Okay.
So I have to look out the next time when I meet him because it always swing back to him or back to me.
Okay.
So the last battle of one was myself against Chadwick Walton.
So you want to go ahead of him?
So it's equal now.
Okay.
So the next time it will be his turn. So I have to watch myself when I play against him the next time.
Very well. So good going, good calm going here by Nathan. And into his third over, just 5 runs. So he's doing what the Leewards is expecting of him. This one is a wide, no ball. Just overstepping that one. So I
As I
think
mentioned earlier, Morris, we always find the youngsters put a lot of effort into the shorter deliveries. We would like them to put that same effort into the fuller deliveries. You just want Nathan to continue doing what he's doing. Continue to create that pressure. You cannot get bored. And in this format, the person that stays calmer the longest usually win the ball. But it's the end of another over. The score is 18 for 2. Michael Palmer picking up those 2 wickets. Well, this is the 5th over now. Usually so far, we haven't seen any fast bowler bowling past 10 overs for the first in any innings for the first few overs. There's always a change before the 10th over. This is the 6th over now. Just
away by Brathwaite. It's going out to the Wildish middle field. They're coming back for a 3rd run. And good running. But it was just close to the hand of the fielder there at Wildish mid-on. He was in some contention for a while. And again, he would ask the question of Palmer, is it that he's bowling? He's getting carried away with the short balls. And he has to be very careful because Brathwaite and Joshua is really, really getting hang of the pace now. This time it's more fuller.
And that's the thing, you can see the effort that these bowlers really put in when they're bowling the shorter delivery. And then you could actually see a difference when they're fuller.
So Brathwaite signaling for a bat. May have done some damage to his tool.
I'm wondering how much bat these youngsters carry around.
Another short lifting delivery. Out goes Don, and he goes to the short ball again. What a catch that is. A magnificent catch. And boy, isn't Palmer doing it for the Leewards. Barbados, they are in a diaspora. My goodness me, they have lost the 3rd.
Well, we did mention he's operating on the shorter side, but he's getting success with it. And that's a wonderful catch.
What a catch that is.
That's a good catch by the keeper. Is that Andrews?
Yeah, it's a Morris, you know.
Flying Andrews. It's a really good catch. Good bumper.
It was very well timed.
Showing his
because
quality.
sometimes as a keeper you have to know when to jump, how to make your leap. But at this time it's 21 for 3. Barbados is in a bit of concern.
Really good, strong action. Good, quick bumper. Barbados is in some trouble. It's Joshua Morris walking out. The wicket keeper.
Andrews was the keeper. But Morris is the batsman that is coming in. Sorry. For the viewers, they got a bit carried away by the Morris who is supposed to come to bat next. I hope that you don't get too much pace. You know. I remember one time Keswick, I was playing in Park Hill, and a pace bowler came into me, and the first ball zipped across my face. And he asked me, "Where do you think you're playing? Preschool cricket?" And I was like, whoa. So I know what it could be like out there. The man with the dreadlock. So Palmer, just as we were talking about the short ball, have got all 3 wickets to the short ball.
And you would want him to pitch the ball up a little more, but who am I to tell him to pitch the ball up a little more if he's picking up wickets with the shorter delivery? And that is only gonna, what we would say in St. Vincent here, put his tail up, give him that energy to come down with the breeze behind of him from the back way end.
And again, the short ball and Joshua on top of that one cut it away. A magnificent cricket shot. It appears that Joshua was in the nets before he came out here.
There's something about Joshua that I like, even since last year when I saw him here in St. Vincent. There's somewhat of ease to his batting. He never looked rushed. He's one of those players that I think that times the ball well, good foot movement, get close to the ball, and on top of the bounce, punching it behind point. No chance for the man at backward point there. Not even the good feeler from
Morton.
From Leeward Islands. Martin, that is. Maybe he's family from Narco, God rest his soul. Punch down the ground. No run though. But that's a thing about that I like about Morris. Calm, cool, collective. He's the type of player. He never look rush at the crease. They need to start to rebuild here, Barbados. Michael Palmer is showing that, listen, I have pace and I'm gonna use my short deliveries against you guys.
Again, another short delivery lifting, and the good thing about it, as the over comes to an end, 25 for 3, is that he's not even getting them over the shoulder so that the umpire would have had to signal. He's just getting them right to the area where he's most comfortable.
It's really good bowling. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing, not only from the Leeward Islands, but from the Barbados bowling earlier this morning as well. This is some good cricket here today. There's not much we can say on the negative ends of things. It's all positive here as Morris leave the commentary box. And we welcome Mr. Crookshank. How are you? I haven't seen you for the last 2 hours or so.
I've been around. Good afternoon to you, Keswin. Good afternoon to our viewers. I've been doing some homework, which I will report on shortly.
Homework? I've never liked that word, but you know, I always do my homework in the morning before I go to school. Used to be my best times because I used to be so focused on cricket. I would play my cricket in the evening after school. This is Sar. I mean, you have to feel it for Mr. Edwards.
Seems as if there was a nick on that one, and
Surely there was a nick. It was a good delivery outside the line of the off stump, and you could see how upset the batter is. Zion Bratwitt, who was really disgusted with himself. Nathan Edwards. How disappointing.
Would have been.
I've had a few of that in my career, but I know how disheartening it is. So I feel it for you, Nathan. Just turn around and go again, buddy.
Yeah, it would have been another big wicket for the Leeward Islands team to get rid of Brathwaite, who is one of the better batsmen in the Barbados team.
And that is the sort of power and ability that left-handers have. They can go across you, but if they have that talent to bring it back, you always find the need to play at it, especially when it pitched along the line of off stump or so, and you can take it away and you can bring it back because the natural angle will always go away.
Yeah, that is something that Edward creates because he does bring the ball back. We have seen him bowl several of those, but that one just going across with the angle and really lured Brathwaite into the shot. He was extremely disappointed, but luckily he was reprieved by the fact that Edward stepped over.
It's a bit quiet there now in the Trident posse. The Barbadians that are here is a bit quiet. But I must say, even though that they're 26 for 3, and Leewards got outdone for 90. Yes, it's a low-scoring game, but if you're looking at this game, you would be happy with what you're seeing here on show in terms of the bowling.
Yeah, the bowling has been good from both sides. One or two of the wickets that have fallen, especially during the Leeward Island innings, have been a bit soft, but the quality of the bowling has been high. It continues what we are seeing even at the senior level for the West Indies, where the bowling now has superseded the batting, and it has been so for a couple of years now. But what we want to see, is some batsmen knuckling down, making those runs, fighting it out for their team, showing a good straight bat, and now so fight through the tough times and then cash in when things get a bit easier. It's punched again off the back foot by Morris, a shot that he played before to get 4 runs. This time it's pulled in before it gets to the boundary. He gets time for 2. I'm just going to report a little bit on the homework that I went to do, Kesrick. I found out that...
I've been waiting to hear it.
Yeah, that Morton, Israel Morton, is the nephew of the late Ronaldo Morton, and that Mikhaili Tong, who is not playing today but he's in the squad for the Leewards, is the nephew of Gavin Tong, former West Indies fast bowler.
When I tell you about a man that will dig deep for his team, it's Gavin Tong. Michael Palmer reminds me a little bit of Gavin Tong. Strong, robustly built, and will put in a lot of effort for you.
One of my more fond memories looking at Gavin Tong for West Indies was when he and Suleiman Ben, they almost put on as a miraculous partnership to chase down about 300 against Australia. In Australia, we still lost the match, but it was a good effort from them at numbers 10 and 11. We really beat the ball in the old West Indies way. Beat that ball,
I
Gordon.
can remember that game.
And the Australians, they were worried for a bit there, but they eventually got the 10th wicket and were able to cross the line. I think they were a little bit worried that they would have been embarrassed by a big partnership by the 10 and 11 for the 10th wicket.
It's always frustrating when you blow through the top order and 9, 10 and 11 figure that they can hold you up as a bowling unit.
That one is firmly driven there by Morris, but straight to mid-off. Actually, he's hit that one very crisply. He's a well-built man. And it's 29 for 3 after 7. They're going at just over 4 runs and over, which is not so important at this time. The fact which is important is that they are 3 wickets down, and also that they are 29 runs. They have 29 runs on the board. The Leeward Islands, they would want to keep taking wickets because they would want to be as much on par as possible at the end of this first innings. And the Barbados, they would want a partnership here to see if they can overhaul the remaining 61 runs that they need to get a lead and to go beyond that. We saw in the first game that the lead for Jamaica was very a meager 11 runs in the first game that was televised here, when they really had the opportunity to put on a big lead. Thankfully for them, weather intervened on the second day, but don't want to really let teams back in with a sniff when you have the upper hand as Palmer continues. This one is left by Brathwaite. Palmer continues to work on that short ball theory, not pitching up too many. Some persons would say that it's 2 lengths that he's bowling, but actually he's really bowling 1 length, just in the middle of the pitch. It hasn't been a full delivery from him for some time now. Does it get to be too predictable after a while, Keswick? After this delivery, we'll come back to you.
Sometimes it do. Sometimes it also set batters. Because batters get comfortable, and he said you get predictable. So batters sort of sit back in the crease, and then they just see you off. And then they start to operate on the other bowlers. But we're edging closer to 10 overs here, Cruikshank, and we still want to see if there would be a change.
I think we have a good chance based on how they have operated in the past. We have a good chance of getting to 10 with both of them still bowling.
And this is a lovely shot. On top of it, again, Zion Brathwaite. Just punch out to cover. Just 2 though. How much harm done?
See the skipper, Andrew, going to have a word with Palmer, his bowler. And Brathwaite was caught, I think, of that last over, but it was a no ball, caught behind. How much will that prove to cost the Leeward Islands team as we go further into this afternoon? Oh, that's a wicked delivery there. That one, I'm sure he heard as it passed. But you ever heard that song, Keswick? Right around your ears.
I heard that a few times in New Zealand, batting Faulkner. Not Faulkner, sorry, Ferguson.
That's the sound that it makes. You know, the seam wobbles through the air as it passes you. Yeah, you know.
I've heard it a few times. It's not the best situation to be in, hence the reason why I'm sitting here now. It's the best seat to be in.
Everybody likes to watch it from the pavilion.
The most scary thing about those deliveries is watching it from the side. Another ball again from Michael Palmer, but watching it from the side is even more scary.
You don't see it.
Because you only see when the keeper catches it.
Yeah, you don't see anything at
Then you're sitting in the dugout and you're like, wow, I'm supposed to bat next.
And somewhere along the line, I found that a lot of pavilions for the players are side on. I think that might have been intentional.
I don't like those.
So another no ball there from Palmer. Struggling a little bit with keeping his front foot behind the line, but he's really striving for that extra yard of pace. So on a back of a length, but not a short delivery. He's really trying to put in that little extra effort for his side. He has picked up 3 wickets so far, the 3 wickets that have fallen. And he's probably trying to pry out maybe 1 or 2 more before his spell ends. So he's really putting in all that he can put in. I think he also feels like he owes the team a little bit with that shot that he played earlier today, that pull shot with the backward square on the boundary. He really played a nothing shot as one of their top order batsmen. And one of their most experienced players too. So it's well played by Brathwaite. And what you're seeing from Brathwaite, we mentioned it when I was on in my first stint when the Leeward Islands openers were batting as the Barbados team are 32 for 3 after 8 overs. I was mentioning that looking at the technique of Joseph, he was not getting back on across to the lifting delivery. And if you look at Zion Brathwaite, he's a picture in defense against that type of delivery. He's getting right over those deliveries. So there's nowhere for that ball ready to pass him. He's making sure that he covers it very well. So he's showing a good defensive technique there.
And it's about doing the basics right. And I think he's one of those players that... that has that. So he gets back on across, he does the basics right, and here we go again.
Keswick, your wish is not being granted because Mackenzie, leg spinner, is being introduced after 8 overs. So Edward coming off after 4 overs. We have seen Nathan Edward bowl very long spells. We have seen him bowl very long spells in this competition before. So I'm sure it's not a case that he's tired, but they're just looking to do something different. Probably because he hasn't taken a wicket as yet, then they're looking to get as many as they can because of the small score that they made in the first innings. Mackenzie also, he does have a googly, so it'll be interesting to see how he operates here. get back to the field that he has shortly. So one bounce and turn from him, first delivery. There is a slip, there's a man at a shortish third man. There is a backward point, an extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep, backward square leg. This one is a quicker one, what seemed to be heading down the leg side. But it's a quicker one, flat. Caused a bit of concern there for the batsman, Morris.
Would really like to see that again, Alanson. After this delivery. Pitch outside leg. Good decision from
It's a
umpire
quick
Bayam.
single. We get through in the end. So Mackenzie has already started to look like he's causing some trouble in his first few deliveries. Full delivery. I don't have to ask you if you agree with this decision to bring on a leg spin. I know that you would have continued with the fast bowler.
Well, it's 33 for 3 now, and they were doing a good job, so Paul would have continued with him, or with both of them, but it's a 4, badly lined, going down the line of the leg stump. Zam Bradford, the quality that he possessed, he would always put away those deliveries. We saw that all year last year when he played here.
Yeah, and he likes the ball that is short as well. He's a diminutive type of batsman and likes to pull, likes to cut. Not dissimilar from his coach, Sherwin Liga Campbell. Love the cut shot and the pull shot. So he has to be very careful with his length here, Mackenzie. Edward may not necessarily have looked in the best rhythm, but he was definitely keeping things tight. This one is extremely full. Yorker length, really. As the end of the over, after 9, the score is 37 for 3. And at this juncture, the players will take tea. And of course, we'll be back with you very shortly. The Leeward Islands at this point, they were out for 90. And Barbados in reply are 37 for 3 after 9 overs. And it's tea time. Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnesville playing field, where we have the fixture in the Cricket West Indies under 19 Rising Stars competition. Barbados under 19 taking on the Leewards under 19. The current score is 37 for 3. The Barbados team in response to 90 all out by the Windies. And Michael Palmer, he will be continuing. He has 3 for 22 or 4 overs. He has all 3 wickets that have fallen, and he has taken all 3 of them to short deliveries. And with me in the commentary box this afternoon is Kenroy Martin. Good afternoon to you, Kenroy.
Hey, good afternoon, Alanson, and welcome back to Arnesville playing field, where we are set for an exciting evening of cricket here at Arnesville playing field between the Leeward Islands and Barbados. Palmer set the stage for an exciting day of cricket here, and he continues to bowl for the Leeward Islands. 3 scalps already.
So one is right on the money. Starts there immediately. Kept out by Morris, wicket keeper for the Barbados team. So we can hear all the Leeward Islands fielders with their encouragement on the field. Very chirpy today. But I'm sure if the Barbados team are to put together a big partnership here, then it will get very quiet out there.
Well, they have all the right to be chirping. They have picked up 3 scalps, courtesy Palmer.
Punch. Should not be a run. Good feeling there by the man at mid-on. Well done. Keeps it down to a dot delivery. And they could have had a 4th if Nathan Edward did not overstep. Brathwaite catch was completed off of him, but it was a no ball. This one is short. It's pulled away in the gap. That's 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Morris.
Yeah, short delivery. He pounced on it and really played it sweetly through backward square into the fence for 4. Short delivery. Those have worked for the fast bowler, but they were a little bit higher above the shoulder. That one within the rib cage area, and he dealt with it in accordance.
Yeah, beautiful that one didn't get up at all, as much as the others did. And the way that Morris shapes up, he seems to prefer playing off the back foot as well. He has punched a few off the back foot through the offside, and he has taken on that short delivery.
Seems to love the pace as well. Love the ball coming onto his bat.
This one is back on that line and length. He punches it straight down the ground. Time for them to get a single. So the score moves up to 42. And they're almost halfway to the score of the Leeward Islands team. So, I mean, could get to dangerous points with this partnership in very short order.
Well, they have lost wickets, yes, but they are getting runs. That is important. And the momentum is set here for a really good contest between these 2 teams. The Leeward Islands are not backing down. They have come out aggressive, and it has worked for them.
This one, good testing delivery on off stump. He's a strong lad, is Michael Palmer. Could hear the ball hitting the bat quite hard, and you could see at times, once it's not hitting the middle, that is twisting and turning the bat in the batsman's hand. So that tells you all that you need to know.
Yeah, strong lad he is. Not a long run up. He's not tall, but he's well built. Have some good shoulders as well.
It's well played by Brathwaite. So now at the end of the over, this is the first over after the resumption. After tea, the Barbados on the 19 team, they are 42 for 3 after 10 overs.
Yes, a good start here for the Barbadians. After tea, this between Brathwaite and Morris, they have batted smartly and sensibly so far. After the loss of those 3 wickets, they are now compiling some runs. They are dispatching the bad deliveries. The Leeward Islands have not stopped coming after those Barbadian batters. They are attacking. They are attacking, and they are looking for that another wicket. Really keeping themselves in the game, keeping themselves in the hunt. Very important. as the leg spinner continues to bowl here for the Leeward Islands, looking for another wicket. Very attacking field as well.
Yes, Mackenzie comes in. Has a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket. Those are the two fielders who are out. There's a slip, there's a point, there's another cover. There's an extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket in the circle. Imaginary circle, that is. Ooh, this one is a loud appeal. May have pitched outside the leg stump. It's a dangerous shot because Mackenzie is. We saw Redway on Friday bowling here, which is from he's the leg spinner from Jamaica. We also saw Motara. Redway, I would say, is quite a bit slower than the other two, and Mackenzie seemed to get the ball to rush onto the batsman. So it's a dangerous shot. This one is quicker. I think his length is just a little too full. He's either been a bit too short or too full so far in that over. He's getting some turn, but the length means that the batsman have the reach to smother the spin. Again, you see Brathwaite getting right out to the pitch of that one.
Brathwaite realizing he made a mistake with the first delivery, and he has pushed his front leg farther down the wicket. He's not easing back on that back foot looking for that attacking shot. He has changed it. That delivery struck him outside the leg stump. So the umpire, a very good decision by him.
It's Morris on strike actually. Able to see the dreadlock.
Wicket-keeper batsman, yes. Morris.
Hearing some shouting from the sidelines, and I think I recognize the voice of the lady who is speaking. She has been here every year.
Yeah.
That her son is playing, and that I think is the mother of Morris, who is batting out there. He's getting a lot of instructions every delivery. So I think that she's the assistant coach.
She is. Very knowledgeable coach as well. She is. So another over completed there by the leg spinner from the Mackenzie. Completing another over. Good over bowled by him as well. And these two batters from Barbados just trying to get things settled here for their team. Had to see another change in bowling from the southern end.
Yes, a new bowler coming on at the southern end. Edwards, getting a shift in his end. He was bowling firstly at the former Irisville Airport end. Now he's down at the Beckwith end. So just a change in ends for him. His first spell, he bowled 4 overs, none for 10. Could have gotten a wicket, but he overstepped. So he was a bit naughty there, and he really needs to be mindful of that. The score is a very low one, so they do not want to miss any opportunity to take a wicket.
Yeah, he's a sort of measly bowler. He don't give you much. He bowls a very tight line just on the off stump, and his trump delivery. This one is punched through the covers by Brathwaite. They call for one. Goes close to the fence. Yeah, back for 2. So 2 good looking runs there by Brathwaite. Short delivery outside the off stump and punching it nicely through the covers as the wicket seems to be getting better and better for batting.
Yes, it will as the sun dries it out. That one just a little bit too short there from Nathan Edward. The line was not that bad, but the length really allowed him the time to punch it in that gap and complete 2 runs. Some
smart cricket being played here by these two batters so far. Brathwaite is on 18 from 26 deliveries. Again, squeezing a nice single to covers. True, just disturbing those woodwork.
It's a direct hit, but he was well in. And with the new rules, once you have made it into your crease at any point, even if you're in the air afterwards, you are deemed to be within your ground. So no worries there for him in the end. I always thought that was the better thing to do in terms of the rule. Makes no sense for you to get in the crease and then just because your bat bounced up in the air or your feet got up in the air afterwards that you are given not out.
Yeah, you made your ground already.
Yeah, you did.
So Barbados trailed by 45, looking for first innings here.
This one is short. He's punching it. Doesn't time it. There's a bit of inward movement from Edward, as is his want. And
as a skipper for the Leeward Islands team, with a small total that you have posted, what would be your plans here now, knowing that Barbados is now 45 for 3? What would you do? Continue attacking? Look to be defensive attacking? What's the ploy?
I'll get to you after this delivery. If that is going to be his line of attack around the wicket, gets it to coming back a little bit as well. I would make a few changes to the field. I would have a short leg in for the inside edge, especially if it pops up off the pad. That's a reasonable enough place where you can get a wicket given his line of attack and the angle which he bowls and his inward movement.
And that's his key delivery. He gets the ball to drag back to the right-handers, Edward.
So one leaves it alone. I think now that's the end of the over, is it? No. Just umpire Foster having a little check as to where he's landing. Had a word with him earlier in the over.
Very important key moment. This is a key moment in the game. Very important period of play here. Where would it go? Who would take the advantage? A very key moment.
Now it's the over that has ended.
It's evenly balanced so far between these two teams. Barbados losing 3 wickets. Kind of in a pickle. If they lose another wicket, there would be some trouble. But at 45 for 3 from 12 overs, looking for a target of 90 to claim first innings, they should be rather not comfortable, but okay with that position. With these two batters, Morris on 12 from 24 and Brathwaite 19 from 27, they should be able to bat on and carry their bats into the innings, a little deeper into the innings, and make things a little bit more comfortable for Barbados.
Yes, and they are already halfway to the score, and this partnership has put on 24 after they were 21 for 3. So they want to keep it going. Now a quick single. Sharper work there by the man at mid-off. May have made it a bit interesting.
Yeah. Smart batting, good calling, good communication from these two. They're not taking any undue risk, but just playing cricket, playing the ball on its merit, taking the singles, dispatching the bad deliveries, and really playing some nice positive cricket, these two batters.
This one sponge long to the man at mid. Oh, he misfields. Put him under some pressure there and he made the error. So 2 runs there, and you can hear all of the vuvuzelas from the Barbadian supporters with that extra run. You would think that you are playing in Kensington.
Yeah, well, Kensington has come to St. Vincent.
Indeed, and it's just a handful of supporters. Imagine if there were many.
It's good to see the support for the youngsters. Good to see the parents. Keep supporting your children in whatever they endeavor to do. They have traveled from Barbados to here. Although it's a stone throw away from here, still has some expense to it. And every year they do it for their kids. You know, kudos to those parents from Barbados and the other islands who have traveled with their children to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. every tournament.
This one is a straighter one. Doesn't bounce at all from Mackenzie. Morris really was looking for some more bounce on that delivery.
I like Morris' approach, really. I like his approach. He's looking to score. He's not looking to bog himself down. When the ball is bad, he dispatch it. So he's playing positive, and that's the way you could get out of situations like this.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to put some pressure back on the bowler, whether it is from knocking the ball in the gaps or maybe getting the occasional boundary. You have to get them under some pressure.
Yeah, his approach.
It's a lovely shot there by Morris. Will challenge the boundary. Goes over it now. That's a top shot there. 4 runs to him.
Yeah, positive batting here by Morris. He was tossed into his half and he just drove it back past the bowler. Didn't have a chance when he passed mid-off. Into the fence for 4. 4 good looking runs there by Morris. And he continues to bat positive here for Barbados. And really carrying the bat here, carrying the battle to the Leeward Islanders.
Yeah, this is something that I said up in the previous over from Mackenzie. He has been a bit too full when he has looked to toss the ball up. That's really a half volley right on in the drive area. I mean, there was nothing that Morris could have done but hit it for 4.
Fine shot there by Morris.
He needs to pull his length back just a little bit. Again, you see that length very, very full, just too full. There's turn in the wicket, but you won't get it turn if it doesn't pitch.
Yes, his length just a little bit too full, as you said, making it light work for Morris. Just turning it to the onside, picking up a single, driving it back past him for 4. Leeward Islands have to be careful with these 2 batters. You're doing pretty well. 20 to Brathwaite, 19 to Morris. Both batters really looking good now. Playing each ball on its merit. Sun is out in all his glory, the brightest we have seen it for the day.
This one is short, wide, off the toe end of the bat. We'll get about 2 runs here, at least, to Brathwaite. That's all there will be. That one, he had some turn on it, but in the end, there was not a lot of a bounce on that delivery.
So, very good over there for Barbados. At least 10 runs coming from that over. 10 runs from that over. It takes them now to what? 55 for 3, 13 overs bowled. The current run rate is 4.20, and they trail by 35 runs. And another day and a session remaining. That's good news for Barbados. Once you keep the wickets intact, then you reverse the pressure onto the Leeward Islanders and really put yourself in a good position for day 2.
I tell you what, I don't think that we'll be seeing what happened with the Jamaican team happen here, where it seems as if they would bat and try to declare today. I think Barbados, as long as they are able to, if they don't lose the wickets, they will continue to bat and see if they can bat once in this game.
Well, that should be the plan. Get as much runs as possible in the first innings and really put the Leeward Islanders under pressure for the second innings. You have at least 3/4 of a day to do so and try to win this game outright. It's critically important on these to continue to bat. We have not seen any big scores so far. The rain has affected the first round of games. So actually, the sun that is out today, giving us the opportunity to see these youngsters on show.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any updates from the other 2 games as yet, but so far, to my knowledge, the biggest batting score is still that 200 that Barbados made.
Yeah.
And the biggest individual score is still that half century from Prescott for Barbados, batting at number 10.
Exactly. So the batters haven't come to the fore as yet. Still waiting on them to do so. Lead their team to the scores that they need. Barbados for the past couple of years, have posted a pretty strong team, young team as well. And they have grown in stature. They have always competed for the tournament. Both the 1 day and the 3 days tournament now have been reduced to 2.
So no ball called there by umpire Foster. And so Edward, he was having conversations with the umpire. The umpire was having conversations with him in the previous over, looking at where he was landing, and now he has actually stepped over that line. Remember that the line also belongs to the umpire, so if you're there or thereabouts, once there's no evidence that something is behind the line, it's on the ball. This one is edging over the top. There was weight on it, and Morris went after it very gleefully, and he got it down to the boundary for 4.
Well, fortune favor the brave. Morris have played a very brave inning so far for Barbados. He have played attackingly, smartly. That's actually the first miscued shot I've seen him played in this innings, coming off the edge. But he got 4 runs. As I said, fortune favor the brave. If you go in, you go hard. Hits the edge, it goes down to the fence for 4. So 4 more runs to him, 60 for 3.
Yes, and the Leewards have to be quite careful here because the deficit is now only 30 runs, so things are changing quite rapidly. So nice looking drive again, but straight to the man at extra cover. Again, from where we are sitting, we could hear his mom saying, "That's right."
Well, what has worked for him is he being positive, hit the bad ball, run hard, look for the opportunities, and he's been doing that and doing that well in his position, and he has propelled his team to 60 for 3. He has contributed 23 so far from 33 deliveries.
This one is single down to fine leg. So again, with that angle that he's bowling, I think what they should be trying to do, if he's going to come around the wicket, I think the main mode of dismissal has to do with either hitting the wicket or getting the LBW, or maybe off the inside portion of the bat. And if that is the case, well, always could see that he's going over the wicket. But if he were to continue around, I think that there needed to be some adjustments to the field.
Yeah, he's now coming over the wicket.
I was calling for that short leg. He's back over.
Well, these two have put on so far 40 from 54 deliveries.
Yes, and it's 61 for 3 after 14 overs. So they have 40 runs that they have added, but they have added it in good time as well, 54 deliveries.
Yes, and that tells you how positive they have been since both of them has come together. They have taken the opportunities, scored on the bad deliveries. They have run pretty good through the wicket, up and down, and after tea, both of them come together, and they now have scored for Barbados 40 runs from 53 deliveries. Can't ask for it better than that. Leewards now have to think about what they're going to do, who they're going to use to break this partnership, and they have turned to their leading bowler to do so. Need another wicket to keep themselves into this game.
There's a new bowler being introduced, and it looks like Watley. Yannick Watley. So left arm bowler. He's bowling some left arm seam.
I think we saw him last year in the tournament. Bowled pretty well. In the middle. He and Edwards together. So they have turned to him looking for that breakthrough. Break this partnership.
Last year they also had the services of a tall right-handed bowler. I'm trying to remember his name, from St. Martin.
Yes, fast, lanky.
Landefort.
Landefort.
Yes.
The opening bowler. Had 2 good pacers, really.
Yeah. So on his left alone outside the off stump by Morris. So Watley is bowling to a 6-3 field. There's a slip, there's a gully, there's a man at point, there's a cover point, there is an extra cover, there is a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. And it seems as he'll be trying to, in the main, angle the ball across the right-hander. I don't know if he has that ability to swing the ball back in, as we saw from Nathan Edwards. As we speak, there's a second slip that is being placed in the cordon.
I like the attitude of the Leeward Islanders skipper. He's attacking. He has placed 2 slips now, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off. keeping the pressure on the batters, you know, telling Watley to bowl on one side of the wicket. There's a short mid-wicket, one at mid-on, and a fine leg. So the plan is just to bowl on that off stump, bringing the slips and the other persons on the outside into play. Looking for wicket number 4.
It's a lovely drive there from Morris in the gap. Should challenge the boundary but won't get there. And they have time for 2 runs. It was well tossed up, well pitched up by Watley. And was positive batting there, as we have seen from Morris throughout his innings.
Yeah, with the state of the wicket now, you have to hit hard lengths really. You just can't run in and just pitch it up like that and expect the batters to not score. The wicket calls for hard length. The field is set for that as well. So your length have to be very meticulous, just on the off stump, fourth stump, where there's the zone, that zone. Better delivery. Be defensive.
Yeah, I think he was aiming for that general area a while ago, but just went a little bit too full.
Yes.
You know, and invited Morris into the drive, which he executed well enough to get 2. There's always the threat of that angle going across him, so I think that the aim here is probably to try to get him to nick off either to the keeper or to those 3 fielders behind square on the offside in the slip court.
Don't think he needs to get too straight. If he gets too straight, might find himself in trouble.
And so said, so done. He's too straight. Quick single taken. A clean pick up there by keeper Andrew may have had Morris in some trouble at the non-strikers end. But again, they're running well. They are aggressive in their running intent, these two. And they're putting some pressure on the Leeward Islands fielders.
Well, the chirping has gone to a 0. Not hearing any chirping again from the Leeward Islanders.
Well, I predicted that would be the case if the partnership progressed. They're under the pump, definitely. Barbados team are just 26 runs behind their score, with 7 wickets in hand.
Cool.
That's the delivery that he wants to bowl there. That one. It's a good delivery there from Watley.
Yes, that's the era, the uncertain era. Just on the foot stump, leaving him. It caused you to be drawn into that shot. So that's a very good delivery by Watley, beating the outside edge into the keeper's glove. And you heard the oohs and the ahs from the men in the slip and those around the bat. Good delivery by Watley.
Another solid delivery and well played by Brathwaite. That's the end of the over. And the score is now 64 for 3, Barbados, in response to the Leeward Islands 90 all out.
Yeah, good reply here by the Barbadians to that total of 80 of 90. They have lost 3 wickets in the process, but these two have already put on a lovely partnership. They have batted positively. They have run between the wickets pretty well. They have called and they have dispatched the bad deliveries, which is very important in situations like these. Brathwaite and Morris batting well for Barbados. They are now trailing by 26 runs. They would love to get to that 26 in no time and then pile the pressure on the Leeward Islanders, saying that we will take control of this game and then we will decide what to do tomorrow. So there's a change in bowling here. So Mackenzie has taken up the attack from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Morris, his force over from the backway end. Oh, and the change has worked. The change has worked. Mackenzie, first delivery from the backway end. And there goes Morris driving uppishly at short extra cover. Brilliant catch taken by the man there. And they have lost wicket number 4.
Yes, taken there by Nathan Edward. As we have another look at that one.
It was a flighted delivery on the off stump. Went for the drive. Low catch. Brilliant catch there by Edwards. That the dismissal of Morris. He goes back to the pavilion. Barbados 64 for 4.
Yes, and I was just about to think to myself, we're going back to Mackenzie's introduction. He was introduced in the 9th over, and we were saying that the Pacers should have continued for a little bit. And I was starting to say, well, after having both 3 overs from that end, and not having really, troubled the batsman that much, if they were ruining the fact that they took off the Pacers so early. But there was a skipper making the change, just shifting ends. And with his first delivery, he has gotten the dangerous-looking Morris, much to the delight of his teammates and those who are supporting the Leeward Islands.
Yes, a wonderful catch there by Edwards, a short extra cover, diving to his right, rolling over, low catch as well, well executed, well done. So we have claimed the scalp of Morris, who looked rather positive, who batted nicely for his score. Barbados 64 for 4, 15.1 overs bowled. The current run rate is 4.22. Pretty good run rate so far for the Barbadians, but they have lost 4 wickets in their pursuit.
Yes, and this is where somebody like Mackenzie can now be dangerous. We saw Mutara taking a hat-trick. If we have something similar being repeated here, and then you can have some parity between the 2 teams after the first innings. New batsman coming out to bat with the number 8.
Greenwich?
On his back. Yes, Micah Greenwich. I went and did my homework, found out that I'll get back to it after this delivery. Yes, I found out that there is some uncertainty. When I asked the question to the coaching staff, they said they were not sure if he was related in any way to the great C.G. Greenwich.
He's batting in the middle order, so that should say it. If he came at the top, then there should be some form of relation.
Well, so far he's come onto the front foot very nicely. High left elbow. We know that Ganu was a very technically correct batsman.
And he's a left-hander as well.
But I know you have your bias to left-handers as a left-hander yourself.
Oh my God.
Oh, that one seemed to just go on straight with the arm. Not sure if it was a googly, but definitely a flatter one that went through outside the off stump.
So Leeward Islands keep pulling themselves back into this game by taking wickets. That is very important. Be competitive. I always say that. I've always said that. Be competitive at every level, every opportunity. Never ever give up. Can you remember what, a year ago, 2 years ago, Leeward Islands and Barbados playing the finals here at Arnisville. We went right down to at least what, the last over or so. Leeward just pinching it within the tournament by a point or so.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a very, very interesting game between these 2 teams. Competitive right to the end.
Some excitement there, as that one was a bit faster, full delivery. Kept out in the end by Michael Greenwich. And at the end of the over, the score is now 64 for 4. So that's a wicket maiden there for Mackenzie.
Well, just as the Barbadians were just pushing their heads in front, Mackenzie claiming the wicket of Morris to an excellent catch by Edwards at short extra cover, pulling things back there, the Leeward Islanders, and giving themselves another opportunity to stifle these batters, slow down the run rate as much as possible. And the Barbados need another 26. Make this 26 as hard as possible for the Barbadians. Probably pick another 2 wickets or so. Cause yourself not to be chasing a big lead in the second innings. As Watley just pulls out of his run, wasn't comfortable with that. Dead ball signal by umpire. Bayam. So the chirping is back.
Just needs a wicket. That's all it needs.
With immediate effect.
So the bowler is getting frustrated here. And I think on that occasion, it may have been some talking by one of his teammates that caused Brathwaite to pull out. So the bowler just chastising the man at mid-wicket there. Mackenzie seemed to be the offending individual. So good line and length. So that's where he needs to be. They are thereabouts. Maybe occasionally getting just a little wider to give that temptation for the drive. But that's where he needs to be. If he can stay there, then he'll be doing the job for his team.
Well, he appears to me as a stock bowler. Somebody who could come in and just bowl a tight line and pick up a wicket or two for you and really keep things in check. He doesn't have a lot of pace, but he hits a very good line and length. As I mentioned before, keeps things very tight, doesn't give away much at all, and he could get a wicket or two for you. Again, another tight delivery on the off stump. 2 slips, actually 3 slips now, as Watley continue to operate from our end.
Yes, Watley, we can see there are 3 slips in place. As we said before, the aim is to push the ball across the right-hander, look for a nick to the 3 slips there, and the keeper. The 3rd slip is a little wider, might be almost a 4th slip, or a very fine gully. And so he's holding that line, that length, and I think that's what they have given him a job to do, while the leg spin of Mackenzie will attack at the other end.
Yes, good combination. Attacking bowler, a defensive bowler at this point in time. Good strategy here by the Leeward Islanders captain. His key spinner, Mackenzie, picked up a wicket, a very crucial wicket with his first delivery at the change of ends. And now Watley just keeping things tight from this end. Good ploy.
This is a quick single. A very good running from Brathwaite. Slight misfield from Honore. That's something that you see very often. He's usually a very good fielder. But Brathwaite, I think, is the man that stands in the way of the Leeward Islands team right now. He's already set. He's a very stubborn type of batsman. And I'm sure he will want to get a commanding score here and bat well into this innings, maybe even to carry his bat to the end, if possible. So the Leeward Islands, they would need to keep taking wickets because they could still face a very daunting lead here if they are unable to continue to prize wickets out this evening.
What could be important if they continue to fight the way they are and pick up wickets, they could have not much of a lead, and then that could bring the game back into the favor of the Leeward Islanders once they bat properly in the second innings.
So this one is a short delivery, tested in the middle of the pitch. Quite a slow delivery in the end. Took a long time to get to the keeper, but Greenwich, he was well under it.
Leeward.
65 for 4 in the 17th over. A lovely day here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, aside from the Sahara dust. But the water, I could tell you, the seawater is as flat as the... I'll get back to you.
Oh.
This one, shout there, but didn't seem to be much in it. Yeah, I was going to say that it's as flat as the road from here to somewhere in St. Vincent, but there's nowhere in St. Vincent that you can go to find something that is as flat as that.
Probably need to describe it as a bake, man. Flat as a bake.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Maybe flat as the runway at Argyle.
Had an old skipper used to say, flat as a bakes. Big up to Junior Murray, the assistant coach for the Windies Islands. Skipper. He normally says that when the wicket is looking good for batting. He said flat as a beaks.
I guess he liked his beaks. Something I always wondered from childhood coming up that, we fry it, but we call it bake. You know that, right?
Yes.
So Mackenzie to continue to Brathwaite. It's a very full delivery again. Again, I'm still thinking that he's not getting his length on point. Still too full or too short. Again, very full. So he needs to find that length where when the batsman comes onto the front foot, they are not able to drive. And so that when the ball pitches, it can have that opportunity to turn across the bat face. Get that edge to the man at slip. Joseph. This one is too short. So again, as I said before, it's either it's a bit too full or too short. So he needs to get in between those two lengths from those two deliveries that we just saw.
Well, the one that he got in the right area, he got a wicket. That of Morris. I could remember from tournaments before. It took a long time to get into his stride. Mackenzie. Took a long time. That length he's bowling now, it's not the length that the field is set for. He's bowling into the leg stump. There's two feelers on the leg side and the others are placed on the off side. So that length and line has to change. So he's not actually playing to the plan of the captain.
Again, a bit too full. No run.
Bowling in between the leg stump and the middle stump. Should be just a little further, just on the off stump, where he brings all the other feelers on the offside, the slip, the backward point, the cover, the extra cover, the short extra cover, and the mid off into play.
That's a better length from him.
Yes.
Still fractionally too full. And that brings us to the end of the over. At the end of over number 18, the score is 65 for 4. The Leeward Islands, the Barbados team in response to the Leewards, who made 90. So they are exactly 25 runs adrift of the first innings total.
All right, Barbados losing 4 wickets. Leeward Islands bowled out for 90 just after lunch. And the Barbadians are now 65 for 4, looking for that target of 90. But the youngsters from Leewards are making it as difficult as possible for these batters. The fight continues here between these two teams, looking for first innings points as Watley continues. Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
It was a good delivery, but it seemed to beat him outside the off stump because he was quite late on the shot. By the time his bat came down, the ball was almost already in the keeper's hand.
Well, there was a song there, not too sure what it was.
I think he may have struck his pad with his bat. But even by then, the ball was already past where the batsman was. A long way past him by then, actually.
Well, that's done and dusted. Not out, says umpire Byam. Watley goes back to his mark. Well taken by the wicket keeper as well. Good delivery that was.
Plays this one nicely, does Greenwich. And his job will be to give the support to Brathwaite, who is batting on 23.
So Greenwich has faced 9 deliveries so far, not yet off the mark. Just trying to get the pace of the wicket, looking for that opportunity to get off the mark is Greenwich. Brathwaite, 23 from 42. Mainstay for Barbados, as Watley has a little issue again. Here's the run up. He has bowled 2.2 overs, 3 runs so far. Very measly. 18.2. Barbados trail. This mega total of 90.
That's the play there on that occasion by Greenwich. But Watley, he's doing a job for his team. He has bowled 2.3 overs, none for 3. And I'm sure, as we mentioned before, his job will be to keep it tight at one end. He's bowling a good line and a good length. He's doing the job. Just around the top of the off stump to both players. And he has made the adjustment necessary to the left-hander after bowling a good line and length to the right-hander previously.
He strikes me as that sort of bowler who would hit a line, hit a length, consistently keep things tight, don't give you a lot. Again, he's on that line and length, just on the off stump, causing Greenwich to play just up in front of him, and there's no run. Keeps bowling tight. 4 dot deliveries in a row.
Yeah, that one was a bit fuller. Greenwich timed it nicely, but maybe just an opening of the bat face just a little bit would have gotten it in the extra cover region. May not have challenged the boundary because he didn't really hit it that hard, but may have gotten him a couple of runs. These are some of the things that we want to see our young batsmen develop as well, that dexterity to find the gap.
Yes, the use of the wrist, positioning of the bat. Again, just on the line of the off stump, Greenwich equal to the task. Support coming strongly from those in the stand.
I don't do a very good Barbadian accent, so I'm not going to try to repeat what I'm hearing.
They are unique in their speech. Barbados 65 for 4. Watley continues for the Leeward Islands, 21 on his back. This one is a good delivery, just squeezing that one onto his pads to the man at mid-wicket. And that brings another Watley over to an end. A maiden over been bowled by him here.
Yes, so he has 3 overs now, none for 3. And the score remains on 65 for 4. So there's 25 runs behind. At this point in time, the next 3 or 4 overs can have a big say as to where this game may be heading.
Yeah, crucial time.
If the Leeward Islands can pick a few wickets here before they get to that 90 score, then it may be closer to parity. But if these two can take the score to 90 and maybe beyond, then it will be very difficult for the Leewards from then on. So they need to ensure that they are very focused, especially over this little period, because it can have an impact on the outcome of the game. That's bowled him. That's bowled him all over the place. Micah Mackenzie, another wicket for him.
God.
And we were saying that if they pick a few wickets before they get to 90, they will still be in the game. And this one has beaten him all ends up. He was playing for the leg break, but it went straight on with the arm, coming off the pad onto the wicket, and it has bowled him all ends up.
Well, Mackenzie doing the job here for the Leeward Islanders. Quicker delivery in between the pad. Brathwaite goes bowled Mackenzie. Wicket number 5 has fallen here for Barbados. 25 runs seems very far away now for the Barbadians. They're down to their middle order, and their really key scorer has disappeared. Yes, a good delivery from Mackenzie.
Yes, and Mackenzie, since he has switched ends as we look at the replay, yes, that one went back in. Didn't see the action clearly. If you could give us that replay again, the producer.
You're calling.
Yes. No, it seemed to have been just a flatter, quicker delivery.
Yes.
Not the googly. We have seen him bowl the googly in some of the previous editions. So he does have that in his armory. And Greenwich now, he's being joined by his skipper Nathan Seeley at the wicket.
Well, there's a saying, captain out, all out. Captain. Here comes Nathan Seeley into the wicket. He joins Greenwich, who's yet to score. Barbados 65 for 5. 19.1 overs bowled, 3.39 the current run rate. And Mackenzie has picked up 2 for 15 from his 5 overs so far. And Nathan Seeley, this is what his 3rd or 4th year into this tournament. He's no rabbit with the bat either.
Yeah, he was the vice captain for the West Indies on the 19 when they toured Sri Lanka, and was the captain for one of the editions. I can't remember if it was a white ball or a red ball. Senior player. This one is taking a single. The vacant area behind square on the offside. So he's off the mark immediately, Nathan Seeley. 66 for 5. In the midst of a successful over from Micah McKenzie, leg spinner.
Very critical time here for these two teams. Has broken the big partnership and has taken another wicket. McKenzie continues to fight here for Leewards. Good delivery again by McKenzie, just on the off, some grenade, just squeezing that out to the offside. The man at backward point, just running around to his left and feeling, and tosses the ball back to the bowler. Really good cricket here, entertaining cricket by these two teams. Not a good delivery there by McKenzie. Just seems to have found his length and line here, McKenzie.
Yeah, I'd like to see that one again. But if you could get the replay for that delivery, just to see his action. Maybe after this one.
This one is flighted and is driven handsomely through the covers by Greenwich. He's gone for 1. He's coming back for 2 as the horns are blowing in the stands for the Barbadian. 2 runs to Greenwich. He's just off the mark. Just about 16 deliveries to do so. And 2 runs to Barbados. Fine looking shot there by Greenwich.
It's a good shot. Generously tossed in the air by McKenzie. And you said he took 16 deliveries to get off the mark. Not a problem at this time. There's no rush in terms of the rate that is required in terms of the scoring. He just needs to be there for his team. This one down the leg side. Good take by Andrew. That brings us to the end of the 20th over. Barbados are 68 for 5.
Well, the battle is on here at Arnisville. 4 first innings between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Barbados skittling out the Leeward Islanders just for 90. But really, the Leeward Islanders have come out here and said, listen, you're not laying down here. We're not playing dead either. And we're going to fight you right down to the end. And they have picked up 5 wickets so far, 68 runs from 20 overs. And they have done an exceptional job for their team, these bowlers. A change of bowling. Fast bowler has returned.
It's Michael Palmer. He's come back into the bowling. And he'll be bowling to Seeley, the Barbados captain.
Should be interesting, this period of play. He bowled a pretty hostile spell to begin things here in the first innings for the Barbadians and picked up 3 scalps. What would he do here with just a little older ball and just about 22 runs needed to eclipse that first innings lead for the Barbadians? What would be his line of attack? There's a slip up, a gully, backward point, a cover point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Oh, there's a loud
big
appeal.
shout for LBW, and he's gone.
Way.
When I was looking at his guard, he actually took a guard on middle and off. So that means that anything that struck him would have been close, and there he was struck.
Look at that. The changes are working. McKenzie from the southern end, first delivery, got a wicket. And here comes Palmer with his first delivery in his second spell. He picks up another wicket.
Yes, that's a brilliant comeback so far from the Leeward Islands team. 68 for 6. And as you said, those 22 runs as they are now can prove to be very difficult to get. Another wicket by Palmer, 4 for 27 for him. and he's really putting his hand up here for his team.
And the veteran Sealy goes back without scoring, without troubling the scorers. Duck. Actually, a golden duck, I think it is, for Sealy. Barbados 68 for 6, 20.1 overs. And really an excellent comeback here by Palmer. He has grabbed 4 for 27 so far from 5 overs.
Yes, and you saw on that occasion, that was the first time he bowled a fuller delivery to get a wicket. His first 3 dismissals were with a short delivery. And perhaps it might be the case that Sealy was expecting something short, didn't really get out far onto the front foot for that delivery. Also, his guard, as I mentioned before, was in front of his stump. So he really had no choice but to play. Because if he missed anything and it struck his pad, he would be struck in front. So maybe something for him to think about in terms of the guard that he takes as well. Because even some of the best players, I think, over the years, you saw from Australia, young Steve Smith, he was taking that step across his stump and always being in front of his stump, but he was not missing any of the deliveries. But anytime, and every bowlers will continue to bowl at his pads, hoping that he'll make a lot of runs. But it's a rare thing for you to be able to bat on that line against quick bowling and hit the ball every time. You're gonna miss 1 or 2, most people.
Yes.
And so it's a dangerous ploy to take that type of gap.
That's his strength. And he plays with strength, and he was very prolific. Seems to be some problems here with Palmer. He went off the field for a little bit earlier in his spell, and he's holding the back of his left leg. Seems to be suffering from some cramps or something. But he has just returned and picked up a wicket. I think the umpires have signaled. I think it's water break. The first hour have been completed.
Yes, they're going to take a little break now, and we will take a break as well in commentary. And in reply to 90 all out by the Leeward Islands, the Barbados under 19 68 for 6.
Interesting times. Welcome back to Arnesville Playing Field, where we have the battle between the Barbados and the Leeward Islanders here at Arnesville in day number one, in the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Interesting times here at Arnesville. Barbados 68 for 6, looking for a target of 90 to claim first innings points. And here with me this evening is no other than the man from the Leeward side. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Martin. Well, it's all bacchanal here for the Leeward Islands and for Barbados. Barbados will now be... It's not cold days. They're not wearing any sweaters, but they should be trembling here for the rest 22 runs or so.
Yes. So here we go. After the break, this one is pitched up. Well played by the youngster. The man is the birthday guy. Is this the birthday guy?
Yeah, Matara.
Yes, the birthday guy. So Palmer, first delivery, picking up that wicket of Sealy, a golden duck for Sealy. Barbados looking for that target of 90. They are 68 for 6. And Palmer has taken 4 for 27 from his 5 overs so far. So good bowling here by Palmer. Good competitive cricket here by these two teams here at Arnesville. Leewards never giving up. Palmer. Well played there by the birthday boy. Getting off the mark, just squeezing it down to backward point. Hesitating for a second. Good throw by the man there. Good recovery. So another run. 69 for 6. And Casnell, interesting times here for these two teams.
Yes, it is, but Barbados has to still remember that they are somewhat ahead of the game. 69, just 22 runs. Anybody will say it's a batsman game. You are looking to get first innings points. That should be your first motive. In the same time, Leeward Islands will be looking to skittle out the next 4 wickets or so. But the batsmen here at the crease have to see how much they can get the singles, and the Barbadians have to make sure that they stay there. No ball, another no ball. Those will come. Extras must come.
Well, the patient game has to be played for the Barbadians, but it puts the game in a balance here, Casnell, knowing that you have 90 to get. You have 4 wickets in hand here. You're 69 for 6. You're looking to cross over the boundary, getting first innings. But another day, a lot of time left in this game. This could put your team into some problems as well, the Barbadian team. If the Leeward Islanders doesn't bat properly in their second innings, and it could really just open up this game.
And as you rightly said, it could go both ways. The Leeward Islands could go give you a good second innings batting, but then it could be again Barbados to come out and give you a good batting. But Barbados will have it in the back of their mind that they want to win first innings and leave tomorrow to decide for itself.
Well, it's probably the Barbadians probably saying I've squandered a very good position here after bowling out the Leeward Islanders for 90. I am now struggling to get to that 90. That's 70 for 6.
And I remember earlier on in commentary, we made mention that 130, 135 could show a very serious poise here. And even 90 is showing some threat here. But it comes to show you how important it is that whatever totally get on this ground, you do not write yourself off. It is crucial that your bowlers come out with the mentality and the attitude to want to take wickets, rush at the batsman, and I mean that as in at the stumps, get the ball up to the stumps, read the condition of the ground, the pitch, the whatever, and see how to operate. If I was in the position of the captain, would have brought back Nathan for 2 overs to see what he could do with that left arm into the tail.
Well, it's
Another
no ball
so
again.
that's the 10th
by Palmer. Seems to be struggling in his second spell after picking up that first wicket. No ball by umpire. Biome signal there. So that's another run to the score. 20 runs behind. And really, as the game proceeds here at Arnesville, these two teams not getting to 100 is very critical in these games. That is a psychological landmark really to get in these games. Barbados looking to get to 90. How much would they give the Leeward Islanders? Would they get to 90? That's the first question.
They should get to 90. I want to believe they should, but it's left to be seen. I am not sure if they want to take the decision as the Jamaican did against Windwards, as the over comes to an end 71 for 6. 71 for 6. The Jamaicans, they got the first innings points, they got the bowling points, and they declared when they got to 145 for 8, and would have given them some time to rather bowl at the Windwards for second innings. And we know how that game ended up, where the Windward team, they were 16 runs ahead at the end of the day, but rain would have allowed the game not to go any further. But it is crucial for them to think quickly how they want, if they want an outright win, or if they just want the first innings points and the bowling points.
So Mackenzie continues for the Leeward Islands. He have picked up 2 wickets for 18 from 6 overs. Barbados 71 for 6. Never thought they would have been in this position, but some hostile bowling from Palmer, setting the tone for the Leeward Islanders. Mackenzie with 2 scalp as well. This one is just whipped off his pads to mid-wicket. Picks up another single. So 1 more run to the Barbadian total.
Yeah, Martin, just a bit of observation. I am not agreeing with the captain at this time with the field setting. If you are to put the pressure on the Barbadian to get the rest runs, I believe you should cram the field, allow the batsman to force to go over, especially with Mackenzie operating. Allow them to want to go over the field.
Well, you're not giving away easy singles. That's what you're talking about there. So Mackenzie just bowling a rather straight line there into the body of Greenwich, squeezing that out to the man at square leg. There's a deep mid-wicket, a square leg, a short mid-wicket, a mid-on, a slip, a backward point, cover. This one is a loud appeal down the leg side. Not how says the umpire there, shake off the head. They're asking for a stumping as well. Well, the umpires...
Not for stumping, but for ball. It appears that the ball would have clipped the stump.
Not too sure what's happening there. Get it on the replay, hopefully. The umpires are too good, and the finger goes up. Umpires making some decision there. The finger goes up. Greenwich has to walk back to the pavilion. He's been bowled. He's been bowled.
Yes, he's been bowled. Greenwich did not even realize they were appealing for catch, but the ball clipped the leg stump.
Well, the replay would give us that, whether he stepped on his stump or the ball clipped his stump. But the umpires have made a decision. Barbados now 72 for 7. Would they get to this 90? Interesting times here at Annisville. Michael Mackenzie has now taken 3 for 19.
Well.
Tanti Moore has entered the stadium.
At a late afternoon flight.
Here we go. The battle for first innings between Barbados and the Leeward Islanders. My word. 72 for 7. Trailed by 18 runs. 3 wickets to get. Would they get to this 90? How much would they give the Leeward Islanders the chase? Very interesting times here. Very, very interesting times.
Very crucial, very crucial wicket that was for Barbados. Again, and there you see the ball just clipped.
Well, Mackenzie has taken his 3 wickets. Not too sure. That is not conclusive, but the umpires have made a decision.
And
so that brings Matara into the wicket. Sorry, Matara is in there. Prescott has come to join. This one is a good delivery again, just squeezed out to the man at square leg. A single to Prescott. I was just reminded that Prescott got a 50 in his first game for Barbados. So he's the mug with the bat. 73 for 7. But this 17 runs seems to be a mountain here for the Barbadians.
And this is what I'm talking about. Now, Motar is there, yes. But you still have to keep that pressure. That is what Mackenzie did. And he got, this one is, oh, he's got him! A delivery that bounced and turned, and he was able to get it just across to cover. And isn't Mackenzie happy? He's taking a lap right around the field. The Leeward Islands really tearing into the Barbadians' tail here, and the flying fish tail is really losing it.
My word, how things have changed in the matter of deliveries. Mackenzie, another wicket, a short delivery. He went for the cut. And a fantastic catch by the man at backward point. There he goes, flying over his head. Brilliantly done. And wicket number 8 has fallen. Barbados now 73 for 8. They need another 17 runs to get first innings. Would they get to that 90? That's the question.
90 now seems to be an uphill battle. And Tianic, oh boy.
Oh, how the table has turned. Oh, how things have changed in the matter of deliveries.
Mr. Smith.
Keep fighting, keep plugging away. The Leeward Islanders started aggressively, and really, Mackenzie have really come to the fore. 4 for 20. 4 for 20 here with his spell. And that brings Smith to the wicket. He joins Prescott, who has just got off the mark, and they need another 17 runs. 73 for 8 Barbados. And the question is, would they get to this 90?
But the thing is, Martin, earlier when I asked Williams when we were on commentary about shielding and taking in charge, I think it was you, sorry. And then now, who do the shielding, who do the taking charge?
Well, there's no shielding. There's no taking. Just somebody has to get these runs between Smith and Prescott. But Mackenzie continues to bowl. He's forward in the approved manner. And that brings a successful Mackenzie over to an end. And Barbados are 73 for 8, looking for a total of 90.
They're struggling. They need some of those big bosses from Bridgetown to help them out with this.
What color are you looking for?
The yellow one.
Blue? The yellow buses, the old-fashioned buses,
take
man.
The old-fashioned one. Maybe it will help.
The blue ones are the modern buses.
I will go with the old ones.
Okay. So, continuing things here is the big lad. He's strong in his shoulders. He bowled a pretty hostile spell this morning. Picked up 4 wickets so far. Palmer runs away from us. This one is pitched up, driven sweetly to covers. He's gone for 1. He's coming back for 2. It's Prescott.
Yeah, I think an extra feel on that outside. If you're gonna pitch that ball up like that, remember this is not the new ball. This is an old ball, so you have to get an extra feel on that onside. Maybe yes, you have 2 slips and a gully, but either way, find another way to bring another feeler onto the onside and create that pressure.
3 slips are waiting. Palmer. Good delivery, that is. Prescott just looking to turn it on the onside, hitting the outer portion of the bat and trickling out to the man at cover. So there's 2 slips, 3 slips. Cover point, cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on, and a man at fine leg. Looking for wicket number 9. They need another 15 runs to get. Prescott on strike. He's driving that to the man up. Short extra cover, well fielded. That had some pace on it as well. Well done.
But Martin, it appears that these lower order batsmen are more comfortable with the pace on. So quickly, the captain has to read this. And the discomfort is in the spin. And the track is dry. It will take turn. I'm not sure if they do have other spinners in their artillery. They should. But they need to quickly see how much they could get spin into the attack quickly.
Well, do you want to introduce that now? One of the most successful bowlers is here. That's outside the off stump, beaten again into the keeper's glove. He has taken 4 wickets so far. Would you want to introduce a new bowler here in this tight situation? Or would you continue with the bowlers who have done well for you? Those are some questions in the captain's head. He needs to make a decision. He has done that. He said, I'm sticking to my fast bowler. He has 4 for 32. And Mackenzie, who has 4 as well. These are the bowlers I'm going down with. So Palmer continues. Good delivery again, just on the off stump. Calling Prescott into play, into action. Really, cat and mouse game being played here between these two teams. One time it's the Barbadians leading comfortably, looking to get ahead, but the Leeward Islanders always get themselves back into this game by taking wickets.
And that is crucial in any game, any format of the game that you played.
Good delivery outside the awesome again, hitting the keeper's glove pretty hard. That brings that over to end, the palm overs to end, and it's 75 for 8. So Horry 24, Miller 18, Andrews 14, Morris 26, Brathwaite 23, and Dawn 5. Those are the batters for both teams, and we are here just looking at the battle, locked battle here between these two teams, fighting for supremacy. Barbados versus the Leeward Islands. Mackenzie continues. What would be his approach?
Well, he has to be consistent. Just keep it on just about middle and off because the ball is turning. If he has a left-hander, bowl more of the googly to the left-hander. Let him become uncomfortable.
This one is
drive.
Not taken cleanly, hands on the head, oohs and ahs goes up.
Even in the comebacks here, there's a lot of oohs.
10th time, is it? 10th time here in the box, also on the field. I could imagine those players just waiting for an opportunity. Mackenzie continues. This one is sweeping. His finger goes up. The dreaded finger goes up. Prescott goes back. Oh my Lord. Wicket number 9. There we go. The replay. He went across, striking him in front of the stumps, and that dreaded finger has gone up. And Barbados have lost wicket number 9. Would they get to this 90?
I'm goodness me. I cannot believe what I'm watching. A delivery that was there full. An umpire, Roberts, was not even able to get enough time to adjudge. He masked it very well and sent him on his way back. Barbados is in dire straits of help here. I'm calling for the best of the best in Barbados to come and help them out because they are packed with fans here and they are some 15 runs away from 90.
Would they get to that 90? Mackenzie 5 for 20. My God. Worrell comes to the crease. 1 wicket to go. 15 runs to get. Who's betting on Barbados? Who's betting on the Leewards? Who would know? Somebody tells me. Cantimall is in the oval here. Leewards never gave up. Keep pressing on.
It's the last wicket pair. Here it's Worrell, Sorav Worrell. And he will do battle for Barbados. He can become a hero if he does get that 15 runs with this partnership, this last wicket. We have seen many heroics in this game.
Mackenzie continues to operate. That one is played in the approved manner by Worrell. Prescott is with him. He got an half century in the last game. Mackenzie 20 for 5, 7.2 overs. Really good bowling by him. Continues. Flighted delivery. There's a bomb ball. Is it bomb?
Yeah.
Not how says the umpire.
So a 5-wicket haul for Mackenzie. It is. I must give credit to him.
I think he got a 5 wickets haul last year against the Guyanese as well in Park Hill. Yeah, so he's been consistently bowling well for the Leewards. Took some time. The chirping continues and they continue to encourage each other out there. Tension in the
Would
oval.
you have brought in a short leg and a silly point? Yes, to somewhat create that pressure. I believe that they want him to go down to the other end for the new over again.
Good delivery. Beating him ends up into the keeper's glove.
That's the thing about a leg spinner. Once you're in that mood, you feel that everybody could bowl at a batsman that could out him.
2 slips. Backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, waiting. Flight it again, hitting the outer portion of the bat. The hand goes up in the air for Mackenzie. That's the end of his over. Barbados, 75 for 9, looking for 90. Searching for 90. Would they get to that 90? Edwards, 6 overs. He got 19 runs in the wicket. And really, the pick of the bowlers, Mackenzie, he's 5 for 20. And the big man who started the slide for the Leeward Islands, bowl very hostile. Short deliveries, catch the batters. Palmer, bowl rather quickly. Picked up 3 early wickets for the Leeward Islanders, and he continues to bowl here with the number 22 on his back. My God, how things have changed. Barbados look like they were in the ascending position. Now it's the Leeward Islands. Palmer continues. This one is hiked over mid-wicket. Don't forget this fella had 50 before. 4 runs to him.
Yeah, so that's what he has to do. He has to take the bull by the horn, and it's a one-hand shot this time. Anything for a boundary will work for the Barbadians, and that's a very good shot as we see right now. Defensive mechanism being put in place. Mackenzie has been pushed out to that middle wicket region. So clearly, the 90 looks more gettable at 79 for 9.
Now this looks like a plan. They're looking to get him off strike. Prescott, he has 7 from 8 deliveries. Just struck him over mid-wicket, looking to take on the bowling. Final wicket it is. He's in. He's pitched up. He's driving to backward point. He's gone for 1. Looking for 2. Doesn't call. Good feeling by the man at third man. Excellent throw. No ball. So that 2 runs. 2 runs there. Comes down to 10. Tanti Mall is here. 10 runs needed.
This is what they want. They want to have Smith on strike. And it will be interesting to see how Palmer approaches now Smith, which is the last wicket. It will be very, very crucial. If you want to get him out, nothing is wrong. You have some 5 deliveries to bowl at him. Peg him up, bring in a short leg. Don't just let him get off strike like that. Bring in the field a bit more. Do not pitch up that ball for him to drive, because he might get a top edge, a ball peel off, go over the slips. So you need to know what you're doing.
Some intelligent edges.
Yes.
So Palmer continues. He's in. Oh, good delivery. Squeezed out. That is. And this game has been open for both teams who will take advantage of the first innings. 81 for 9, 24.2 overs have been bowled here. And Barbados needing another 9 runs to get this first innings. Tanti Mall is here. Arnisville playing field is lit up. And I'm telling you, this is exciting times here for both teams. Crucial times it is. Palmer, full delivery again, squeezed out. Patrons in the stands, clapping every delivery. Not forgetting Prescott. He got an half century. He's 8 from 9 deliveries. Looking to get back on strike, you're thinking? Or would be denied of that?
No, he's satisfied to see that Worrell has blocked those 2 deliveries. So he's giving him that confidence. Look at that. He give him a punch and say, okay, continue what you're doing. I like that. And I will see off the rest. The assurance has came that Worrell will see off the rest 3, hopefully. And that is what he will want.
Palmer. Oh, that's one edges into the pad. My word, how tense it is here. Another good delivery here. things looking rather tight. Palmer, 4 for 38, 7.4 overs. Worrell, yet to score. Prescott on 8. Palmer runs away from us. This one is just on the legs. Squeeze out to the man at mid-wicket. Fields. One more delivery remaining. Could imagine Prescott on the other end. Bat it out. Give me the opportunity. I want to finish this game. Just 9 runs to get.
Yeah, but he also have to be mindful that Mackenzie is bowling very well. So even though you might be the most experienced player and coming off of 50, you still have to be tactical in how you approach Mackenzie if you do get a chance to bat at Mackenzie.
And he's the chief wicket taker so far. Palmer, final delivery. Oh, outside the house down. Beaten for all hands up into the keeper's glove. That brings the palm over to an end. And really, Barbados here struggling at 81 for 9. 81 for 9. Another 9 runs to get first innings. How do they approach this final over?
It would be interesting to ask if you were in the capacity of bowling. I've never seen you bowl. But how frustrating would it be as a pace bowler? You know, Martin, you have coached many pace bowlers, seen that the tail end is there and the ball just passing the edges just by a thin varnish, you know, a quarter varnish.
Be patient, bowl straight. They miss, you hit. Just apply the basics. Put the ball on the stumps. You're bowling at the tail enders. Be careful. Don't bowl it loose. And here we go again. There's a sweeper now for Prescott. A long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket. A few men in the countryside waiting for something. Here he goes. He's swinging it. It's in the air. Would he be caught? Problems. He's out caught.
This is what I'm talking about.
Leeward Islands have cleaned up the Barbadians for 81. 6 wickets to Mackenzie. And oh my, they have done it. Barbados have lost first innings here. Who would have thought of this? My word.
This is what I've been talking about. Even though you are the experienced player, you still have to be technical against Mackenzie. Mackenzie have been getting the wickets, yes. But yet, nothing is wrong with still pushing it around. Nothing is wrong with... It's the first ball of the over and a big heave. They have expanded the field and that is what they wanted. And boy, what we thought were 90 was just a walk in the park. Barbados was blown away. Stronger than a Category 5 a win by the Leeward Islands. And Mackenzie now walks the team off with his 6th wicket for 20 into his 9th over. That is so disappointing by Barbados.
Well, they had a really good opportunity to bring home this first innings. They squandered it. 25 overs been bowled, 25.1. And just to give you a rundown of what went on so far in the innings, they had 90 to get. And they started off with with Jordan, he was out for 2. Brown, he was caught for a duck. Quick delivery that was. And Don, chief batter, he was out for 5. Brathwaite, he got 23. Played a good innings, but was dismissed. Morris, he got 26. And Greenwich, he got 2. Seeley, he got 1. Matara, he got 2. And Prescott, he got 8. The last man falling there. And really, Barbados was bowled out for a poetry. 81. Well, bowling for the Leeward Islanders, we had Edwards. He bowled 6 overs for 19 runs. He got no wicket. And Palmer, one of the pick of the bowlers, he bowled 8 overs, no wicket, 34 runs, 4 wickets. Mackenzie, the man for the day, 8.1 overs, 4 maidens, 20 runs, 6 wickets. Matthew, Watley, he bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 maidens, and he got no wickets. So excellent, excellent work here by the Leeward Islands to bowl out the Barbadians just for 81. 81, a lead by 9. Lead by 9. This game is all open. Who would win this game? A session left, basically, for the day. Casnell, open game, open season. Who's hunting? My word.
Well,
Barbados skittled out for 81 in 25.1 overs.
Well, that's disappointing batting from the team that placed second in the tournament last year. However, it was great bowling from the Leeward Islands. Cannot take it away from Mackenzie, and I'm so happy to see Mackenzie in that, because being a leg spin bowler myself, it's always a pleasure. You know, it's a hard struggle for leg spinners to make it out. But what Barbados have to realize, yes, we have lost first innings, but the game is not over as yet. They can go there, they could get some quick wickets before close of play, and they could restrict the Leeward Islands batting to a total where they could have the entirety of tomorrow's day's play to determine the outcome of this game.
Well, Barbados need to bat themselves back into this game. But the Leeward Islands have just bowled them out. They have to bowl themselves back into this game, and actually back themselves to get whatever runs the Leeward Islanders would put on the board. At this point, you have a break, and from Annisville, we're having a break here as Leewards will take their second strike here at Annisville in the West Indies under-19 Rising Stars tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We'll be right back to bring you more live coverage from the Annisville playing field.
Well, welcome back to the Islandsville playing field. It's not something that the Barbadian viewers will really want to hear and see. But boy, Kesrick Williams is with me in commentary. And he was sitting in the back. He enjoyed the leg spin as a bowler. But Barbados was skittled out for a measly 81, a 6-wicket by Mackenzie.
Yeah, well done to the young man. I mean, this is what you want to see from, from the young players, the rising stars of the regional under 19 tournament. Players coming out and putting up their hands and putting stellar performances. This is what you want to see. It's a bit disappointing in the latter stage of the innings where Leewards bowl. I mean, the first part is okay. Barbados, those wickets that they lost was really good deliveries bowled by the seamers. But some of the wickets that was lost in the latter part of the innings, you really have to say a lack of concentration, lack of awareness, not really being focused enough to see what is going on around them. I mean, they have a chance. The game is still open. We're still in the first day. Still a couple of minutes left before the day is out. So let's see what will happen here. Prescott is with ball in hand. He would have something to say. He showed good control in the first innings. Some good pace. Seeing the ball as well, but he did bowl from the backway end. Now he's coming from the old airport end. So he would have something to say about this, Morris.
Well, he has ball in hand. We saw Palmer rocked out 3 of the Barbados top order with short deliveries. Let's see. No ball to start and the virus continue.
Still wondering how much no balls we've seen for the day. Probably about, this is about the 14th or so? 14th or 15th no ball we've seen for the day. I don't know if the crease is shorter, I'm not sure, but as you said, it's a virus.
Contagious.
They need to get rid of it.
You can hear the Barbadian spectators are begging for a reload. I'm not too sure if a reload off the Leeward Island bowling attack or if they have to come fresh again. This one is full. And, Singh will feel rather disappointed he did not get that off to a boundary, but he's still there. So the Leeward Islands, they are off the mark with the no ball. And I know it's a quick turnover, Williams. What will be the message? Because the Barbadian hut will be there a while. Well, the wicket was falling so fast so that some of the players will not have hear what the message will be. But what would you say as a bowling coach, a coach to the Barbados team now?
Well, the position that they're in right now, they basically open up the game. Good showing with the ball in the first innings. They need to repeat that again.
Not to cut you off, but the spirit
better
out there, the energy out there, the way they came on was not like the first innings when they were happy to come onto the field.
Well, this is basically the last session of the day. You would always find around the hours of 4, 5, the energy may drop. These are young men. Yes, they are packed with energy, but we're playing 2 days of cricket here. A lot of these players may not be accustomed to playing the 2 days format, hence the reason why Cricket West Indies implement these games. It should have been a 3-day format, but because of the hurricane that passed here a couple of weeks ago, cut it down to a 2-day format. But still, what Cricket West Indies still want to see is them showing that temperament at the crease, being aware of the situation and not really too much looking for a win. But we want to see these players go out there and play the brand of cricket that will make them get better.
Yeah, and
what they're doing.
You spoke about not only getting the win, but if the Leeward Islands is to win this game, I believe that they would have played the cricket not so like in terms of the temperament and staying at the crease and batting, but in terms of the fight they put in to win the game. I believe even if Barbados end up and win this game, it shows that they have fight in them. That is something that we also have been lacking here.
I'll tell you something, Morris. It's not so much, for me, it's not so much about who wins or lose this game. For me, it's about the development of West Indies cricket and wanting these players to adapt to certain conditions and certain playing requirements that probably West Indies cricket is looking for to make that transition from this level to maybe the academy and then to the A team and then that transition into international cricket. I think that's what they're looking for. But that's the end of the first over for Smith. Just one without loss. But as you mentioned, me as a coach sitting in the Barbados dugout, I would ask my bowling unit to probably replicate what they did earlier this morning. It might be a little bit more difficult because the pitch is more dried out now. It's been a day of cricket. It's about 4:47 now, just a couple more minutes before the day's play is over. So they probably would be a bit tired. They shouldn't be really, but
But why? There's been hot sun. Well, not beaming hot.
Well, Morris, you bowled out a team for 90. Yes, you got skittled out for about 80-something runs or so, but I don't think at this moment that anyone should be really tired. These are young men, fit men. For me right now is about trying to continue to perform over an extended period of time, doing the right things more often than not. And we make mention of Smith bowling this, not Smith, sorry, Prescott bowling this morning and his action, and also to Smith now with his action. Just think he released that front arm a little bit too early. It's a good delivery though. Even though he's letting go that front arm.
Yes, that should be encouraging. Delivery. That should be very encouraging for Smith. I believe what he should do now is to just come a bit closer to the stump, because what that did there, sorry, Prescott, Jataro Prescott, what that did there, it shaped away. So the closer you get to the stump, it creates more doubt on the batsman's mind whether or not the ball is going to come on straight with the angle or if it's going to leave him. So he has to be mindful, because he's running from a wideish angle to come into the right-hander. Again
that way movement, just finding the edge this time. Could remember Curtly Ambrose always say he don't want it to seam too much or swing too much of oohs and ahs. He just wanted to do enough to clip the edge of the bat. That one did clip the edge of the bat that time. But I was making mention about his bowling action, about holding that front arm a little longer, releasing it a bit too fast, pulling it away from the line of the body, instead of holding it up more longer, keeping a firmer front arm and pushing it forward instead of leaving it away. Something I think that he should probably take a look into. Just a little minor flaws that he could work with or work on. And again, he should keep his arm like that, Morris.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Because how frustrating would that be as a pace bowler? You're just nagging out there, and you made mention of Courtney Ambrose. He was a man who was just hitting that area and have frustrated Mike Carter and Nasser Hussain, the English quartet at that time. But now, look at what the Barbadian...
I'm very much impressed with the fast bowling unit for both teams. For Leewards and Barbados. They are showing what we require here in the West Indies as for fast bowlers. Touching down and off stump and seaming away. This time a bit too predictable. spanked in front of mid wicket, and that will go for 4.
Well, a welcome boundary, and Joseph is off the mark. Shortish delivery, and this one just straying away from what he has been doing all along, of getting that ball nicked away from the right-hander. He tried to dig that one into the dirt, as we would say here, to really get some porches out of it. But in return, Joseph is the one who was able to get the value. So he's off the mark with 4. Again, so that's the channel. That's the channel that you would want to go. End of the over number 2, 5 without loss.
This is some good stuff, Morris. Sitting as a spectator and looking on, whether you're a Barbados fan or you're a Leewards fan, you would love to see this from the youths. Because at the end of the day, they would be representing us in the future, whoever goes on to play for West Indies. So this is what you want to see from our youngsters. Both fast bowlers really big though. I'm trying to build this one. Look, reminds me of Joel Garner. The other one reminds me of Shamar Holder.
Yeah, but right away in the third over, they have introduced Nathan Seeley himself, the spinner.
It's an issue that we have been having over. Well, it's the tournament is still pretty early. It's early dawns, but you can't have your fast bowlers bowling like this, and then before 10 overs in every game, you're introducing spin.
Yes, and it also the conditions, Williams. I understand the statement you want to make, but if the Barbadian team has to get back into this game, spin has really reaped havoc here. And this is what the captain has really put in his mind. Yes, you want to see pace bowlers. Yes, you want to see the operation
It's
of
not
pace
just
before or after.
It's not just the fact that I want to see fast bowlers. It's not about wanting to see fast bowlers. But this is the third over. One of your main bowlers who's picked up wicket in the first innings bowled 1 over. And we just saw Smith from the other end bowling some wonderful jaffers. What are you going to do at the other end?
Yeah, I agree with you with that, because what happened in the last game with Windward Island, Courtney Franklin, right arm fast bowler, was picked as a pace bowler and never bowled the ball.
I saw that as well, but these discussions are left to be, to be. I don't even want to say too much about it, because I want to have a conversation with the coaches to find out why. Well, you never know what the discussions are behind the scenes. So sometimes you can't really make comments about those things, because some players come out with instructions from coaches.
Well, the umpire has given Nathan Seeley a discussion. I don't know if he's telling him about the overrate or close of the time, but it has been a bit of discussion. There's a lot of chattering out there from the Barbadians.
Well, Morris, there's still a lot of light, so that's not the issue there. My thing is I don't mind Seeley bowling a few overs this evening, but Prescott, who picked up a few wickets earlier in the first innings, must give him the chance to bowl minimum 3 overs or so this evening.
Well, maybe let's see if it's a change of end.
Well, let's hope so. I would really like to hope that he's giving Prescott a chance to bowl from the top. But then we just saw Smith bowling a wonderful over from the top end, moving the ball away from the right-handers. In my estimation, I think Nathan Seeley is a really good bowler. He understands what he wants to do. But I still think that he's a little too flat, especially in this format. For the white ball format, exceptional, really good.
Well,
but I think that he need to be a little bit more better in terms of this format. He's a little too flat in this format with the red ball.
Well, it's not a change of over. It's end of the over, It's not a change of end because Smith continues. So Smith continued to knock at the door of Singh. Singh have been very sturdy in his defense, some 13 deliveries. And I would tell you, those 13 deliveries has not been easy pickings. He has to negotiate and negotiate very well with that swing, that waist swing from Smith. Smith, his approach is not really coming directly from the shoulder of the umpire. He's running in at an angle. So whenever that ball pitches, there is a likelihood of it shaping away from the right-hander. Williams, I used to be advised by a coach that if you want to make any team, make it as a wicket keeper.
I'm not sure how he came up with that. But
it is because you have to play a wicket keeper.
yeah, you do have a point, but where are you gonna bat?
Well, you have to bat. It doesn't matter the position, you know. We have seen Joshua De Silva. Oh, a belated appeal there by the keeper Morris. Wasn't really too interesting. Just went up with the anxiety. The ball that's shaped in a way, and that is what will happen just where it meets the air, the breeze, whatever gentle breeze is blowing from the end of the double decker there. It will shape that ball away naturally. So the umpires again. So there's a midway conference. Tension is being sparked between Leeward Islands and Barbados about holding up the time. You see. You can hear loud spectators from Barbados. Very unique accent. And, well, this time he decided to shoulder arms to the delivery. And, lot of chattering, lots of chattering. The umpires have to take the game under some control. They've been doing an excellent job. Umpire Byam and Roberts Byam. So you could understand these are young men. Tension will be flaring. Foster, Robert Foster. So still the cheese slips in ploy, still looking for that swing. And, Joseph and Singh showing some resilience. Remember, they have a 9-run deficit. And they will really look to punks on that. There's a booming jive with a waist swing. And did not get no connection at the end of the over number 4. It is 7 without loss. So a lot of chattering out there, Williams.
And you will definitely expect that if you're in a position like this. You have to get your energies up. So to get your energy up, you have to put yourself in the frame of mind to start create some buzz around the game, which Barbados are trying now.
So Captain Seeley continues as we see some rocked on the pad, not interested. As you see a boat dash the waters of Beckwith, right in within the channel area. Very rough water, still waters. And, smooth sailing there. Sing. This one is whipped away. They could get two. So they just touch and go. Excellent batting, smart batting there. They're not really looking for runs to see, but they're picking the gaps. And that is intelligent batting there by Singh. Singh not that tall by any means, Williams. So you have to deal with the gigantic size of Prescott and Smith. So this one brings it over to an end of over number 5, 9 without loss. So Smith to continue from the Grenadine end. Again, so it appears that he's just drawing an error on the pitch and just decided to drop the ball in that area. And then just let everything be the same. It's not a replay. It's a live action.
I mean, he's showing a lot better control in this innings. Not saying that he wasn't good in the first innings. He was really good, but he's showing better control, hitting the areas more consistently. As a bowler, delivering these sort of deliveries to batters, it's not taking the edge. It leaves you confused. What do I have to do next?
The slips would have to be very, very sharp. I remember Keswick being in a slip one time. And, you know, I nothing was really happening on that game. And I could remember you were seaming from the other end. You know, and I was asking you to send it down to the slip cordon. And then apparently one slipped off, and by the time I reacted, it hit me in my chest. Drop catch.
Remember, it burst your chain as well, Morris.
Yeah, it burst the chain I was wearing. That was too much pace, Keswick. I wasn't expecting that.
You gotta expect anything in the slip.
So again, Smith has to be very, very, very aware that this is part of cricket. He has to keep that mental focus on that Yes, Curry Cully more kind of bowling where you just come tap it to the line on length and beat the bat. Yep. And it could get very frustrating too. And do not get discouraged, youngster. Do not be discouraged. Smith just getting that ball in the right channel. It's just that the batsman not edging. Everything is right there as a fast bowler. And again. So the question to ask, what must I do next?
I'm sure he can't wait for this game to over today.
What must I do next? Should I take the batsman bat and edge it myself?
I know an umpire would have sent him. Would have been upset at umpire here in St. Vincent. Passed away a few years ago. God rest his soul.
Yeah.
He would have been upset
with
that
the ball beating the edge like that.
The ball beating the edge like that.
And not nicking. This time much fuller. So the ball not doing anything from a late swing, from a full length delivery.
Had a few chats with that umpire as well. He passed away now. His name is Seki. Seki would have sent you for not edging it.
Not edging it.
He would have been upset. This guy is bowling too well. Not picking up wickets. I gotta give him something.
Yeah.
That's what Seki would say. This is too good a bowling. I have to give you something, young man. Just let it hit. Just let it pass the back close one more time.
Oh, yeah, Colin this time. Brings you over a very nagging over to the batsman, I would say, to an end. 9 without loss. Interestingly, Keswick, Smith has bowled 3 overs and a culmination of 16 dot balls. That must be very good for him in terms of his stats, but very frustrating because of that 16 dot balls, about 15 would have passed close to the bat.
I would love to see so much of that balls in a T20, Morris. Proper goal. I want just finding the edge of the bat, outside edge. I feel it there by Matara, who's at backward point. Still think a Pablo would have wanted to see Prescott bowl a few more overs.
Yeah, a lot more with hostility. And,
Not saying that Seal isn't good enough. He's a really good player. He's one of those players that's very consistent and he hits the area more often than not.
Yeah, but Williams also, he's not trying to create any problems to the batsmen. The batsmen are comfortable with him, as they are to the pace. They're just coming in, they're not looking to score, they're not looking to play any shots, they're just looking to block him.
Because I think he's one of those type of bowlers that generally just bowls flat. He would be a really good white ball bowler. But bowling through the middle in a 40 game or controlling it, it's okay for him. But now they're in a position that they want to take wickets. Prescott taking 3 in the first innings. Smith working up a head of steam at the other end, taking off his hat again, which means he's coming back. So we can start to get ready to say oohs and ahs again in the come box. With the way that he's bowling now, Morris, I think perhaps if he can get one to hold his line a little bit more, find like he might take the edge of Brent Joseph. can hear the fans in the stands shouting, take him out of his misery. This is some good bowling here from Smith.
Well, this could be out in the air, taken, and he has taken him out of his misery. And Keswick, a short pitch delivery, he looked to be calculated with that one, and it rushed on to him. The Barbadians making inroads here, and boy oh boy, it is that Smith who gets the wicket of Brent Joseph.
Exactly what I mentioned about the delivery ago. He just need one to hold its line. That one got a bit too big for Joseph. Cramped him for room. Couldn't do much other than just find the edge. Top edge, that is. He's gone now. And that's what consistent bowling does. When you maintain that line and that length, you gain success. Well done to Smith. He's showing what he needs to do on this sort of pitches. It is good bowling from him. He's showing what is needed on these sort of pitches here.
It's a well-deserved wicket as well, because he's been nagging, and as the spectators say, take him out of his misery. I was going to ask you, who is in the misery? Is it the batsman or the bowler? Because if the bowler is in misery, that means he's just doing something and it's frustrating him.
Well, the bowler is never in misery.
Okay.
He did get the wicket.
Yeah. Well,
He stayed consistent.
I was going to ask before.
The thing is who can maintain and keep their calm.
I
The
know,
longest
I
wins.
know the bowling bias.
In this case, the bowler wins.
I know the bowling bias.
Ah, come on, Morris.
So right away it brings Carlton Pluck to the crease. Very strange name, surname, sorry.
I've never heard it before.
Yeah, especially in the Caribbean. And it's a welcome name, Pluck. I hope that you're able to pluck out the innings the rest of the evening for the Leeward Islands, because Ronico Smith is really, really plucking into his innings here and into his spell of bowling.
Let's see who will block the best, because he's plucking out with some good deliveries.
Well, this one he's firmly showing that I could stand here all day. Do you think at this time they would use a night watchman? Do these youngsters use night watchmen?
I never believe in it, Morris. I mean, if a batter can walk in and hold their wicket, I think I should do that.
Yeah, because I find a night watchman is easier to out.
I think so.
Yeah, and it still put pressure back onto the team.
But I tell you, I've seen some night watchmen before that they're not night watchmen, they're actually batters, they like to watch.
Have you ever played a role as a batter?
I've never played a role with a bat, Morris. What are you talking about?
Okay. Oh, you have watched other things at night?
I've watched night watchmen, but I've never played the role. Because back in the day, if my skipper know when I go to batting only before a long period of time.
So this one, Pluck just pulling away because of some distraction.
Would you say he was plucking away?
No, pulling away. There has a bit of distraction, and the bowler is a bit disturbed.
Looking at Smith walk, he looks like he's walking like a
roach.
Like him a roach walking back there. Firmly behind of it.
It is somewhat challenging as a batsman where a bowler just gets the wicket and he's really hype. He's in his hype, and then you have to come there and just show him your full face like that right behind it.
Someone might say he's pluckily behind.
An introduction of your own words.
Yes.
And that's a pluck shot. So ITFX camera crew is getting a good shot of block as he drive that one. He hold the pose and he make sure that the camera crew gets every angle of that shot. He's not wasting the time here for ITFX at all.
Needed the photographers that's outside. Pretty sure I'm gonna see that on the news tomorrow, especially if he scores some runs. It was only a matter of time, Morris.
Yes.
Before we get a ooh and ah in from this over. But it's the end of the over, end of a successful over. Leeward Islands 9 for 1. As the skipper Nathan Seeley takes the ball again. Starting off a new over as Morrison left the comp box. So we introduce Allenson Crookshank.
Yes, good afternoon, Keswick. Good afternoon to the viewers. Interesting 7 overs also. Well, 9 overs also left.
I know you're a type of person that likes to see good cricketing, good bowling. What would you make of Nathan Seeley coming on third over, the second innings to bowl, knowing that Prescott had a good innings? Well, we're seeing what Seeley is doing, not Seeley, Smith, is doing. What would you think on Nathan coming on so early in this innings to bowl?
Yeah, looking at it at face value, I don't agree with it. I don't know if there are other factors at play that I'm unaware of within the team, if there's a slight niggle or anything like that. But at face value, I don't think that it was the best decision. But he's going to pick up a wicket here. As soon as we said it, he's picking up a wicket here, playing back, Singh, and this one coming through straight and flat and fast. And he's been dismissed LBW. What we saw from Prescott in the first innings was that he really was the one who dealt with the top order of the Leewards team. So it was, probably you think that would have been a better option at that time. But having said that, Seeley is consistent. He bowls good lines, good lengths. And at this level, that is something that's very important because you're always going to pressure the batsmen once you are consistent. And he's always threatening the stump as well. He doesn't get a lot of turns an occasional delivery. As you can see that one just going on with the arm. Really making a suicidal decision to play back to that delivery. And that was all that she wrote. So the new batsman actually seems to be Watley. So they seem to have employed the night watchman. Keswick. Watley batted, I think, about 10 in the first innings or 11. And he's now at the crease. Doesn't seem like Joel Andrew and Tianik Honori and the other top order batsmen want to get batting. Palmer we saw had a niggle, so that may justify why Palmer hasn't come to the crease. But the others, definitely they're trying to employ a night watchman there.
What's your take on night watchman, Alanson?
I'll get back to you soon. Well, a night watchman coming to the crease with all of, I think, almost 9 overs left. That's a lot of overs. It's a lot of overs to negotiate.
There's a lot of sunshine still.
So that's the end of the over for Seal. 9-2 is the score.
I look at it this way. Those 9 overs, that night watchman may block at least about 4 or 5 or so. Those 4 or 5 overs, a batter could score at least, let's say, in this position, what we're looking at here right now,
15,
a batter can score 15, 20, 25 runs in those 6 overs. Why send a night watchman to block 5, and you can have a batter come in there that will be a lot better in terms of, securing his wicket and score 20, 25 runs in 6 overs than having that bowler blocking 6 overs.
Yeah, Mutara comes into the bowling now just to respond to you. Yeah, I think that if you're going to employ a night watchman, it has to be in a case where there are just a few deliveries left. Just a few deliveries left. And it's a batsman who is in the lower order but has a very tight defense. I could think of for West Indies in Test cricket, Kemar Roach. I think Kemar Roach actually has a better defense than some of the top order batsmen. So if that is just for a few deliveries, then fine. But if it's for a lengthy period of time, then you're going to be really giving up on some runs that you could have gotten. And runs are at a premium in this game for sure. You have seen 90 coming away with a first innings lead, so runs are at a premium in this game.
And when you look at it, where they're playing against probably the better bowling attack in the tournament, with Smith, Prescott, Matara, Seeley.
And to attest to that, Worrell, who took, I think, 5 wickets in a game here last year, he has only bowled us a few overs today.
Yeah, Worrell, the off spinner.
Yeah.
And out of all these bowlers, I think he's probably one of the better spin bowlers in terms of his approach to the crease, the revs that he puts on the ball. Not saying that the rest isn't doing it.
This one is quicker, flatter, very close to off stump. Well watched, well left. Show that he will say that it was a good leave. Pluck. Again, he leaves it outside the off stump. I am pretty sure that Pluck was dismissed, leaving Mutara for the hat-trick in the first innings. So he has to be very careful with which lines and which deliveries he chooses to leave alone. 12-2 after 10, Leeward Islands. Also, you could look at it in this way, Kesrick. Andrew, who is the captain of the team, along with Motara, I think. These are the 2 players who have played first-class cricket. So Motara for Barbados, Andrew for Leeward Islands. And you really have to say to yourself, well, I have played at a level higher than this one. And so I'm going to back myself to negotiate what is left of the day and put my team in a good position on the next day rather than sacrifice a wicket or 2 of batsmen who have lesser ability. And so that I come back in the next day with maybe 2 down or 3 down as opposed to being 4 or 5 down and being in that position. So it's something to think about. Again, he's back to that delivery of Sealy. I don't think there's much future in playing off the back foot to those deliveries. Just coming in with the arm on. And he's forward on this occasion. So that's the end of the over from Sealy. And at the end of 11 overs, Leeward Islands are 12 for 2.
The thing that I like about Sealy is he's really smart. So bowling that slider, he bowls it from wide of the crease. So he uses angle as well. He's not a big turn of the ball, as you mentioned earlier. Cruikshank, he's not a big turn of the ball, so he uses the crease pretty well. And he wants to even try to spin the ball a little. He he slows it down. Bowl from somewhat in the middle of the crease. When he wants to bowl at one that's drifting in, comes from wide of the crease and he's a little flatter.
Yes. That one is the one that he was looking to give a little bit more turn. And see, vis-a-vis slows down just a little bit to do that. Similarly with Sealy, when Sealy wants to turn the ball, he slows it down a bit as well. But he has proven to be very consistent. So these two spinners, they're able to build pressure because of their consistency. They do not bowl a lot of bad deliveries. This one is driven in the gap. Should challenge the boundary. Shot by Pluck. It's gone all the way for 4. Good gap finding. That's a boundary to Pluck.
Well, it was in the air for a while, but it was safely in the gap. Pluck just plucking away nicely. Needs to finish this session and come back tomorrow to give his team a commanding score.
Yeah, he was bitterly disappointed with being LBW in the first innings. This one is the googly. So we have seen the googly now come out. Come out of the shelf. Let's have a look at it. Yes. A little bit quicker. Just a slider. Then it wasn't there on the full leg wrong on. This one flighted. This one is wider. That one ends the over 17 for 2. At the end of 12 overs, Leeward Islands, they are actually 26 runs ahead of Barbados. And that's the end of the day. It's 5:30, 17 for 2. And at the end of the day, Barbados, they won the toss, sent the Leeward Islands into bat. They were dismissed for 90 runs. In response, Barbados were dismissed for 81 runs. In the first innings, we had 3 wickets apiece for Sealy, for Motara, and for Prescott. And then when Barbados went to bat, they were dismissed for 81. 6 wickets for 20 runs to Mackenzie, and 4 wickets to Michael Palmer. And now, in response, Leeward Islands are 17 for 2. And we have had a wicket apiece for Smith and for Sealy. So they are 26 runs ahead, the Leeward Islands of the Barbados team. Fairly even day in the end, although Barbados really were well ahead for long periods in their response to the 90 that were made by the Leeward Islands. So that is all we'll have from Arnesville today. We will come back tomorrow to see how things go in the final day of this game. And that's it from me here today. Thank you for joining us and for tuning in. And on behalf of everyone, this is Anansa Cruikshank signing off from Arnesville. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.